น่าจะเกิดผลกระทบกับทีมเล็กน้อยเพราะว่าอย่างที่รู้กันครับไลน์อัพเก่าตอนแรกก็คือไลน์อัพที่ลงตัวแล้วแต่มันเป็นปัญหาเรื่องความรู้สึกของคนในทีมกันซะส่วนใหญ่ก็เลยทำให้เราต้องเปลี่ยนและแยกกันออกไปให้แมททอยไปอยู่ทีมซีเครตแล้วเราก็หาผู้เล่นใหม่
ผมเข้ามาทีมซีเครตได้ยังไงก็เกิดจากการที่ว่าผมได้ถูกปลดออกจากการแข่งจากที่เก่านะครับแล้วก็ได้มีการถูกเชิญแล้วก็ไปเทสตัวที่ทีมซีเครตนะครับแล้วก็ได้เป็นผู้เล่นของทีมซีเครต
just making sure he will cover his team
ก็สำหรับเรื่องการที่หนักใจก็เป็นเรื่องที่ผมออกได้ยังไงครับจากทีมเก่าก็คืออยู่ก็คือโดนไล่ออกโดยที่ไม่ทราบเหตุผล
How did that happen clutching out for Team Secret
Sometimes there are rivalries that develop, disagreements that happen, especially in the heat of battle, in this sort of crucible of tension that is competitive play. Sometimes players don't get on, sometimes teams don't get on with players and they have to part ways, they have to change it up.
Semua nggak ada yang isi ujung. Lagu di ujung anjir, lagu tengah-tengah. Mana ada di ujung, lu tengah-tengah. Gua jadi pos UNJ. Apaan lu tengah-tengah? Lu tengah-tengah ya.
I like seeing the dynamics that exist between the teams and watching to see if that passion can bring them to the top level of competitive play. That's when that's when the sparks can fly and that's when fantastic things can happen.
One of the most memorable moments that I've ever witnessed in PUBG Mobile has to be in the global finals at Kuala Lumpur. There was the team Bigatron. They were playing on Miramar. Both their teammates, as they're rotating, get killed.
Wow, okay, they're going to be able to confirm this. I don't see any reason why they would. Microboy, not quite able to get the peek over just in time, and actually, he gets away with it. Ryzen staying alive.
And Beowulf now moving over to him, try and finish this fight, but his teammates are quite far away. A good 200 meters.
Huge the shot. Huge plays from Beowulf.
He misses the confirmation, but he gets the next knock. And the blow up is there. Everyone's low, and the rest of Bigatron will need to try and capitalise here. C9, they are in the next zone as well. They can take this fight, they can take their time, but they will need to push in afterwards.
And I'm like, you know what, this is the beginning of the game. Luxy and Zuxi, they're in an awful position. They've got to get away from this one. It's going all badly. I don't expect them to make it very far here. They keep going. They keep on trucking. The two twin brothers. Ride or die for these guys.
Hang on a minute. It's Bigatron. The duo's still alive, and they're coming in from the sidelines. Entity might have just been sent a lifeline.
I mean, this is the best duo you could hope for. It's Luxy and Zuxi, the twin brothers in unison coming in to try and clean up this fight.
They make it all the way to the end of the game. They're up against top Esports there.
Move him now.
Looks like they're going to try and crest the ridge marker. Has been spotted. That's Bigatron to pick it up. And now it's 2 versus 2. The twins. They are going to take on top Esports. Eagle and Hope both looking to try and hold it down. They're on the deck. They're vying for control. Eagle takes the majority of the damage, gets the first knock. And now it's 2 players alive for Bigatron against Hope from top Esports. The push is coming through. He wants to go for the fight. He's going out wide. 32 bullets in the mag. Is it going to be enough to take him down? Luxy takes a tumble. Zuxi over the top. And it's Bigatron. I don't believe it! They come back in, swinging. 7 kills.
Zuxi and Luxy, 2 players versus a whole swath of other players in the lobby with 4 members on board, 16 alive at the time when there were only 2. They managed to win that match, and I was like, you know what, yes, these guys, they deserve to be at the top of their game.
Di tim gue sendiri ada 4 player. Di tim gue sendiri ada Zuxi, dia kembaran gue sendiri. Sifat positifnya nggak punya. Gak apa-apa kan? Kan biar lebih menarik. Oke lanjut. Di tim gue sendiri ada member 1 Zuxi, dia saudara gue sendiri. Kalau gue sendiri sih mungkin sebagai game leader, ya gue menentukan ritme permainannya. Terus ada Ryzen atau ABDE, dia selalu sabar. Dia juga sebagai rusher dan carry juga, bisa dibilang dia kayak aim star juga. Terus ada Nizar atau Microboy, dia kan sebagai support, dia juga suka ngebantu teman gitu loh. Orang lain mungkin waktu gue ambil welcome masuk Bigetron gitu kan, orang lain ngeliat gue tuh masih bocah, nggak bisa apa-apa segala macam kan. Dan gue tuh itu menjadi tekanan gue sendiri supaya gue bisa buktiin kalau gue itu jadi salah satu pemain terbaik. Perasaan gue di Kuala Lumpur gak nyangka, bener-bener gak nyangka itu mimpi gue sebelum main itu jadi juara, tapi jadi kenyataan. Dan sekarang kayak udah cepet banget gitu, merasa udah cepet banget, baru sulit banget sih, kayak udah lega aja gitu loh. Gue ngangkat kemarin tuh piala 21 kilo tuh bener gak kuat, dan pas kemarin tuh gue pas juara itu ngangkat dengan spontan tuh gue kuat gitu loh, gue angkat gitu loh.
Wih. Yang pastinya kita mau juara yang kedua kalinya. Kita mau pertahanin titel global champion kita, walaupun ini PMPL berbeda dengan PMCO, tapi kita mau keras yang ini juga. Itu seneng banget sih, gue sampai nggak expect gue bisa juara kayak gitu. Bahkan orang-orang sih banyak yang bilang Bigetron nggak bakal juara. Ya, nothing is impossible.
Halo?
Assalamualaikum. Apa kabar Pak Kapten?
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Aduh. Woi. Pak Lukman, apa kabar orang Semarang?
Iya. Untuk di Semarang itu alhamdulillah sehat semua. Ya, karena anjuran pemerintah kita semua jalankan sehingga
Jadi kita ambil hikmahnya ya, di tengah pandemi ini anak-anak masih bisa bertanding, masih bisa membuktikan yang terbaik buat negara.
Iya, betul.
Keberhasilan itu kekompakan, ya kan? Nah, kalau orang tuanya kompak, anaknya kompak, ya berhasil. Nah, coba kemarin orang tuanya nggak kompak, ada satunya nggak kompak. Ya.
Itulah.
Iya kan?
Anak-anak kan lagi bertanding nih.
Itu dukungan kita harus penuh. Ya.
Ini kita dada-dadanya nggak kayak anak lain ini tadi. Assalamualaikum, I love you, Beterwin.
Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum.
BTRI.
Beterwin.
Bangsat lu. Udah danjal perut gue toh.
Ketika lu nanya ke semua player mau jadi apa, mau jadi terbaik sedunia. Dan kalau mereka nggak mencapai tingkat ke World League atau globalnya, mereka nggak bakal menjadi juara dunia. Jadi menurut gua, ini adalah stepping stone terakhir, ultimate goalnya dari semua pemain PUBG Mobile di competitive scene. Memang udah semua lampu tuh udah kayak tertuju ke arah Bigetron Red Alien. Sekarang kan BTR ini tim yang sekarang lagi megang gelar juara dunia nih untuk di scene-nya PUBG Mobile. Jadi dengan firepower-nya mereka, gameplaynya mereka, tauntingnya mereka ketika menang, terus gaya interview mereka ketika ditanya. Jadi memang ini sebuah tim yang unik, sangat-sangat unik. Cok, diem cok, lagi interview. Kita siap.
Hey, this is Imperium from the PMWL East. Shout out to every single team, player, and talent in the PMWL West. You are all doing an amazing job. But for me, gotta be the one and only, King of the Power. They're gonna win. They're gonna come out on top. Let's get it.
Hello guys, my name is Leonardo and my favorite team on PUBG Mobile World League is Loops from Brazil. Go Loops and congratulations Carlinha.
Hey, I am Saib Banik. I am from West Bengal, India. I support TSM entity. Jonathan, अब तो टपाटप देना ही पड़ेगा.
Hello, my name is Rohit. I am from Nepal and my favorite team is TSM entity. Johnny टपाटप देनेगा.
My name is Muhammad Abdul Rafi. I am from Pakistan and I support freestyle. Hashtag FSOP, hashtag BabaOP, and my favorite player is FS Baba. Love you.
My name is Erangel Motishim and I am supporting Team Freestyle Pakistan in PUBG Mobile World League East. Team Freestyle for the win. Inshallah, Team Freestyle will win.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Hamza from Pakistan. I am supporting my Team Freestyle. Please don't panic. Be confident and focus on chicken dinner. Thank you.
Hi, I am Arif from Malaysia and I support Yudu Gang and Team Secret. Yudu Gang and Team Secret for the win.
Hello, I am Iftekhar. I am from Bangladesh. I support BTR in this PUBG Mobile World League. BTR number 1.
Hi guys, my name is Jayesh Gaikwad. I support Orange Rock. Scout OP. इस बार ट्रॉफी घर ले आना. Orange Rock OP.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Khizrayat. I am from Pakistan and I am supporting my team Freestyle and my favorite player is Scout OP.
Hello guys, my name is Ilir and I come from Kosovo and I support the most aggressive team in the world, that is RRQ Athena. So RRQ, got the crown back.
Oh my friend, I am IBS Suhail and I am supporting Team Freestyle. Rock Team Freestyle, yes!
Hello everyone, my name is Jason Gautam and I am from Nepal and I support Team BCDE for this PMWL and my favorite player is BTR Joxy.
Hi, I am Nishant from Ludhiana, Punjab and I support Team Orange Rock. Scout, Mavi, Kill, Viru. Go guys, kill it and be the world champion. OROP.
My name is Chaitanya Surudya and my favorite team is TSM entity. Johnny Malum Natta, part of the India OP boys.
Hello everyone, my name is Pankaj Sairawat and I am from New Delhi, India and I support the Indian team Orange Rock. I hope they become the winner of PMWL 2020. Orange Rock Scout OP rocks.
Hello, my name is Rohal Shah and I am from India and I support Orange Rock and I hope India brings the trophy this time. Orange Rock for the win.
Assalamu alaikum. I am from Pakistan and I support Team FS Freestyle for the win.
Hey guys, this is Sarish Roy from India and my favorite team from the tournament PMWL is Orange Rock Esports and my favorite player mostly is Scout and wish that Orange Rock gets the most kills and dominate the tournament as per their abilities, and best wishes for them. And I wish that they could take every chicken dinner and they could at least play well to get to the top 16 and win this tournament.
Damaging down goes George. That's a confirmation. Instantly switches to the 16.
Really could be. Let's see if they go to the engagement. Seeking sport out. Oh, big shot.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0. I sure as hell hope you enjoyed your day off because now we have more PUBG Mobile action coming your way for the next 2 days as we get into our second week of League Play. I'm Jason Kaplan here. I'm going to be the host and I can't do this job without some other people to help support me. And by support, I mean carry me. We got Seven Worlds Gaming. We got Glitter Explosion coming in. Glitter, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm ready to get into our second week of League Play. How are you, Jason?
I'm feeling better now. I was a little groggy in rehearsals. I had my coffee. I'm ready to go. Plus, I get to see Seven's beautiful face yet again.
Thank you, bro. Yeah, I can see a different vibe on you. I like this, Jason.
It was definitely better than what I said about your face earlier on. But also, we guys have some things going on in terms of social media. You guys can hit us up. Just tweet over to Esports PUBGM. Use the hashtag PMWL, and maybe, just maybe, and no, Seven, you can't do this. You're already featured enough on the show. Maybe you at home can be featured, and we can actually read your tweets and obviously see what you guys have to show. And speaking of that, one person I guess who can make it on the show, it's gonna be Mustache Dave, as he was praying for the games today. We can see here he's praying for the good circles, and you know what? I think they might be happening. I have to say, I didn't know Dave had such nice quads, Glitter.
I'm impressed with the whole fit that Dave's got going on right now. Man's got style.
He's got style. He's got
shorts
looks
on.
He's got hair. What doesn't he have? Except, I guess, maybe a beard, since he only has the mustache. But let's take a look at the format. Like we said before, we're into our second week of league play. And if you haven't joined us in the first week, well, this is what it means. We had 2 days of opening matches that led into seeding for our 5 groups to figure out where all the teams are going to go, since they're playing with other teams from other regions. Then during the league play of 2 days, we'll find our top 16 teams to move into the Super Weekend. And the important thing to note here is that the points reset every week in league play, but in the Super Weekend, the points do not reset. So all the 16 teams who made it through into the first Super Weekend will keep those points and get themselves one step closer to qualifying for the league finals, which span across 4 days of exciting action. Seven, honestly, from what we saw from the first Super Weekend, there are teams that are mortal. It's not like every team put up some insane numbers. Yeah, we had a couple teams cross the 200-point threshold, but there were some big names sitting at the bottom.
Yep, Kanina Power, Nova Esports, those teams that we kind of expected them to do a little bit better, didn't do so well. But the good thing about this league play week number 2 is that everybody's going to go ahead and start at 0 points. Anybody has a chance to go ahead and qualify to Super Weekend. So I'm going to be seeing some of those teams that didn't qualify for the last Super Weekend hopefully step it up and try to actually make it into the second Super Weekend.
Honestly, I would love to see that, because that means that if you're Kanina Power and you don't re-qualify, you're just sitting there biting your nails wondering how many points we're going to have to catch up on going into the third Super Weekend. And speaking of points, let's see how teams even earn them across these 3 weeks of play. And you can see here, Glitter, 20 points for a chicken dinner, but more importantly, the 1 point per kill.
Absolutely, more importantly, the 1 point per kill. I think we're going to be talking about this a lot over the next couple weeks, but we have seen how beneficial and how important that 1 point per kill really is, especially for the likes of Loops. For teams like B4 Esports, when we watched them all over the Super Weekend, they weren't able to get that chicken dinner, but their consistency and their aggression, those kill points, paid off huge in their overall standings for them.
100%. We're going to be seeing those, I think, coming up tomorrow. We're going to take a look at the prize pool, though, right? We want to see, what are these guys playing for? What's the bucks on the line? Well, it's a 425,000 of them, Seven.
Ooh, yeah, and you want to go ahead and do good in league play because you want to make it to Super Weekend. This is why, man, I love this format. I know we said it over and over again, but this is one of the best formats out there because every day counts, every match definitely counts. So any team that's used to maybe go ahead and starting a little bit slow, they need to go ahead and step it up because you can get a chance at winning $50,000 if you're getting first place just from the Super Weekend alone, and then you get a chance to qualify and win $100,000.
Yeah, there's like over 150
grand. That's a lot of money.
I don't think we even calculated out how much you can win if you take the MVP, if you take first place in finals, if you take first place in league play, and if you take first place every time in the Super Weekend. But you mentioned before, you mentioned Cloud9, right? How teams that start out slow have to adapt their style. And Cloud9, they came out so strong in the first Super Weekend, Seven.
Yeah, something that we even got to mention with even when we did an interview with him is how well they were able to perform right off the bat. Maybe they had a game that was off a little bit, but they were able to go ahead and adjust right away to it and be able to be consistent as well. We saw those teams, Cloud9, especially in PMPL Americas, they start super slow. So it's good to see teams like that just start off hot and continue to maintain that.
Well, not to mention for themselves and to get themselves into league finals, but maybe to get nominated for a PUBG Mobile Esports Awards 2020. We still have a couple of days left. The 21st and the 22nd will close out. You can vote for your favorite stars, and then 64 lucky people will be chosen randomly to play with the most popular players of the PUBG Mobile World League Season 0. So if you guys are out there watching, you want to play the likes of Beowulf, you want to play maybe with Zuxi and Luxy, get your votes in, and you definitely have your chance to do just that. But now we need to start talking about some teams here, right? And we're going to have to start off on maybe a slightly negative note because we are going to be talking about the bottom 4 teams off the bat here, Glitter. KHK Esports, this team struggled, though did improve from day 1 to day 2 and did have time to sit back, watch the Super Weekend, hopefully for their sake, review their own demos and really start to improve.
Absolutely took the words right out of my mouth. So KHK Esports was actually in dead last coming out of our league play portion of our first week. Now, when looking at some of their numbers, they were averaging about a 12th place finish overall. They did end up having one good game for them. It was a 3rd place, but even in that game, they only ended up with 1 kill. So this is a team that hopefully has been working on their aggression while they've had the downtime not playing in the Super Weekend. They also had some bad drops in some of the games that resulted in them going out very early on. Have they adjusted those drops? Have they maybe tried to work around teams that they might come into contact with? But like you said, to be fair to them, they did only have, I believe it was 9 points on day 1 of league play, and then they were able to get that up to 20 points on day 2. So they are clearly capable of having better games and having stronger performances. Are they able to pull that momentum into this week and then hopefully have a better showing here on day 1 of week 2?
And I think that's really important how you mentioned they got 9 points day 1, 20 points day 2, so that's 29 points overall. The bubble was 53 points, and we've seen teams easily get 20 to almost 30 points, if not even more actually, with some of the teams out there in one game alone. So you have to imagine if they just had that one chicken dinner, would they have been going through another team being dropped out? I think that's something that's going to be on the back of their minds, and hopefully for their sake, not haunting them as they move through into the second week of league play. Now 7, another team we're going to have to talk about, it's going to be SWAT 69, because this is yet another team who is in the bottom 4 that didn't make it through.
Yeah, and the reason why we want to go ahead and focus on them is because everybody starts at 0 during the league play here. And something I actually want to go ahead and mention in regards to SWAT 69 is that on the day 1 of week 1 of league play, they ended up with 13 kills. And then in day 2, they ended up with 29 kills. And not only that, they were able to get a 2nd place with 4 kills and a 3rd place with 3 kills. And I think those games were huge for them. As we're seeing that highlight there between Tempo Storm and SWAT 69, I feel like that is huge as well. I wonder if today they're going to go ahead and try to challenge them again, because they're currently on a 1-1. Tempo Storm has won 1 engagement there in Pochinki, and SWAT 69 has also won another one there. And as we're seeing some of the other stats here, damage done, 594 damage per game. Received, they tend to receive a lot more damage. And something as I was just looking at different stats here in regards to SWAT 69, their best player so far is King, and he has 3 kills, about 1,000 damage, and they have only used so far 29 smoke grenades and only about 6 grenades overall in the first week of league play. So I want to go ahead and see them step it up a lot more, and I think we will be able to if they're able to maintain or if they're able to stay alive a little bit more towards the end of the game.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, for them, they had 46 points overall. And again, the bubble was 53. They were 7 points behind. Again, that's just one different placing of the game. That's just a couple more kills picked up across your team in some of these matches, and they could have been a team moving on forward into our very first Super Weekend. But they're going to be playing catch-up. They still are not that far behind points. I mean, Konita Power isn't sitting that pretty at the bottom of the table within our first Super Weekend. But one team that is sitting pretty, it's got to be Loops Esports. This team had 0 chicken dinners overall in the Super Weekend, but Glitter, that didn't matter.
Honestly, it didn't matter at all for them, and I'm really, really excited that we get to continue touching on Loops and their overall playstyle. We're actually going to be jumping on board, starting off the highlights with Carrillo, who I think is somebody that Seven and I will both touch on many, many times throughout this. But like you said, Loops ended up getting 3rd place overall with 0 chicken dinners. Now, they were able to get 2 chicken dinners during the league play of week 1, but then they ended up with none in the Super Weekend. However, it barely mattered because they ended up with 179, 180 points, where 90 of those points were from kills, and this is when we're talking about how important those kill points are. Loops very much uses that to their advantage and their strong ability to push compounds and take out other teams, Seven.
Yeah, and I think going based on that, as you mentioned, I think it's huge that you mentioned that they didn't get any chicken dinners and they were still able to be in first place. And it goes to show just how insane this team is in regards to just points, being able to get points by kills. And just some of the stats that I want to go ahead and notate here is Loops thrown 135 grenades in 3 days. They ended up with 59 grenade kills, and they also ended up being the team with the most smoke grenades with 35 smoke grenades used in the Super Weekend alone. I think those stats right there goes to show that this team is able to go ahead and use all of their utilities to their advantage. We've seen them over and over again. We even saw a split as we were just showing Vikendi. We saw them just pushing smart, not being so overly aggressive of the likes of Footballists. We saw Footballists kind of getting bit in the butt a little bit of times there for being too aggressive. Well, guess what? Loops is able to just be patient, wait for somebody to get knocked, and as soon as they get that other team that they're hurting, that they're fighting against, they're just gonna go ahead and rush in and go for the kill. And we see them do that over and over again as we're seeing them here, just pretty much clutch places. And the thing that Loops has here that a lot of teams I feel like they don't have quite yet is they have clutch players. They have clutch players in Carrillo, they have clutch players in Dadin, and at one point, I think it was Miramar, I think it was this match right here, when we saw Carrillo against, I believe, 4 players at the end. That was like the final fight, and we're like, damn, he could still clutch this. You want to become that player where we still think, hey, even if you got everything going up against you, you can still clutch this. That's some amazing assets to have for that team.
And you know what's crazy about this is we talk about consistency being key when it comes to playing here, especially across how many matches you have to play. I looked at some of their numbers here. I'm going to be a little bit of a nerd with the glasses on talking about it. In league play, they averaged like a 7.2 or 7. I'm going to give you like the hard number, 7.25 placing. So around 7th place, right? In the Super Weekend, 8 matches compared to 15, they finished off at 7.3 as their average ranking. So really close, so pretty much sitting around 7th at average pace. And then going into kills, they averaged 6.5 kills a game in the league play. Again, 8 matches only. They averaged 6.06 coming into the Super Weekend across 15 matches. Like, we talk about consistency in this team, yeah, no chicken dinners, but they're still pulling off relatively similar numbers across the board here for them, and that is insane to see out of a team. And we're going to find out if they can do it yet again today as we're going to take a look at our schedule. Things have shifted up just a little bit here. Things are getting a little bit warmer as we will be having Erangel as one of the 2 maps being played the entire time. And you can see here the other, oh, now we're not on the schedule. We're going to groups instead, actually. We'll talk about the schedule a little bit later on. I'm going to just tease you what the other map's going to be. Let's take a look at Group A, Wildcard Gaming, Dream Eaters, Team Umbra, and KHK Esports 7.
Yeah, for me, I think it's going to go ahead and be KHK. We just talked about them. I want to go ahead and see just perform well. We know that team can actually get better placing, and you don't want to be at the last of the leaderboard once again going into the 2nd week of league play here. So that's one team that I'm going to be looking at closely. And then you have the Beast, Dream Eaters, Wildcard. Umbra have actually performed pretty well and pretty consistent in certain instances. So overall, a great team, a great group.
Oh, 100%. And let's take a look at Group B, another great group of teams that we're going to see coming through. Kanina Power. Oh, maybe I got to take a step back here and talk about great teams. They were great in league play. I'll give them that and the opening weekend. Let me see Headquarters, Team Unique, and Udo Killers, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think Konina Power is a team that we still need to be talking about, though. Like you said, they had a very strong showing during the league play portion of last week and then kind of fell off throughout the entire Super Weekend. They did pick it up a little bit in the 3rd day, but just not enough and not even comparable to the performance that we had seen during their league play portion. So I'd like to see what they can do this week and kind of see how that shakes out. But also Udo Killers, they were at the very bottom qualifying in for our Super Weekend, and they ended up having a much better showing than what they had during the league play in the Super Weekend. So watching out for them as well.
Definitely. Let's take a look now at Group C. Get that up on your screen so you guys at home can see it. Loops Esports, Team Queso, Nova Esports, and Yala Esports 7.
I think for me here is going to go ahead and be Nova Esports. They didn't have the best performance in Super Weekend, so I'm going to be hoping here that going into the 2nd week of league play, they're going to be able to use this just to maybe adjust a little bit, to try different strats, and that's something that I want to go ahead and see more out of them. I want to go ahead and see more third-partying out of that team. I'm not going to talk about Loops because we just talked about them, right? You heard enough about that. And then Team Queso is one of those teams that has underperformed. I want to see them do better. And Yala, it's like a hit or miss. Sometimes they win a game, and most of the time they end up being kicked first. So we'll see what happens with that.
Yeah, they even got a chicken dinner, if I'm not mistaken, with some pretty decent kills behind it in the Super Weekend. Let's take now a look at Group D and see what other teams are going to be joining the mix here. We've got Tempo Storm, Alpha Legends, Cloud9, and of course SWAT 69, another team we just talked about, Glitter.
Yeah, so for me, I think I'm definitely going to be looking at Tempo. Tempo had a very, very strong showing, especially right out the gate on both days of league play of last week, and then struggled a little bit in the Super Weekend. They still did well, it just definitely wasn't the same type of performance that we were used to out of Tempo Storm. So coming into week 2, really hoping that they can start off day 1 for league play incredibly strongly, especially on Erangel, and then also taking a look at Alpha Legends. I feel like they've just progressively gotten a little bit better every single day, and if they can continue that momentum coming into this week, they'll be setting themselves up very well for Super Weekend too.
Well, let's see our last and final group going to be joining us here. B4 Esports, Footballist, Pittsburgh Knights, and of course, last but not least, going to be Frag Machines here.
Such an insane group here with B4. B4 is going to hopefully be able to take advantage of this league play because they're going to be playing their favorite map, Sanhok, a lot more. Then you got Footballers. Footballers went from week 1 league play averaging 5 kills or so, and then going into the Super Weekend and being able to step it up to over, I think it was 7 kills per game. And then you have Pittsburgh Knights, one team that was actually kind of quiet that we didn't think was going to go ahead and qualify to Super Weekend. Well, guess what? They ended up qualifying to Super Weekend, and one of the players that we seen kind of just being super quiet, Sixless, was able to step it up, and he ended up getting 21 kills in that Super Weekend. So hopefully that's one team I'm going to be looking at. Can their fraggers go ahead and continue to have good performances? Because every single time their fraggers do good for Pittsburgh Knights, everybody else steps it up and they're able to kind of be in contention a little bit more.
Well, teams also have to remember, right? It's only 2 days, not 3 anymore. It's only 8 matches because you have to sit out a match every day. So if you are going to perform, you better do it right off the bat. And let's see what our schedule does hold for us. I talked about things getting a little bit warmer, and you can see exactly why. We're going to have Sanhok now in the mix instead of a Kendi. So going Erangel, going Sanhok, Erangel yet again. And I can't stress how important it is to have Erangel as one of those maps that you can perform on and perform well. We talked about B4 Esports. We talked about Dream Eaters. You know, B4 saying Sanhok's their best map. This might be the perfect week for them to qualify into the Super Weekend, Glitter. I would assume they should be able to make it yet again.
Yeah, and I'm a big B4 fangirl, so I'm excited to see how B4 does this entire week. They are sitting out on this first Erangel map.
Right?
But they are sitting on the first Erangel map, so they do have a little bit of time to kind of plan how they're going to come in strong with Sanhok being their very first map playing, so I'm excited to see how that goes.
Okay, well, it's time to get into one of my favorite parts of the show. We're into our prediction game here between all the talents. And Seven, we are going to start things off with you. And my favorite part of this is that you can't argue with me anymore because we have to make sure to keep it the way we want to for everything to line up perfectly. So I love that. Seven, who do you have to take match number 1?
Viewers don't get to see this yet, but we're 2 points away from the leaderboard.
Yeah, for now.
Place. I'm hunting you down, boy. I'm going with Cloud9. They've been so consistent in Erangel that I think they're going to go ahead and be able to continue that. And also, Adder has been just absolutely insane lately. Great addition for that team, so hopefully today they'll be able to pull that first chicken dinner.
Okay, Glitter, you're going to be coming up as number 2 here. Who's your prediction for match number 1?
So, I think I'm actually going to be going with Tempo Storm. Now, Tempo Storm might have struggled a little bit early on in the Super Weekend, but if we remember league play last week, the first 2 Erangel matches on both days, they came out of the gate and they won. And then towards the end of the Super Weekend that we just finished, they finally started to pick up their momentum again. This is a map they're comfortable on. It's a team that's incredibly good when they have a good day. So I'm hoping that they can help me out here, boys, because I've got a lot of faith in them for this first map.
She's going to be hoping SWAT69 doesn't hot drop Tempo Storm because they always end up losing at least one player. Cross your fingers. And before we get Jason's pick, go ahead and tweet at Esports PUBGM and do hashtag PMWL because we might feature some of your guys' predictions. So let us know. Who do you guys think is going to win? How about you, Jason? Who you got?
Well, I'm going to have to go about the team we talked about before, and it's a team that's going to surprise everyone out there that I'm choosing. Or not really. It's going to be Loops Esports. I mean, they might not take the chicken dinner, but I'm going to call it now. We're going to see 15 kills out of them, and they're going to place extremely high. I'm going to call it. I'm going to stake almost all my points on that one, and we'll check in with you guys after our first match to break down everything that went down in Erangel. Don't look at me like that, Seven. Come on, have a little bit more faith in me. I know you're 2 points behind, but you're going to be about 30 points behind after this. But you guys at home, we still have giveaways going on the entire time during the World League. We have the lucky draw going on. As long as you're watching within the game, within the Esports Center, you have a chance to win some limited time outfits. So make sure you guys are watching over there as well. You got Twitch, you got YouTube, you got so many different ways to watch it. And right now, we have 2 other people to come into the show for you to watch at home. We've got Inverum and Cameron Davis going to be joining us back yet again. I got to start off by talking to you, Inverum. Well, we had a day off. We had our Super Weekend wrap up. What was your overall thoughts about how the first weekend went?
definitely think there were some surprises in there. Like the fact that a team like Loops can continue to perform, like you talked about, game over game and not win once, but still be up there for contention. But also the fact that teams came in like Dream Eaters, like before, who were crushing some of the maps we hadn't really seen yet. Like that's so cool to me. The idea that a team can win not only back-to-back chicken dinners on a day, but back-to-back maps across days. Like how much better those teams have trained on those maps. That's the kind of stuff I love to see, because we talk about the idea of specialists sometimes, teams that really practice and grind a specific map. And like maybe we're going to see more of that. Maybe teams need to watch for that. That was super cool.
And that's what's an interesting point for me, Cameron, is the fact that we do have another map being added in, Vikendi being taken out. If Sanhok is a map you're not that strong on, this could be you potentially not make it into the second super weekend.
Yeah, and Sanhok is a very, very difficult map to be consistent. I think, I haven't run the full numbers on it, but I think it's the least consistent map even for the teams that have been the best at it. So while... yeah, I think this is going to be a very, very chaotic week of qualifying for the Super Weekend.
I'm excited to see it, to be honest. I love the chaos. Let's get our predictions going, though. Cameron, since you were the last to talk, I'm going to make you go first here in our prediction game. Okay. You know, in rehearsals, you said Team Queso. I'm not sure you're going to pick this time, though.
No, this time it's gonna be Cloud9. I believe it was 7 that said it, that they're just so consistent on Erangel. They did slow down on Erangel and in general towards the end of the weekend on Sunday, but I still think they're the best overall, and I think they're the best pick before we can really see how the teams are feeling on this new day.
Okay, I like that. That's a really safe pick. I respect it. And Viram, I'm looking at you. I'm feeling like
funny.
You're going to say Cloud9 as well.
Twitter actually outlined some good points, Jason. I actually think I'm going to be in agreement here. I look back to the league play from group number 1. I look at how well they performed. They won game number 1 both days on Erangel, and they performed pretty well on it during the Super Weekend. They got a chicken dinner, albeit on Sanhok, so hopefully that momentum overall can carry over. I'm going with Tempo.
Okay, so Tempo Storm being picked up for you, Cloud9 picked up for you, Cameron Davis, and we're going to be dropping now into our very first match here of our second week of league play. Why don't you two gentlemen take us into it?
Thank you so much, Jason, and thanks to everyone tuning in at home. The very first game of week number 2. Who is going to qualify for our second Super Weekend? That's the question here, because there's some of these teams, Cameron, you know, week number 1 rolled around. They didn't perform as well as they wanted to. We're watching from the sidelines as that Super Weekend unfolded before us last few days. If you are one of those teams at the bottom, this is your opportunity. I would say your obligation to step up.
Yeah, I'm really curious on how those teams at the bottom, KHK being one that comes to mind, that how in the world they're going to be managing, considering that, as you mentioned, they didn't play the entire weekend. Is that rest going to help them? I hope that they spent that time studying, but then there's always the idea of are they going to be as warmed up? I'm sure they've been playing, but it's not going to be to the same level of play as the teams that were actually competing the final 3 days. And I think that those teams at the bottom, in order to qualify, I really hope that they go into this first match intentionally brazen, intentionally aggressive. Because even if they go out, I don't know, maybe increasing your heart rate, increasing your adrenaline is the best way to get fully warmed up compared to just trying to snake around and trying to play the macro game. Because the macro game is important, but when it comes down to when you're actually in those fights, you have to be able to win those.
And I think that's sort of the thing we can talk about, is the idea, not only just getting your heart rate up, but getting involved. Like, Loops is where they are because they get involved. You know, Pittsburgh Knights, we talked about, they were always able to sort of make it into those final circles, but, it was doing well for them in terms of placement points, but they could be doing so much better. They unleashed that aspect of their game over the last, I would say, day and a half of the Super Weekend, suddenly adding in, they talk about the idea that Sixless is waking up, folks are getting involved, they're starting to get those kills in as well. Kills and fights are such an important part of this game. Yes, battle royales are about survival, but when it comes to PUBG Mobile, your shot is what's going to make or break your name. And the reason a lot of these players have made it here is because they're putting up montages onto YouTube or whatever. They're out there streaming. That's the kind of stuff I want to see. I want to see people make a name for themselves. I want to see tomorrow's stars, and it needs to start today. But overall, though, I think this is going to be interesting. Obviously, day number 1 on Erangel is, always going to be fun, because a lot of these teams, again, they've been watching from the sidelines if they're coming in not in the top 16 before, didn't play in the Super Weekend, but now they're basically going to be saying, all right, look, do we try and contest some of these top teams that have been playing and practicing, or do we have to totally rethink our strategy going into this? Because clearly whatever was happening, what was going on to start things off in that first week isn't, going right for them here. We'll see if they're going to be able to change that around. And a team that definitely is going to need to change something to their favor, of course, is Konina Power. Konina Power did not have the super weekend I think a lot of us were expecting. They definitely were I would say underperforming. I would say underperforming is the right word. I mean, finishing up the super weekend in 16th place. Top 4 was the highest they finished across any single day. I mean, the last day of play, there's entire days where they only picked up a handful of kills, if that. So we'll see if they're going to be able to continue that trend, or if they're going to be able to shake things up, because they were a team that we were so hyped about during the original days of opening play. I mean, Konina Power finished 7th on the leaderboard, still actually 2nd being the top place when they were able to finish there, almost rounding out that day. It appears that, unfortunately, Cameron has, through the powers of the internet, I've lost him, but that's okay. I'm going to continue to solo cast right on through this. I'm sure we'll be getting him back in just a second, making sure that he can help me lock this down, because, I can get hype. I can talk about these sick plays, but I need my expert analyst by my side to continue on with that. So hopefully we get Cameron back in the action here in just a second. But again, another one of these teams that I really want to talk about, of course, has to be Yala and Cameron. Cameron, are you back, dear sir? Do I have you? You're on your own. Thank you. Oh, thank goodness. I'm solo casting up a storm over here. Nobody wants to hear that. It's okay. Nah, I'm just talking about some of these teams that need to step up today. Teams like Konina Power, teams like Yala Esports, teams like Uter Killers, who we know, I think, we've seen those moments of brilliance. We know they have the potential to step up and do it, but we just need to see it consistently more today. And you talked about it, an idea of a map like Sanhok, it being so hard to play so consistently on a map that is small, that is chaotic, that third parties, fourth parties, block parties, they are so likely to break out at any given point just because of the sheer scale of the map here. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that. And let me know when you've been able to get everything back up and running.
Oh, no, I'm back. Watching Luke live right now. Yeah.
Yeah, buddy!
Woo! We're in. We're in. And looking at the players alive, looking at the teams alive, I did not miss a thing. So, good to go. It's perfect. I don't know exactly what you said, so I apologize if I'm going to repeat something to the viewers, but teams rotate into the circle. Let's go.
Let's go. No, you basically just heard me talking about some of these teams, again, that were on the cusp in day number 1 / did not perform over the super weekend that I really need to see step up. And even just the idea that teams that performed well in league play, that doesn't necessarily even transfer to the super weekend, which is so interesting to me. So we'll see how that goes, and the idea of momentum, of course, being a thing here. I know that's something that's kind of not a taboo subject in battle royales, but the idea that, just because you do well in one game, and a lot of other esports, it would potentially transfer over, but battle royales, because of the nature of the beast, every game is so different, despite that it's on the same map, you can't even necessarily have that conversation quite the same way.
Well, actually, I can talk about that in a second, because right now, Konina Power, they're trying to defend this push, and Konina, this is a team that really let a lot of us down, but already at the start get some good damage. And Axers seems to be in a little bit of trouble, but all of his teammates have really good high ground. Ulysses is trying to go for a good grenade. That seems spot on. Ooh. How are the rest of Konina gonna adjust from this? Because Ulysses is going on the aggressive push to secure the kill, and that's a second knock against Konina in the distance.
Wow, what a play from Ulysses here. Don't tie this man to the mast. Unleash him. Get him out there. As Uter Killers is able to pick up first blood here on Erangel, and now is looking back on board with Konina Power, stuck between a rock and a hard place. Tempo Storm on one side, Uter Killers on another. Oh my goodness, if you're Rob and the crew, this is not an ideal situation. Tixie, oh no, HH24. Internet's feeling crispy today, boys. Getting those.
Oh my God!
He doesn't miss! He doesn't miss! Oh my God.
Someone stop this man. I mean, just that angle. Ridiculous. And Spec certainly helped as well on that final player. But just that is why we've talked about this before. You and I know specifically. I don't remember which game it was on, but we have talked how much we hate those plateaus there. if you have
it's the overlook. It's the overlook, but so oftentimes it ends up being your own demise. It's a bait.
If Cognita Power wanted to hold them, they should have put at least 2 people in that compound. And we didn't see what was happening before Uter Killers arrived. Maybe they were getting ready to send 2-2, maybe even 3-1. But the minute Axer gets taken out by Ulysses, their entire security on that position is gone. Very unfortunate that Tempo, specifically HH2, was also in position to execute on them and take advantage of it. And even though it was sort of like the worst situation to think of, that is a perfect illustration on how vulnerable you are on that overlook spot.
And yes, chat, I want to acknowledge Tenza did end up picking up the kill there, but it just goes to show the power of the team shooting from Tempo Storm. There's a reason that I picked Tempo Storm for game number 1.
Even if you didn't,
who cares?
Still had like such a good angle.
Oh yeah, no, it was beautiful. I mean, Tempo Storm was perfectly lined up for that. They heard the shots, they came in. A little bit of third-party action. I don't know who exactly was the next up at the door, trick or treat or whatever it was with Uter Killers and Tempo Storm. All I know is that Cognita Power, a team that we were really looking to step up today and harken us back to week number 1, is going to have to do it in game number 2, Cameron.
Yeah, I don't know what happened between the qualification and PMWL, or even opening weekend, and then league play. It seems to be a completely different Cognita Power. The circle shift is going to be, we can call it a hard shift towards the east, but it doesn't really affect too many people because it's mostly just getting rid of the water on the west. And you can see there's a lot of area there that no one was really in on the west side because it just kind of sucks. So I think most players are just going to be chilling around, but I already like that we're seeing a little bit of separation, a little bit of area control being established, not just by Tempo Storm, but you see Cloud9 and Case trying to do similar things. I think teams are realizing that you can't just all huddle up in one compound and expect to perform well over the course of multiple games. You really have to fight for that map control.
And I think that's so important to talk about because now that we've seen enough games coming out, we can start to see the trends, see the patterns, see the ebbs and flows of the water. In this case, we can just see Loops getting kills. That's a whole other conversation. Team, I'm on a track here. Loops, gosh, so rude, Loops, with your need to get points and win the video game. How dare you? I was going to make a comment about how you rotate around and how C9 always comes from the west and Wildcard is up to the north, but can they use the elevation to their advantage? Gosh, Loops, these guys, what are they doing?
Headquarters, they had a couple of moments in that they almost dropped Becker to try and get a trade. And I like how they've been adjusting their player's position in this engagement. But they already lost one, and they need to make a decision. Is this something that is worthwhile to commit to? I'm looking on the major map, and they're quite isolated. But they're just going to have hilltops overlooking a compound, and other teams might start to get a little curious, a little interested if this might last a little longer than it is currently. And I think, Headquarters, they're going to be backing off. They don't want to stick around for this. Moments didn't come their way. If they got a knock against Becker or any other member of Loops, then we could see a full fight breaking out, but instead they just had their scout find a better compound for them to hold out in for phase 2, and they're going to go there.
Look, you know what? If I'm a team and I'm playing here in the PUBG Mobile World League and I'm thinking to myself, you know what, fam? You know what fight I want to take? I want to take a 3v4 against Loops Esports. That's the play that's the kind of day that I want to have.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, what is it? What's the trope when you go to jail? You just got to go in and hit the biggest guy.
Yeah,
it kind of sucks when the biggest guy hits you first.
Yes. It's assert dominance over the server. I don't think it quite works like that, especially here on the first day of week number 2. But I appreciate the thought. No, I think that was definitely the right call there from HQ. Back up, reset, cut your losses, because it's unlikely that is a fight you are going to win. Another team, though, I love the fact that, thank you so much to our lovely observer team, profiling all these squads that have been down towards the bottom of the leaderboards who we've been looking towards to step up. Nova, of course, being one of that team, they were in last place. Dead last. I mean, dead last. Day 1 and 2 of the Super Weekend. They had like 2 kills the first day.
Wasn't great.
Not exaggerating. Not a great day. But this is a team that we know can do well in these situations, but they just, for some reason, it wasn't coming together. Hopefully the day off, the little bit of the mental reset, the shift for them in mentality, okay, we're back into league play. It's not a super weekend. Maybe that'll help them because they're definitely going to need it here because, of course, a little biased towards these NA teams, you know.
Yeah. This is a shift.
Boy.
I'm going to cut your point off because we need to quickly touch upon
Move it along, Cameron. Move it along.
This before. This time around, there are better opportunities for teams on the outskirts. I think previous time we saw a shift similar to this. It was on the next phase, and so teams were more locked into the Rozhok school area, but already you're seeing teams rotating clockwise and counterclockwise to try and come in from the side. This is a good opportunity for Wildcard and 69 to get some kills on rotating Cloud9, Queso, HQ, and Loop should be following up after that. That's on the west side. On the east side, it's going to be a lot of bridges around that area the teams will be fighting over, so we might see some early clashing, which will be important because there's so much open area in this. You want to try and thin out the herd the best you can. Umbra here, getting into vehicles. They're just barely inside the circle, but the rotation might be a little late for them. I wouldn't be surprised to see them resign themselves to edge play and then push in the next phases. Same here with the Uber Killers.
I think just playing around Sunken there might be the play, trying to catch anybody. They're already late, but maybe there's a chance there's going to be teams that are even later than they are because this is what's happening when teams are trying to take these, these bridges at this point. Teams are already in position to camp this. Unique's actually in a really good spot here. They've got the optics, they've got the angles. So we're watching Team Unique. Team Unique, of course, a squad that I'm actually a big fan of. But unfortunately, they're kind of like a mid-2000s Katy Perry's track. They're just kind of hot and cold. You know what I mean? They're not one or the other. You know what I mean? They need to just go full lava. Not the floor is lava. They need to play like hot fire today because, oh my goodness, they need to do stuff like this. They need to do what Uter Killers are doing. They're coming to play today. That's the second nade now from Uter Killers to start off a sick fight. And I didn't even get a chance to compliment that first nade, too. Cameron, it literally blew up the door he was trying to run through. It's like, you're not going to go through here. Come to me instead. The loving embrace of death.
Yeah, they're speed running this stuff, but for Unique over here, you called them out. The thing that I was worried about was Nova seemed to be arriving. Their scout took this compound. Unique were not ready, prepared for it, and here is the rest of the team. AZ goes aggressive and takes a lot of damage, but now this hill is compromised. How can they focus on punishing people crossing the bridge when by doing so, they could easily reveal their backs to Nova, who are behind hard cover. A knock goes in their favor against Frozen. Counter nades are coming out, trying to flash out AZ, but they're not taking him out in his mere presence. Okay, maybe going a little bit aggressive there, Starlight.
Ooh, yeah, Starlight getting picked up there, but AZ, the star of Nova Esports these last few days, is going to need to go clutch. Was able to reset the HP a little bit here. He's got the AKM. Can he find the angles? Memphis taking a decent amount of punishment as the rest of Nova Esports is going to try and push up the rise using the third-person mode to great advantage here. AZ needs to find the shots, needs to connect, but the teammate is there to help secure this. And now Memphis is just down in the back. He's kind of the last man standing. He sees everybody rotating around. His teammates are dead and gone. He's just got to try and survive. Oh, he's going to try and flee. Well, that's a gutsy play. And somehow it's working for 1 second longer. Run, Memphis, run!
Where can he even drive to? Because he's going directly into Alpha Legends, assuming Nova even let him get away. He's trying to make it to the water. Oh, no! Oh, the last second, a stray shot from HCL. I appreciate the attempt there. I don't think anyone would have been brave enough to do it. But alas, he does get taken out. Over here, though, it's going to be Loops versus Umbra Killer. This is what I said, rotating in on that west side, and the circle pulls away from them a little bit. Umbra in a really good spot to hold Loops out, but we know how good Loops are at pushing forward.
Yeah, I don't know what, did Team Umbra, change up their coffee brand or something? They're drinking some Mountain Dew this morning, getting some game fuel in their veins, because they're going off right now. They have already taken down Carrillo. I mean, this is Loops down, a pivotal member, top fragger to Umbra, who has not been hesitant to take kill after kill, fight after fight already here. So I got to give props. They've forced Loops back into a corner. They're going to reset a little bit here because they're going to play for the next zone, which is 100% the right call. So I love the fact that Umbra is showing that they're not afraid to get involved in these fights. Them and Uter Killers, both of these teams have been looking really solid so far. I mean, yeah, they don't have any kills to their name yet, but they're going at them. I got to give them props.
Yeah, and I like the play of leaving PRZ behind is a little bit of a trap. If Loops followed directly behind Umbra, he would have been in a good position to damage them. The way that Loops maneuvered, he didn't have the best angle, but it was still a really good play for what Loops could have done. He can easily follow up behind the rest of his team. But Yala, another team that we've seen some good things, we've seen some bad things from them, and they're trying to take over 69's position. Problems down. low HP, used the first aid kit, but now he only has bandages left. This could affect them. Luckily, they're on the north side, relatively isolated for now. Specify for now because HQ and C9 are crawling closer and closer, but they're hiding behind dips. They have a little bit of cover to play with.
Yeah, but I was just complimenting Team Umbra, and they're getting torn apart by Tempo Storm. But yes, that was a shot there that Yella probably shouldn't have missed, if I'm being honest. Player, speaking of things that aren't going to miss here, I think it's nades, and this one going into AZ. Uter Killers, oh my goodness, going up into Nova Esports. These two teams have already been getting involved in a lot of fights, and G-Fans here on the flank, trying to find the damage onto Ulysses. Almost! No, is able to find it, I think. Oh no, Ulysses barely survives. So close, oh my goodness, but that is the first member down from Uter Killers. Ulysses barely able to get himself out of that one. So much scrappy play already today. Cameron, Erangel is heating up.
Yeah. I'm gonna call Nova out. I think taking that position while they already had this nice compound here was a little on the over-aggressive side of things, especially after losing Starlight, and now they're gonna have to play with just 2 up. See how they can do from this position. But Tempo, they've been fighting in from the edge, and they've taken some losses, but they've been picking up more and more kills as well. HH24 is down. This, I think, is a crucial player to get revived for Tempo because we know how good he can be. But Sam, is he gonna let that happen? Only 1 kill for Wildcard. Haven't been playing too aggressive, but they're holding the edge. Tons of smoke, tons of utility come out from Tempo Storm in order to get that revive, and Wildcard, they're not pushing, so I think that's gonna happen. But over here, KHK pushing into Cloud9, the blue is pushing in onto them. Oh, look at all the grenades. All the grenades.
Oh my goodness, Tempo Storm not afraid to use some of this utility early on. They want to secure these kills. They want to secure these points. HH24 is going to get finished off in that fight, but another team I think might just get finished off right here. It is KHK trying to land the shots on the Bayo through the smoke. Can't quite get it done. Oh my goodness. The last player up standing, actually doing a lot of damage. Pyra and Bayo don't have a whole lot of HP to work with. They finally are able to take him down. So C9 able to eliminate KHK Esports, but the battle between Wildcard and Tempo still going back and forth. The hope of North America trying to take each other down at this point as Acer's pushing on in. Tempo hears the footsteps. He's got to cancel the revive. And that's Tempo Storm down. Wacer, the beautiful push. The audio cue can't save you. That was just solid play from Wildcard.
Yeah, I saw the opportunity. They knew they had 2 knocks, but Cloud9, they're still in a fight. Tons of rotations coming over the northeast side because of the circle shift, and they're in a good position now that they've healed themselves, and they still have 4 standing to pick up more and more kills. Wildcard, Slicky, what are they going to do? They, as you said, they already cleared out Tempo Storm, but the blue is pushing in onto them, and they're surrounded by loops who are actually pushing into them.
Yeah, but, I mean, Loops is also taking a little bit of damage pushing into this compound. Nadim was sort of the only one in there. Now the rest of Loops, a world of hurt. Becker's actually down. They were getting third-party shots somewhere here, but Slicky on the flank. I actually think this is a potential advantage here to Wildcard. Dadine is holding a fantastic angle in the stairwell. This is massive, so he's got a lot of intel. He can get both from the audio cues, but he's actually going to potentially try and push all the way around. Do it! Hear him coming! I should hear him coming! Hello! Dadine's like, yo, I'm a Slayer too! Get on my level 1 HP in a dream! It don't matter none! This is Loops Esports! This is Brazil! Get out of here! And Wildcard is gone!
I was wondering if he was going to do that exact same maneuver just a couple of moments earlier, but he waited to keep Wildcard on their toes to start the revive onto Sam. And then he said, I still have time. I still have time. I don't know if he started the player in the door, but just such an amazing play. And Wildcard just absolutely deleted. But Queso, Peter's trying to push into them. But again, the grenades are coming in hot. It's all under Matic right now, but Queso are flooding like a wave of molten hot cheese.
Oh no, that's a visual. It's perfect though. They just pretty much flawlessly took out Dream Eaters. I talked about the idea that the Dream is still alive. Not if you're a Dream Eaters fan. A couple of key grenades and a beautiful push from Ayala, and that was just it. And Ayala is also a player that we know can throw some sick grenades. So that's Team Queso stepping up. That's what we were looking to see here. Uter Killers is still getting involved. 3 kills to their name. They did take some fights, I think, over the course of this that didn't quite go their way as they're facing up into Alpha Legends now. A 1v1 here up against Rayman. Oh my goodness. Pocus. Oh.
Good play behind the rock by Rayman, but he just wasn't able to hit the shots when he took the peak. And now Uter Killers, they are still up, and they've picked up a good number of kills. Only 1 remaining. But over here, Loops. Harowski, it's also only 1 remaining. Didn't see what happened to them once they left that compound that they stole from Wildcard. But good kills for them as
What
well.
was
Now
that?
it's Yala.
What was that send? They had 2 players up and then they just threw a UAZ at him. All right, I'll take it. No, that was Yala knowing. I think once they got that first down, that Loops is already in a pretty rough position, able to capitalize there on that. But C9 is continuing the fight. You pick C9 going into this, Cameron. You got to be feeling pretty happy right now because they've got quite a few kills to their name and they are continuing to be a threat here. But now potentially facing up against Team Queso, another squad we just saw pull off a stellar execution with 5 teams left here up on the top of the hill. These last few circles have definitely been a lot more forgiving. There's a decent amount of cover to work with.
I think it's more just the cover is even across all the teams because it's still just trees and a little bit of grass, but it's not heavily favoring one team over the other. If you want to give it to one team, it's got to be Yala because they have the high ground, but Cloud9, even though they're on the low ground, the space around them is so much more free, and if they're able to recognize that, they can spread out and take map control. Hopefully they don't overextend, but even just setting up crossfires, having control of multiple trees to punish anyone walking into you is going to hurt, but what a grenade coming out from Marco. The follow-up Molotov should land good as well.
What's the kill feed? Just keeps on giving. That was 1 nade, 3 downs. Marco Polo, that's how you do it. That's how you find the mark. And oh my goodness, Team Queso. You absolute monsters. Oh boy, oh, that's one way to start that fight off. But now Marco's going down. Beowulf's getting involved in the fight. They're saying, hey, we want to continue to go in this. And Mr. Okay.
I mean, what can you do at that point? 69 recognizing the opportunity that Queso members are still a little frantic from the heavy push, but here comes C9, also on the heavy push. Adder almost gets taken out, but instead he's going to actually take a member of Queso out. The 69 problems, what can they do? Can they third party this? Can they try and pick up some scraps? Queso suddenly in a really bad position, caught between 2 squads.
Oh my goodness.
They're getting the frags.
They're actually able to rally recover. The fact that, they weren't able to actually confirm those kills per se, I mean, they put themselves in a rough position because they all sent trying to clean those up. Marco started the party off for them, but now maybe not in so much of a great spot. 2 members are down for them, but actually it's SWAT 69 through all of this that was such a problem for these teams to deal with because both teams tunnel vision on the players that were down. But SWAT 69 is actually in the best position overall. Yes, they're playing around in the smokes, but in terms of HP, in terms of meds, they're actually looking pretty good. But the problem is they're giving these teams a chance to try and reset.
Yeah, and they're also the furthest from the center of the circle, so they don't finalize these kills. They don't finalize the entire squad wipe. Their good position isn't going to be so good anymore. They are the weaker team in terms of manpower, so they're kind of just trying to help out where they can, turn the tide of battle towards one team or another, and then pick up the scraps. But because both Queso and Cloud9 are resetting, there's only so much that 69 can do because of all the smoke cover. The information is lacking, but the spray is trying to come in, doesn't find a knock. The dinner plate not really serving up a chicken dinner just yet.
Yeah, prone DP, gotta love it. Not quite able to even recoil us, not quite able to make it work right there. And this is now all of Cloud9 back up and in the action. And they've been able to fight enough, they've been able to loot enough that they're all feeling, I was gonna say pretty good, but actually surprisingly low. Though, to be fair, Bayo his healing stats are going to be fun to look at this game. Ufla is able to finish up the member of Team Queso there. Only 2 left for them. And SWAT 69, I got to give them props. They're facing up against 2 juggernauts right now, and they're playing it like a champ. But Cloud9 really looking like the team to beat right now. They're looking so solid. But SWAT 69, the fact that you didn't even play in the Super Weekend. We asked, how are these teams going to do? How are they going to, were they practicing over the weekend? How are they doing? Clearly, the response is, at least for SWAT 69, we were practicing. We were putting in the work, we were doing our research, and right now it's paying off.
This is a good adjustment from Queso to pull away because they knew 69 would slowly have to push in from the blue, and while they could try and hold them out, who knows when C9 is going to strike. So a lot of teams through that reset have all just kind of backed off, and you already mentioned it, Cloud9 looking really strong right now, not only because they have 4 up, they also have the best control of the circle. That low ground might continue to be a problem. We saw, that was honestly their biggest weakness coming into that fight. But the spread is looking great. It's all going to be who spots whom first and who can land those shots. A couple of shots coming out initially. Axial does get dropped.
You called it right there. It was Cloud9. Had the keener eyes this day, but Pyro's going to go down. His Problems is able to pick that one up. They've got that nice barrier of vehicles, and now Team Queso was out. SWAT 69, I got to give them so much props. Able to outlive Team Queso here, able to down a member of Cloud9, but it's still a 3v2 situation. SWAT 69, if they could take down Cloud9 here, this would be massive, not just for them, but for all the teams down towards the bottom that say, yes, these gods can bleed. But Bufla taking quite a bit of damage to the blue, trying to reposition, reassess. But that's the flank from Bayo, the shot caller, the IGL from Cloud9, showing he's got the shots as well. And now in a 3v1 position, I think this is Cloud9 about to put a nice little bow on this game, number 1. And as Bayo pushes in for the win, that's going to be it. No! But it's still going to be the end. Yes, GG, Cloud9 take game number 1.
Yeah, so they don't get that final kill, but it is still a 10-kill win for Cloud9. And as you mentioned, SWAT 69 played that really, really well. I do think that they were a little slow once it hit the end game. There wasn't much for them to do because Queso didn't really put much of a fight in that final engagement. I think it was maybe just one knock, but still I would have liked to see SWAT 69 push a little faster if they want to try and steal that win. Because the minute that Queso was fully wiped and C9 had even a second just to breathe and reset for SWAT 69, it was their game. 100% through and through, but still a good second place. Another really good first place for Cloud9. They started to slip on the Erangel towards the end of the Super Weekend, but we know that they still got it.
Yeah, and for all the casters that did end up picking, they got to be feeling good with that chicken dinner to start things off here in week number 2. You'll love to see it. No, that was really nice, but I agree. I think there was a point where there was only one member left standing for Team Queso, 2 down. 2 down for C9 and 2 very battered players. I think if that's when SWAT 69 had jumped in, but still, I got to give them all the props in the world for even holding on, contesting there at the end, still getting multiple downs, still getting up the damage stats. Really, really solid, and what a great way to start week number 2. You love to see it. Let's send it back over to our analyst to break it down.
Well, we talked about Cloud9 having slow starts, but I have to say they have definitely not shown anything slow about today, and there's definitely going to be a certain person towards my left-hand side who's going to be extremely happy about that. I'm not even going to look at his face right now because I don't want to see the grin that's going to be on it. So, Glitter, Cloud9 have done it. Just look at you.
They did do it. Very, very strong showing off Cloud9. I think everybody kind of expected them to do well. They've been doing well so far, and they've been able to maintain that momentum. So no big surprise here. But I think what is a big surprise is actually Team Queso coming in second with more kills than Cloud9 was actually able to pull down. And we've been waiting. And Seven's been saying that Queso is a team that's very capable of this. We've just been waiting to see it.
And one that we need to mention besides Cloud9, me getting the right pick there, it's SWAT 69 in 3rd place, getting 14 placement points and 6 kills. This is by far the most kills that team has gotten so far in any match, I believe, even going back to City and Weekend. So it's good to see teams like that finally wake up. And then we see Yala Esports as well. That's another team that we were talking about, being able to at least get 10 points. That is huge for them. Loops Esports, I know they only go ahead and get pretty much 8 points there in total, but wait until you see that replay of the play that my boy Daden was able to do. It was absolutely disgusting. And some of the other teams that we're seeing here, Headquarters, Umbra, love to see that. And here going into the second page, as you see Tempo Storm in 10th place. Glitter, talk to us about this.
You know, I think that was just actually a super unfortunate engagement with Wildcard. Up until that point, Tempo Storm had 5 kills. They were having a very, very strong early game. It was going very well for them. They just unfortunately ran into Wildcard, and Wildcard had a little bit of a height advantage on a hill over them. Sam had a good grenade here and there, so, you know, a little bit of a rougher start for them, but still, they were very strong up until that point, so I think they'll be able to keep that going throughout the rest of the day. But big surprise, again, we're seeing Konina Power at the very bottom of that leaderboard, and that is not where we expect to see them right now.
I also just want to say, by the way, for SWAT 69, they earned 29 points on day 2 of league play in the first week. They already got 20, and the threshold was last time the bubble that needed to be passed to get in the top 16 was 53. So Cloud9's already halfway there to getting that done, you know, and they still have like 7 matches left to play. So really no challenge for them to really bring it home and not to mention get themselves through into the second super weekend to defend their title where they're currently sitting at first. You can see their damage here, 2K damage. I'll let you talk about them since you predicted them.
Thank you, Jason. And then you got heals, 1,000 heals, and then kills. 10 kills, 11 knockouts. They weren't able to go in and finish some stuff there. And something that we were talking while watching this team is that they had 2 players knocks there towards the end. We thought that was going to be the end of them. And this is something we always talk about in regards to champion teams. How you're going to be able to come back when you're down. And guess what? This team is able to go ahead and come back pretty much all the time. If you get a player knocked down and they at least have all their stuff ready, they have the smokes ready, they have their Molotovs ready, they're more than likely going to be able to go ahead and get that player back up. And I think that is huge. That is a great feature to have in your team, to be able to just be able to pick up players whenever they're down. I think that's huge.
Oh yeah, massive, especially when you get into the late stages of the game when things are so hectic. Let's take a look though at our do-the-do moments from our first match here of our second week of league play. And we're going to see some highlights coming in through there. And honestly, we saw quite a few. I think we're even going to break down a couple of them as well. But, what is there to really say? We saw a couple of drive-bys, a couple of people being run over. We saw grenade kills. We pretty much saw everything there is to see when it comes to that match.
We have yet to see a pan so far, right? We yet
no,
to
we
see
did have
asked for it.
Well, not in this match. We did have a pan, though.
Oh, yeah, okay. I was about to say, no, on this match. I was saying on this match.
That's true.
But then, as we're seeing here, Karina Powerman, I don't know what's going on with that. That's one team we were talking about. They did really well there in league play. They did well in the second day of seeding, but that feels like it's months back now in comparison to what we've seen so far from it. And then Uter Killers being able to get those grenade kills, that is a cheeky grenade. I'm surprised he was able to go ahead and sneak that through. And then something that we actually enjoyed, that we'll be talking a little bit more about this, Glitter, is how aggressive Nova was.
Yeah, and this was very important for them to do because we had spoken about how they didn't have the best showing in week 1 and they were really going to kind of need to change it up coming into week 2 if they wanted to make sure that they were solidifying those super weekend points. And we have seen a few times now Nova kind of just go for it and rush other teams, but usually they wait a little while and see if they really need to. Today they weren't waiting at all. Straight out of the gate we saw them going after team, making very aggressive rotations, and I think that's very good for them, Seven.
Yeah, and that's something that we even touched up on the top of the show, was that Nova needs to go ahead and be a little bit more aggressive, and they need to be able to find more third-party, pretty much whenever they're going to be able to third-party. That's something that the team is really good at. That's something that they're going to be able to go ahead and collect a lot of points via kills-wise. We know that kills are very important here, especially if you're not able to go ahead and get that higher placement. By them getting those 4 kills, I think they ended up getting more points for the kills than it was for placement. And then this play, just wait for it. All right, we're gonna go ahead and do a completely breakdown on that, because that is by far, baby, my most favorite play so far this PMWL West. I think that was something that definitely needs to go ahead and be pointed out. And then we're seeing Team Queso. I know we're talking about Team Queso. They needed to go ahead and step it up. They haven't had the best performances here so far, so it's good to see at least seeing them with 21 points right off the bat. I think that's huge. Glitter.
Yeah, and Queso, like I said, you've called them out quite a few times as being a team that's more than capable of having an incredibly strong performance. So I think for them, not only is this what we were looking for, but this is going to set them up very, very well for the rest of the day if they can carry this momentum into some more of the matches for the rest of today, which then will set them up very comfortably moving into that super weekend. And then here we're just at the end of the match watching Cloud9. Now SWAT69 did have a slight bit of a height advantage over Cloud9 as they were at the top of the hill, but they were having to move down towards Cloud9 as the blue was pushing in, and they were not able to finish off Cloud9, and Cloud9 does come home with the first win of the day.
I still think it's important, though, to see the teams that we were wondering, like, what would be happening in the second week of league play. They didn't play in the super weekend. We saw SWAT69 really step up. We saw Headquarters, even a team that was able to step up. We saw Uter Killers in there as well, even though they did play in the super weekend. But we're seeing some names that we haven't seen in, well, practically the last week, right? The last 6 days, really step up when they need it. Let's actually take a look at how much damage all these teams were able to do as well, because that's going to be a big indicator of how strong they were actually performing in that very first match. And we can see here, well, again, that's going to be Cloud9, of course, taking the very first place position. I did say, though, Loops' damage is a little bit low considering what we've seen out of them, Seven.
Yes, it is. And that's just because they pretty much ended up losing their star player right off the bat in Carrillo. And that's why that was such a huge play by Daden for being able to at least have 2 clutch players. But overall, being able to get 4 kills, I think that's good for them. We've seen them end up with 0 kills at one point, and I think it's only happened 1 time so far. And then you see Team Umbra, even though they weren't able to really get any kills, they at least got some placing. Yala Esports as well. It's 800 damage from Yala. I think that is huge. And then you got other teams like Alpha Legends, almost 500 damage. And then with Temple Storm, something that I really enjoyed about Temple Storm there on almost getting 1,000 damage and 950 damage is that they were able to go ahead and kind of finish off Kunina Power there, take advantage of Kunina Power being able to be in engagement with another team. I can't remember at the top of my head which the other team was, but I really enjoy how Temple Storm started off that match. And I know we were giving them some crap in a way because they got knocked off early, but as Glitter was mentioning, it seems like they just got caught in a bad rotation. So hopefully today we'll see a lot more stuff from Temple Storm.
Yeah, I'm hoping as well. We were talking to HH24 on the last day of the Super Week, and we interviewed him, and he was saying how he's having some internet problems as well. It's going to be extremely frustrating for him. Hopefully, he's been able to fix that so they can kind of come back into this with a fresh new mindset. But I'm hearing we have some plays that we want to break down. Glitter, I think you're going to have the first one here. If I'm not mistaken, I'm guessing it's Nova up against Team Unique.
It is, because this just illustrates what Sev and I have been talking about so much when it comes to those pushes for Nova. What are you laughing about, Seven?
He just dipped out of the screen there.
So this is actually going to be a pretty long clip here, and the one part you don't see is that it does begin with AZ actually pushing up into where Unique was, kind of scouting for the team super early on. From there, Nova is able to start taking some pop shots onto Unique as they're on the hill there, and AZ actually, does a good job of keep using the little ridge there to his advantage to keep vision on for his team while also making sure that he keeps himself safe. Now, Unique is able to kind of deal some damage for a little while there, but they start getting knocked by Nova. And I think one of the things that was super important here was the fact that Nova realizes so well in so many different scenarios when it's time for them to just make their move, which is why we keep talking about their pushes. You saw all of the team members come out of that building there and instantly start pushing up on Unique when they realized that they had a little bit of an advantage. They're instantly able to take out Lightning, and at the top you can see that Annalise is down. So Memphis realizes that this is going to be a potentially unfortunate situation for him with a 1v3. He tries to get into the vehicle and dip out, and he is so low at this point, and I think we were all kind of yelling in the back here watching him try to make this escape. And at the end there, he is going to actually get picked out of that vehicle right as it goes over the ridge, and HZL is able to finish the team wipe.
I think overall that was just such a big play there from them. And I think the other one that we're going to be doing here is going to be Wildcard going up against Loops. Now you're going to see the players here from Loops going to go ahead and crash into this building right here, and then you're going to see some other players from Wildcard going to go ahead and crash there. So we're just going to let it run a little bit more, and you're going to see what happens here as Loops does get a player knocking. Kowalski is going to be in the back already hurting. Now one thing I love here is that they're able to kind of trade. You have one player down there from Wildcard, you got another player down from that you're going to have down there from in Becker from Loops, and then you also have Kowalski, which is he's really not able to kind of get into the engagement yet because he needs to go ahead and worry about healing up. So what does Daden do? And something I want to go ahead and mention is we talked about Daden, we talked about Carrillo, how good this team has pretty much those clutch players. Something I do enjoy very much that Wildcard did here was being able to go ahead and throw that Molotov and kind of stopping Daden from pushing up on them. I wish they would have maybe go ahead and thrown a smoke, or I wish they would have maybe tried to reposition to pick up Sam, because guess what? Not moving, Daden's gonna remember you're still waiting there. Something I did enjoy about Sleeky here is Sleeky tried to go for that push or try to hold off that off angle, and then I think he might have gone ahead and showed himself to Daden at one point, because he realized that he was able to realize that, hey, guess what? One of the wildcard players is getting picked up. My other teams, we're going to be at disadvantage if they get picked up here. So what does Daden do? Daden becomes aggressive. Daden becomes a pissed off player, a pissed off bull, and he just goes for it. He's able to win the knock there with the Azer. He realizes Slick is going to go ahead and push up on him. And look at that, and the beast that he is. He's able to go ahead and just clutch up those shots, hit them shots, and able to win it, and then get back in the building. That man was absolutely on a tear, and I think we need to go ahead and highlight that play, because that was by far the best clutch that I've seen from just one single player so far here in the PMWL West.
Yeah, we talk about Carrillo so much. I mean, he was the MVP of the very first Super Weekend. We talk about how many plays he can make happen, how many kills. But it's nice to see, like you said, some other players be able to step up, especially when he died very early on in that last match. And Seven, I'm going to ask you, are you ready for something special here? Are you ready for something that's going to make you a little happy?
Bring it.
So we have a new little segment. We've been talking about talent predictions the entire time. We're not going to have our standings just yet. We'll be showing you that at the end of the day. But we can see how the talent made out in terms of points from that game. And I'm going to need this quickly taken down because I don't want to see Seven or Cameron getting a whopping 30 points from my last one. But at least I can have solace in the fact that I wasn't bottom. Glitter. And Viram.
Oh, damn.
Honestly, Wildcard was having a better start to their early game than Loops was, and had they not had that engagement with Wildcard, I think you'd be in a lot worse position right now.
Hey, who was in who was in first place? I'll say that now, Seven, because you've definitely passed me now. I hate you so much, but it's cool to see. You know, got little additions into the show here as well, and also additions into the game. If you guys haven't noticed, Royale Pass Season 14 has come out, and if you haven't seen anything on it just yet, well, lucky for you, we're gonna be able to show you a little bit now. And if you guys haven't caught that yet, make sure you head on into the game and pick it up for yourself because you're not going to regret it. But now as we move on further into the show and further on into our first day of our second week of League play, we can take a look at the schedule and see what's going to be coming up next. And you can see here, Sanhok, map number 2, a map we didn't have being played last week. And this now comes into question. Which teams will rise on Sanhok? Unfortunately, which ones might fall? B4 Esports is someone we're going to be looking at. Dream Eaters as well, who had really good performances when it came to this map. Even Footballists, I believe, has had some good results here as well. I wonder, though, Glitter, do you think teams are going to be able to... Well, do you think we're going to see the same 16 teams from the last Super Weekend and this Super Weekend? Or do you think maybe the bottom 4 are going to have a big advantage here?
In this week of League play. Plus, I think it'll shake it up a little bit for the teams. You know, like Sevens pointed out, some of those bottom 4 teams do land on top of some of the teams that did qualify through to the Super Weekend, and because they weren't there, that was something they'd have to worry about. So if those things start changing up, it might change some of the teams' play styles.
Okay, well, we're going to get into our predictions as well when it comes to Sanhok, and I'll be the generous one this time. I will start things off and tell you my prediction. Because going into it, I'm not giving up faith in Brazil. I'm not giving up faith that I'm going to go Loops back-to-back here and put them as my team to win in match number 2. Seven, why don't you come up second here? Why don't you tell us who's going to be the winner? Because clearly you're at 100% already so far this week.
We're agreeing. We're actually in this.
Okay, so we're both going to win.
I'm going to go with Loops as well. Yeah, I'm going with Loops. I'm going to maintain my first place until they actually show the graphic.
Are you just going to cheat now and just pick the team I pick every time and keep above me?
No.
Okay, because I might have to throw you off and go for a wild pick. Glitter, I'm kind of thinking you're either leaning towards Footballists, B4, or Dream Eaters. Am I in the ballpark here?
No. So the only reason I'm not picking B4 Footballists right now, you were very correct in saying they've had strong games on Sanhok before, but they also just sat out the first Erangel match, so they're not warm yet. I'm a little bit concerned about them coming in cold against some of these teams that are a little bit warmed up. So last time this happened, guys, we actually did well, but I'm also going with Loops. We're all in agreement this time.
Oh, it was good until she picked it. We had it. We had our chicken dinner until she tagged along. Now, we'll see how Loops is going to do. We'll check in with you guys after this next match does finish off and see who's going to be a little bit happy or maybe a little bit sad. But I know some people who might be a little bit happy or maybe a little bit sad. It's maybe the people who have been watching constantly within the game, within the Esports Center to earn themselves some points. And the top 100 viewers will get exclusive rewards for not doing it yet. Make sure you head over and start doing that now, because time is not over. You still have time available to you. You still have so many days of action coming your way. And we also have some we have commentators coming our way here to join us on the show. And Viram and Cameron Davis. And Viram, your Tempest Storm pick didn't work out too well. Cameron, your Cloud9 pick definitely did. I can see I was hoping for some, happier faces. I mean, Viram looks happier than you, even though he had Temple Storm with 6 points. But as we move forward into Sanhok here, let's start to break down this map a little bit and talk about it. Because again, thinking back to the Super Weekend, some teams definitely performed well when it came to this map. Cameron Davis, do you think we're still going to see those same teams perform? And then also, do you think these bottom 4 teams will have a chance to really shoot up their rankings from it.
I mean, as I said earlier, Sanhok, it's the hardest to predict. I just hope that we're going to see the same level of proactive aggression that we saw on Erangel come into Sanhok, because the easiest way to make sure that you're going to continue to survive is to eliminate all the threats while you have an advantage. I don't want to see teams wait for the blue to force them into an engagement, because we've seen that before, and it's not fun to watch. It's not fun for the teams involved. I just want to see more aggression.
More aggression. What about you, Enverum?
Yeah, I'm going to agree. I think Sanhok's one of these maps where you go in, you expect to brawl. You need to be ready to brawl. I mean, we saw some situations there. It seems like, okay, we can back up, we can reposition, we can reset. You just have fewer options to do that on Sanhok. Commit to your fights, trust in your shots, trust in your shot calls, your IGLs. And I think this is something we don't hype up enough, especially for a game like PUBG Mobile. The importance of having a good shot caller who can dictate the team, who can get the key information to the players in the midst of these fights to line up the angles, line up the flanks. So I'm really looking for the IGLs. Their voices need to be loud and clear here on Sanhok.
Well, we were talking to the experts, the analysts about this. The bubble last time was 53 points coming out of the first week of league play. We already have Cloud9 sitting, was it on 30 if I'm not mistaken, with their 10 kills
30, yeah.
and their chicken dinner. They're already basically there. But then you have teams like SWAT69 who get themselves 20 points, and they have already gotten themselves so close, just in one match alone, of potentially passing that bubble. Headquarters also is up there. I'm curious if you think teams that were in the bottom 4 now are thinking ahead to that, potential number, Cameron, of like, okay, we need to get like at least this amount to feel safe.
I hope so, because now's the time that you can play around a little bit. I don't want them to feel safe and secure after the first game. That's not a position that you want to be in. You want to play to win, not play to not lose. And they got to go and actually secure that bubble.
Okay. Well, let's get into our prediction game now here. And Verum, I'm going to make you go first since Cameron went first the last time. Tempo Storm didn't work out too well for you, so I imagine you're not going to back them yet again. Who is the team you're going for to win map number 2?
I picked Footballists. I picked them going forward into this. I think that they are one of these teams that can frag out with the best of them. They looked good on Sanhok in the past. I think Glitter made a good point. They may not be warmed up because they sat out in this last game, but I'm gonna, think we've seen teams come in after sitting out and winning, so maybe this will be the case. I don't know. We'll see.
All right, Cameron, who do you got?
I almost went for Footballists. I almost went for B4 because they're so frag heavy, but it's so hard to be secure on anything. I'm doubling down on Cloud9. They're the only team that I was actually able to find even a thread of consistency on Sanhok.
Okay, we'll see how our second match will break down, see who will potentially be closer to taking that number 1 spot away from 7. Why don't you guys take us into our second match of the day?
Thank you so much, Jason. Sanhok. Oh boy, I have a particular history with this map, of course, coming from my background casting PUBG Mobile here in North America. A lot of finals events happening here on this map, Sanhok. So I'm looking for the N8 teams to step up a little bit. Not caster bias, I should say, just some expectations. Not at all. But mostly I'm looking for a lot of action. I'm looking for teams to have their heads on a swivel because, it's not like your teammates are going to be, stabbing you in the back, but somebody else is certainly going to try. Maybe it's a pan. I don't know. Be creative. Maybe.
Or what are the other melee weapons? You got the hatchet. You got the axe. I'm trying to remember what the actual weapons are compared to what the skins are.
Yes.
Either way, there's a number of options. You can go with anything. I'm wondering if there's going to be a point that we're going to be introduced little poison tablets.
Killed him with a pen.
Yeah, or like nail guns, or a pencil. Yeah, see what happens.
See what happens. Get into it. Get excited. As we're seeing, not the friendliest circle, but definitely not the worst. It's not a Kendi circle to start things off here on Sanhok. But we are seeing Pittsburgh Knights now back on the server. Raven. Yeah. And looking up against HQ. And Headquarters has been one of these teams that's... I feel like they fly under the radar a little bit. And the only times we talk about them are when they're getting absolutely slaughtered or they're the ones doing the slaughtering. It's a binary team. It's a 1 or a 0. And I'm going to need to see some... Okay, well...
Not what you want to see. Yep, not a good start.
Nope.
You set it up. It's like it's almost like you put a T-ball on the stand and they just like completely missed. It's unfortunate.
What's that called?
But I don't know.
Yeah. Huh. I'm just thinking about it. You know, one of those things you think about in like your day-to-day life. And not that I think about T-ball too often, but I played T-ball. What is that called? Is it just called the stand?
The stand. I don't know.
I don't know. Okay, you know what? Maybe Chad will tell us.
Position here from ID7. He obviously doesn't have the support anymore of his teammates, and the Knights are pushing aggressive. Raven knows that he's there. He's trying to find an off angle to get an initial knock, but the Knights, I think that they're going to want to push on this and get this kill, not only for the freedom to continue looting this compound, for the loot that he has, but also the point and the ability to maneuver around. Because this circle, he said it's not awful. The only concern is that there's a river that cuts through it. The Knights aren't far from it. And so if they're able to flush out these final few members of headquarters that are in this immediate area, they can establish control of the bridge. But there are a couple of other teams that are going to be there for contestation of that. I'm looking at Dream Meters. I'm looking at Footballers. But right now, ID7.
Wow.
He hears the footsteps leave. He knows that he's safe, but his loot is not great. Luckily, his teammates aren't far. He can just drop down south. And I think they're giving the call out that that the Knights are leaving.
Yeah, and this is actually an interesting position for PK because they looked for the kill, but they didn't thirst for it because it's a logical 2-2 drop scenario that the other half of the team is going to be up on the cliff. And if PK had stuck around too long there with the free time, well, you're seeing it right now. The free time that HQ had to loot, if they'd been right underneath them at the bottom of this cliff, not only is PK not getting kills, they may get killed themselves, and that's so much time being wasted. Oh my goodness. And now PK knows their suspicions were confirmed. They 100% made the right. That was a good call from Pittsburgh Knights.
Yeah. They've been looking better and better this entire week,
Yeah.
and they did go through a roster shift of a player right when they entered, or thereabouts when they entered World League. And I was actually talking to their coach last night. It's a little not known because he's not on there's a couple of websites that don't have him listed as their coach, but they have a coach. And he's talking about how they're just trying to get their communication up in line. And you mentioned at the start about IGLs. IGLs are important, but an IGL is only as strong as the information that he's given by his squad. And so looking at the Knights, they're telling each other, I know who this person is, we can go get him. Or I lost his position. I don't want to push into what could potentially be a trap. And as you mentioned, they back off and they're trying to play for the later game. And they're finding themselves in a good central position, as is Team Queso, who this entire time, as I've been talking, just been watching peacefully Dream Meters. It's almost like they're nature photographers. Axel's getting some really good B-reel, except, is he spotted? Did Farsit spot it? I guess not.
Oh, okay. We see here the native Dream Eaters in their natural environment, looking out across the beautiful jungle that is sand. That's not my best David Attenborough, I'm not going to lie.
Good.
It was okay. It was passable. It was acceptable.
It's pretty good. It's better than I could do.
You know, we'll do our best. But still, I got to give props, trigger discipline for both of these teams, realizing that neither one can confirm kills. At this point, neither probably have the loot where they want to be dicking off vests at this point or taking shots in response. You know, like, yeah, see how you're like, man, I would like a level 2 backpack. I want to carry more ammo before I go into this fight. But of course, you know, that's the little stuff we're going to have to be cognizant of in these early fights, is the fact that, you know, other teams can be loot goblins, but what do you give up when you take these fights? And that's something that I feel like is kind of, you know, obviously we're playing with different competitive settings here. There's more ARs that are around. They're going to have more access to utility, you know, on this server than what the average player would be exposed to. But I still think it's important to make note of this, why a team may not look for fights early, especially given the fact that nobody wants to get knocked out in 16th place. That's no fun.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely not. Looking over here to the north side of the circle, just north of what we were just looking at, is Footballists and Wildcard in a similar standoff position. But Footballists, they looted up Hot Tin, which is on the other side of the river. But they took the proactive maneuver to come over to this side, and they might be chasing. Is that a kill that we saw? When they killed
literally, the second we go away from the fight, they get a kill.
Of course they do. Of course they do.
It's
not even just a knock; it's also a fully confirmed.
They thirsted, of course.
Yeah. But anyway, this is a crate. Footballists, they might be looking at it. They're in position to get it. So okay, is that him swimming out? No, that's him swimming across the river. He's not coming towards the crate first. And good call by Footballists. Lutz here to scan around the area. Are we safe? Can we take the swim to go get that crate? Are we isolated? The answer is no. But will they spot out Wildcard? Or is Wildcard going to do a really good job of hiding in wait and springing a trap?
Wildcard, of course, still got to be reeling a little bit after that last game, the 1v3 from Dadim. Oh, the bait! Oh, no! No, no, no! Oh, my goodness. Acer taking the shot. But are his teammates in position to help him finish it off? Just get the first down there. But, oh, yeah, Wildcard's in a great spot. Footballists putting their, sticking their neck out a little bit on that one. It's going to be Levazin being taken out first here for them. Not an ideal situation, especially with the big guns coming in from Spring, who at long range, we know what they can do with this. The optics on this one. This is Footballists in a pretty rough spot, Cameron.
Yeah, it's rough. The kill has... Okay, right when I say that, Acer finds the angle to secure it. A good smoke to make him more defensive, because the fact that he wasn't immediately traded is what gives Wildcard the best position right now, because while the rest of Wildcard are up on a hill, he's holding the off angle, and his existence is putting a lot of pressure. Quick replay of when Axial got the full kill onto Varsid, and yeah, Varsid was a good spot to not get finished when he was just going up and down that stairs, but he got a little too antsy there, and unfortunately, you really got to make sure that your threat range, or your enemy's threat range, is that you don't walk into them.
I feel like I talked about this. I feel like I made a mention of this coming into this map. You got to have your head in a swivel. Nowhere is ever safe. Running out in the middle of a field by your lonesome, or even outside of your own compound, is a great way to get knocked here. We're seeing it, I believe it was Team Queso. We're seeing it now for Footballists, who are down 3 members to start off, down 2-3 members to start off this game. Not ideal for a certain person's predictions. Not going to name any names myself. Anyway.
Who's myself? Never heard of that caster.
I never same. Never heard of them.
Is it like the...
Washed up, I guess, or something.
The back and forth, lowercase, uppercase spelling? That's the
myself.
Classic. That's the classic.
Oh, classic. Speaking of classic, Yala Esports. I want this team to become a classic. I want this team to step up, because I've seen Lord in particular. Look, I have no idea. I had to make this work, all right? On the
you tried.
Lord, I'm so glad they showed me Lord. Lord has done... I became a fan of Lord ever since that first 1v4 fight against Wildcard, where he almost got them back on Vikendi. I think it was this past weekend. And, like... Or, no, it was during the league play. I became a fan of him instantly in that moment. The idea that, look, I get there's 3 players or 4 players still alive for this team, but I'm going to try and take this fight. So I want to see more from Yala Esports. KHK is another one of these teams down at the bottom here, not participating in our Super Weekend, who would love to knock one of these teams down to participate in week number 2, because it's something you have to talk about, Cameron. The idea that just because you didn't participate in one Super Weekend isn't the be-all, end-all if you can knock down or replace one of the teams that did, because then you both get 2 Super Weekends. So you're not out of it yet just because you didn't make the first one.
Yeah, if you miss the first 2, then things get really problematic, and you're going to have to make the third and go really, really big on that date. But right now, as I mentioned, they're rotating, and this is a really good position for them. Speaking of Wildcard getting shot in the back, we're not expecting it. Oh, well, there the shots go. And the knock does come through onto Spring. Wildcard now find themselves trapped between 2 squads. The only thing that's going to give them relief is if Footballists rotate back onto the previous island, back into Hot Tin because of this circle shift. But if they stay, and even if they do leave, there are going to be multiple teams coming up to this spot, because this circle shift is actually going to be very, very problematic for a lot of the teams. Spring's getting picked up. Slick is going for the revive. But Acer and Sam, they really need to make sure that they hold KHK off.
I think they should be okay here. I think they should be okay. With the additional utility, the smoke being utilized, I think they're going to get them back up. No problem there. The first down not being able to be finished off for one of these teams, KHK. But unfortunately now, the cards are on the table. You know what I mean? They've given their position away. Ooh, I think he might have actually heard a footstep there from Acer. The way he's kind of looking. Because, I mean, at this point, if you're a wild card, you could rotate off, make some noise, and make them think that, you know, Acer's not in the building next to you, and maybe Acer could get some sort of sick backstab play of his own, go full rogue on him. Look for an epic crit, as it were. As Kanina Power, now looking to take some shots over towards Yala. Both teams are rotating in, like you mentioned before, how difficult the circle was going to be to deal with. Suddenly, teams are realizing this.
I think they did realize this. They're just figuring out what exactly they can do, because information is at a premium. That's what makes Sanhok so difficult, is not necessarily the size, though that does certainly hurt when you want to try and play a super smart macro 200 IQ game. It's really just, it's so hard to figure out where anyone is, even if you're hearing the shots. Is it 1 hill over? Is 2 hills over? That's so hard. Unique, they're heavily wounded. Frozen's trying to retreat, and B4, we're wondering if these teams are going to be hot or not. I think B4, they're trying to warm up as quickly as they can, and 2 kills is a good start.
Absolutely, and additional damage going in, but now, who is joining in the fray? Oh, it's still Unique. They just totally spread out every different direction here. Maxon taking damage. Pedro needs to be careful, but there's some of these angles around the trees. The hitboxes, you got to be aware of it. Your body can stick out even though you think you're protected, so you have to be super careful when you're chilling behind these trees to make sure that you're actually covering up all of those meaty bits, as it were. But now Unique, this is bizarre from them.
Okay.
B4 could just pick a fight, pick one angle.
It's important for Annalise here to be incredibly conservative and really picky on when he peaks and when he puts the pressure there. But Frozen made the full wrapping rotation to try and get the revive on his teammates. The blues coming in, that's going to make it a lot more difficult, and Pedro's rotation is also going to try and punish it. I would have liked to see it happen a little bit sooner, but I don't know if Frozen would have had the time. Memphis, he does get revived, heals up, and tries to get some shots onto Pedro. But this has now gone from, I don't want to say bad to worse, but bad to still bad.
Oh, he didn't see him. Pedro, he's too distracted. Now he hears the footsteps. But he didn't catch the angle. That was actually huge. He didn't see him because that little hill. There he finds the shots. Oh, Pedro, there it is. Pulling out the SMG, point blank range. Not even that point blank. Those were nice shots down there. He heard the footsteps. And that was actually a great little rotation from B4. Nice play from them. And now Unique, they're in full retreat. They've got to run. They've got to back up. They were able to get that first pickup, but now they've got to totally rethink the game plan as the blue. They're eating it now. They've full stemmed, but they're going to have to burn through a lot of these meds just to get into the next circle.
Yeah, because it's another shift towards the north. And yes, B4, they might have won this engagement in terms of them getting a kill, but it wasn't nearly as much that they got out of it as it would have looked like at first. Frozen, yes, he only successfully saved one of his teammates because of that Memphis push, which I do like the push. It's just unfortunate that he got taken out by another really good push by Pedro. It's a whole domino effect there. But Unique, I think, are actually now in a better position than B4 and could potentially find a position to hold them out. I don't know if Unique have vehicles. That might be the only problem of them moving in front of B4. But nonetheless, they're not the only teams in the lobby. Everyone else is also having to move, and Gonzo's still in a fight this time. It's up against Umbra. So that's a second kill for Konina Power. And this is a team that we keep saying need to step it up. And this is a good start. And there's a lot of teams that they can gatekeep here on the east side.
He was like sitting on top of the wheel of that truck. Like, that's not an angle you'd think to expect. That was super sneaky. I love it. And even like to do that to a player as experienced, as PRZ, that was actually pretty sick. I believe it was PRZ that took it there from Team Umbra. In any case, or whoever it was that they ended up taking out there. Sixless, though, is getting taken out. Pittsburgh Knights getting into a bit of a fight. See multiple angles here. Raven on the flank. Nice jump in through the window as Nova is getting absolutely wrecked. Starlight's already down, but HGL is doing work, and now it is Raven kind of up against the world right now. Is AZ getting shot in the back. What a chaotic fight. Goes for the drop shot. Cannot land it. And there we go. Carnage able to help clean that one up. And that is actually Pittsburgh Knights taking the best of that trade.
Yeah, really, really good hold by them. We arrived right when Nova got their first knock and first kill and actually entered the compound that Knights have been holding this entire time. And I was worried at first. I didn't realize it was Knights just giving it up. But they come back and they continue to stake their flag in that building, in that compound. And the Konina Power, they're planting their flag here as well. In Tat Mock and get some long range shots. Uda Killers trying to rotate around. Umbra trying to rotate around. KHK also trying to get into the circle or at least hold their corner. But look how open this coast is. It's really dangerous. Ulysses taking a lot of shots.
Yeah, Uda Killers in a bit of a rough position, but Savinger was able to get the shot back onto Gonzo at least. Is jumping back on board with Loops. Kowski is dead. Federal is down. Dadine still killing people. What a surprise here for Loops Esports. Dadine carrying over the momentum of game number one. Those 1v3 clutches are not by accident as Federal is going to go down. Nice shots coming in from Team Queso. And Team Queso have really started to step up today, able to hold Dadine back in the blue. This is a rough position for Loops because it is him against the world. Loops might go down early.
I don't see a way out of this. Queso are still in the circle. They're gonna have to move for the next phase, but they don't have to move far. So as long as they don't put all 4 eyes onto Dadine, just leave 1 or 2. I honestly don't see a way for Dadine to get out of this unless he lands some amazing shots when he peaks. Queso, they're making sure to put some more attention onto the phase, and this might give him an opportunity as well as Frag and Yala also on the southeast side. But nope. Somebody's got taken out by the play zone. Who was that?
Yeah, I'm not sure. We do have Frag Machines, like you mentioned before, moving on in, Yalla Esports. So many teams kind of late on these rotations. It's just that there's been so many fights along the way. There's no real clear path to victory, you know. On Miramar, you've got an idea of where you want to go. On Erangel, even Vikendi to an extent, you've got an idea. But here on Sanhok, nothing is guaranteed. Nothing is certain. And like you said before, Cameron, information is at a premium. That's because I know it seems like a small map, but it should be easier. But sometimes you just like turn a corner, you pop around a tree, and there's 3 guys. You're like, how did you get here? I have no idea.
The cover, it's the trees, it's the grass, it's the buildings. And speaking of buildings, Queso trying to push into Dream Eaters. They know that they were down a man because they're the ones that get the kill at the start. And they got knocked. One of the players got knocked on the initial push, but under the cliff gets the revive. But Miku on the rooftop and Matic up close. Will he be expected? He's forced to drop off. But the Queso push continues through.
Here we go. And that is Matic going to go down the sheer weight of fire from Team Queso. You called it, Cameron. Was he to be expected? It didn't even matter. You put enough bullets at the problem and you're going to solve it. At least that's the mentality of Team Queso right now as they're pushing on in. But Miku does have a potential position up on the building as well. But Matic, one of the top slayers from Dream Eaters, going down early is going to be a bit of a problem. We'll see if ACDE expects the shot coming in from the flank. Needs to try and not expose himself too far. And that's the position I was talking about from Miku. Couldn't keep his teammates alive, but he may be able to put Team Queso down.
A good confirmation for the kill of him as well to not give Queso the opportunity to get the revive. And now it's a 3 versus 2. Queso still have the advantage, but Meku's still trying to do work. Queso need to flush him out. And the crossfire between Dream Eaters is strong as well. But still, we've seen Queso just push forward. It's almost like they're mini loops. Speaking of loops, no Dedine swimming down below the coast. Don't know if Queso's going to be able to spot that out.
I'm not sure if Ayala maybe heard him there. His positioning kind of changed, but Team Queso are now in an interesting position. That was almost like a prime Telestrator example shot right there, as the Nas is going to be able to take down Sandro, the last man standing for Yalla Esports. Just the idea that it's like this, you know, where the 2 lines connect, the lines of sight for Team Queso, so strong there. And the play zone actually taking him out there as well. But you know, able to survive a little bit longer. Huge here for Yalla Esports. This Toffee's taking a lot of damage here. If any one of these players goes down, that's the go button for Team Queso.
They're not in the next phase just yet, but they're in a good spot to hold at least for, let's say, no more than a minute. And they're trying to clear up the area around them, but as you mentioned, they're gonna have to try and clear out Dream Eaters. If they can leapfrog from one building to the next, we'll see how much damage Meku can do. But there's still a really good opportunity for Queso.
I'm just laughing at Dadine. He's just down there. He's just keeps swimming. Just keeps swimming, trying to make it in. But a team that's got to make it in right now is Frag Machines. They're going to have to try and send it here. Looking at the angle on the circle, they've got the road in front of them, but they're going to be sandwiched in between Dream Eaters and Kunita Power. So we'll see how this one goes for them, as Unique is going to be eliminated. Kunita Power down here by the pond. Oh my goodness, the shots that are landing onto KHK are solid though, but this is the rotation I was talking about. If you're Frag Machines, you really have nowhere to go. Try and find a building, try and find a compound, but all you find is death.
Well, for at least one of them, Kunita Power really would have wanted that shack. They're in a weak position right now, at least to the northeast. The blue has sort of covered that area up.
Freak doesn't make it.
Oh, no.
He was so close. He was so close. Never let go, Jack. Never let go.
B4 also getting just deleted by Footballers, having to cross the water. That now that the west side of the river has been taken out, B4, the Pittsburgh Knights, all having to make their way across. Knights chose to swim, which is risky, but relatively safer as long as you're not spotted. B4 having to go on foot, and it is going to be an interesting cross on the bridge because Footballers, we already saw, had that angle. Uderkillers gets taken out. Now it's just Frag left. Hamadi didn't hop in the truck with his teammates. He's just trying to snake along and hope that no one spots him, but he's got so little cover, but he has an angle.
He does, but he's got to find the shots. No, Tixie and crew able to go on through the full step, but they're running the Pittsburgh Knights on their own right. Oh my goodness, the fights are breaking out on all sides right now. Kunita Power still trying to survive through this. Pittsburgh Knights holding on there on the edge. Team Queso, though, able to try and weasel their way in around Dream Eaters. Both teams did rotate. Both teams were able to get in. Team Queso is actually in a great position now up on the high ground. They do have the circle as well. Footballists, who we saw them lose one member early on, still in the fight, but they've got to deal with Frag Machines. They've got to deal with B4. They've got to deal with PK. There is no easy solution, Cameron. There are no right answers. There is only the best that you can do.
The right answer is just clicking heads. Or throwing a grenade, which both these... This is like volleyball or or dodgeball, more like it. Both trying to prime grenades and they're both not priming it just long enough, but it's a short distance, so it's really hard to do. And finally, Slowcase says, I'm getting impatient. Let me just go try and shoot him, and he's gonna knock him right before he gets dropped. And Footballists, off that aggressive maneuver, forced aggression, go out in 8th place, and Queso still holding the line. Frag actually coming in from behind to pick up number of kills for their own.
Oh my goodness, and trying to thirst. Actually, it's Marco. Looks like he was able to snipe out that kill. Yi wasn't actually able to do that. Oh, so that's a point that was just snaked right out from under them. And Team Queso, the slow, steady play against Dream Eaters, allowing them to rotate all the way around. Toffee's still down there. Dead Teen! Oh, Dead Teen!
Still in it!
What? This is it, guys. This is it. This is what's left. 2 teams who survived against all odds. Team Queso, who played the slow and steady, methodical game when it seemed like Sanhok didn't want to let them. Frag, who barely survived. And J7, who does what J7 does best, surviving into one of these final circles. It is 4 separate teams up against all of Team Queso. I cannot believe it. This is TQ's game to win. But where these points are going to go, Cameron, throw a dart. Let's find out.
I don't need to throw a dart. It's going to be J7. He's going to pick up these final 2 kills.
Okay, fine.
Queso, they're not peeking right now because they don't know. It seems like they don't know exactly where everyone is. Oh, J7. Wait, don't turn your back.
There's a second one there. There's a second one there. Dead Dean, pan him. Pan him. No. Okay, didn't have a pan. Hard to do. But easy if you are Team Queso, and easy if you're the last player standing for Frag Machines, who just had to heal through all of that. Beautifully played for a second place finish, but Team Queso with 10 kills. Yes, please, we'll take that chicken dinner. Hello and welcome, Team Queso. We've been waiting for you. Thank you.
Really good play by them. Yes, they didn't have to move far, but the moments that they had opportunities to get control, to get kills, we saw them take it without even a single breath of hesitation. Even when I said that they could keep Dadine out, they actually didn't care about him because that placement wouldn't have affected them as much as getting control of Dream Eaters. And they decided, like, that area is clear enough. We want to send this attack now before we get fully backfilled and shot in the back. And they take the compound away from Dream Eaters, and just the control that they had on the areas that they needed to were top level.
Yeah, I was worried for them when I saw all 4 of them pushing along the top of that cliff. And Dream Eaters was secure in the compound, but Matic pushing a little bit too far forward, and the rest of the team not quite having you saw Meku up on that high ground on the roof, but the angle he had didn't actually cover Matic's position. And it seems like something so small, but when these teams are that good, it makes a world of difference. If Matic had repositioned back, not necessarily held the rocks, but he held in one of the buildings further back with his other teammate, maybe they could have found the angles, bait them in with the Meku on the high ground. Could have been a totally different game, but it doesn't matter because Team Queso played that pretty darn near flawlessly, surviving with 3 members alive. I got to give them all the props in the world, but I also got to give props to all the teams that were able to survive through. That was a very strange final circle situation with like 3 people in the water or what have you, but I'm also kind of disappointed as well. Somebody who picked Footballists, they had to circle the entire game. And then a couple of bad choices on where they wanted to take those fights cost them in the end. They could have been another contender. They had 3 members alive for so long.
I mean, you at least picked a team that was in this game. I completely brain farted on the groups. So,
we're not going to talk. We're just going to ignore that. We're just going to ignore that board. Well, I'm not sure our analysts will, though. We'll see if they let you off easy here, as we're going to send it over to our analysts to break down game number 2.
And I have to ask, where has this Team Queso been the entire time in the Super Weekend? They've been non-existent until today. With this finish they had coming in, they might have gotten themselves one step closer to a guaranteed position coming into the next Super Weekend. Now, breaking down that game a little bit here, Glitter, that was still a surprising result, I want to say, just based off of last week's results.
Absolutely. And it's really, really nice to see Team Queso stepping up. But we also saw a lot of coming out of Pittsburgh Knights there. I think that's going to make Seven happy as well, coming in with 9 kills themselves. So very, very strong game for them as well.
Yeah, I think it's huge. Remember, I'm not sure exactly which were the players that actually got those skills, but it's huge for them to go ahead and get those skills because they're one of those teams that kind of depends on it. Either they don't get higher placing or stuff like that, but it's good to see them coming into Sanhok, getting 9 kills. And then some of the other teams that kind of surprised us as well was Footballists, 4 kills, and then B4 Esports, 5 kills. We expected a little bit more out of them, and I think they just got caught on that final circle.
Yeah, let's take a look at our standings then, so people at home get an idea of all the teams we're talking about, and of course what rankings they actually did pull off. As we mentioned before, Team K, so the 10 kills and the chicken dinner, that's 30 points for them. And I think they're actually almost qualified through in the sense of if we use the bubble from last week of 53 points. You guys mentioned Pittsburgh Knights, even Frag Machines Glitter, they got in there with some big points. This is a team who didn't make the top 16 last week.
Yeah, and this is going to be huge for Frag Machines. They definitely needed not only this mental boost, but literal point boost for them overall. And then finally, having a decent game coming out of Konina Power. This is nice to see. They pulled down 7 kills and are able to get some placement points to go with it. So finally starting to maybe see Konina Power ramping back up, which would be really, really nice.
And then one for us that was surprising was Loops Esports. They didn't really necessarily get like the kills that we're used to seeing from them, but they were able to get some place in there. And Darin, I think Darin at the end of that match, I don't know if he was trying to maybe troll a little bit or be disrespectful. He ended up punching one of the players, and then he ended up just getting absolutely wiped out the mat. But it was interesting. I wish that we would know if that man was actually trying to troll there with the punch or if he just forgot to equip the gun after he left the water area. And as we're seeing here towards the end, headquarters being able to only get 1 point. Nova Esports, one team that we were mentioning, hey, maybe they're starting to get a little bit hot here with the great Erangel that they have at the start of the day with 4 kills. Nope, they're currently going to fall back again to 14th place. Wildcard Gaming, not sure exactly what happened there, only being able to get 3 points, Jason.
Yeah, a little bit of a rough time for Wildcard so far, I'd say, over the course of today, but hopefully they can change things up coming into our third match a little bit later on. But still cool to see how Team Queso, again, let's take a look at their stats and the damage they've done, how they're able to really turn things around. I'd actually love to talk to them maybe after today's show, maybe, hey, in the interview after our third match, maybe they're going to be coming on to give us some words here. Who knows? But you can see already off the bat, 1,200 damage, Glitter. Not the biggest amounts of damage, but hey, you're not going to complain if you're taking on the chicken dinner and 10 kills.
Right, and I think I know what you're exclaiming at over there, Seven, but they had 5 knockouts, but still managed to get 10 kills for themselves. So that means in those final circles, they were being incredibly, incredibly aware of what's going on around them, able to double their kill points with that awareness.
I think that's super important, right? We talked about teams being able to have more kills than knocks, showing that they have the awareness to take down other teams, take advantage of the other players being knocked down. Let's take a look at some of our do-the-do moments from our second match of the day so we can see what all action really did happen in that last game and recap things for you guys as well. And you're going to see Pittsburgh Knights off the bat with that first kill.
Yeah, and so Pittsburgh Knights in Carnage. Carnage actually ended up with 4 kills in that last match, 600 damage. So that was a huge game by him. And that's another player that Pittsburgh Knights needs for them to go ahead and stay hot alongside with Sixless. And then we have Gonzo here. I know we were mentioning Glitter. We were saying that was maybe one of the games with most kills that Konina Power has had in a very long time, being able to go ahead and get 7 kills. We haven't really seen that much from Tixie as we used to before, but Gonzo, I think he might have been one of the top players in that last match, so it's good to see that they're finally starting to step it up. And then B4, something that I really enjoy about this match for B4 is that even though they were starting cold, they could play pretty much the way they're usually able to, which outside of the circle. They like to play the outer side, and since the circle wasn't anywhere near them at the start, it allowed them to go ahead and do the rotations that they're kind of used to, Glitter.
Yeah, and you had talked about that a little bit too when we were looking. You were like, oh man, we should have picked B4 because you and I had kind of talked about them coming into the Sanhok map, but we were a little bit worried about them being cold. But they, like you said, they were able to kind of play their game. This is a map that they do tend to favor a little bit, and they just kind of got the short end of the stick overall when it came to those final circles and those final zones. And I think that was also something that we saw happening with Footballist in those same final zones as well. But Dadin, that was another player that you had talked about. He managed to keep himself alive for loops in the water for so long, to the point where he almost totally didn't get spotted out by, I think it was J7 in the very final zone. They're trying to come up out of the water, see if he could deal some damage, but he did manage to secure some good placement points for loops in doing so.
I think for Team Queso, something I wanted to go ahead and mention is they were finally able to get through a threshold that they have not been able to, and that is 10 kills a game. They've been getting so close in previous matches. They've been able to get like back-to-back 8 kills or something like that, but being able to get those 10 kills, I think that is huge for them, and now we're seeing football is there, and then B4, I think everything just kind of went downhill when they had to push up that bridge and didn't really have another option here. And then we see Football is a very strong team that's usually in Sanhok as well. They've been very consistent, not really having the performance that we would like to see out of them, but hey, still 4 kills. They're going back to that week 1 average of almost 5 kills a game. And then Team Queso was just set up. I am surprised though, right here, you're gonna be able to see Darin's gonna get up. Oh no, you're not gonna be able to see it. Darin's gonna get out and he's gonna just punch him, not realizing that he had a gun out. Oh man, if he would have gotten that kill with the punch, I think we would have had a highlight.
I think we almost did alone just from him having the confidence to go for something like that. That's exactly what he did do. He said he wanted to see a pan kill in a game. Had one happen last week. Maybe we can have a fist one happen here. Maybe we'll see one by the end of the entire event. Let's take a look though at our total damage from that last match. And Team Queso on the 1200-ish they had. I don't think they're going to be #1, guys. I think we're going to see some other teams really rise to the occasion, or we're just going to see a pretty big spread across the board here. We can see Pittsburgh Knights with 1500, Konita Power. I think this is probably one of their highest damage games in their last 4 days of play here, Glitter.
Yeah, and that's really, really nice to see coming out of Konina Power, perhaps showing a little bit of that older Konina Power that we were seeing last week during league play. But still, a respectable 800 damage coming out of Frag Machines. That's going to be huge for them. Managing to get almost 1100 damage onto Dream Eaters, but not able to convert on those kill points. So, you know, definitely want to be paying attention to that, even though they are able to get the damage out. But one team that I really want to point out that I think is massive for them is KHK Esports. If you see there, they did 800 damage and were able to pull down 6 kills. Now, and this is one of the squads that didn't make it through to the Super Weekend last weekend, is one of the teams that we're hoping can kind of pick up their aggression. If they can continue what they did here, they might be able to actually start setting themselves up well for this second Super Weekend coming up.
Well, another number there that kind of stands out to me is towards the very end, and it's Team Umbra with 0 damage done. It's not very often we ever see teams have no damage done in a match, but that has to be unfortunate for them. I don't know, I'm not really sure what went on for them, but clearly something didn't work out right for them. And let's take a look at our top 4 players from that last match and see what did go right for these guys. You can see Gonzo currently in first place with the damage done. Ayala going to be #2 with his 5 kills. Carnage and Miku, and well, Carnage, we talked about, you know, Pittsburgh Knights. We talked about them quite a bit, especially towards the end of the Super Weekend. And it seems like he's already starting things off well.
Yeah, and Pittsburgh Knights honestly having one of the best starts so far in this tournament, being able to get that 3rd place there and 19 points. I think that's huge. And Miku from Dream Eaters, that's one player that was actually very consistent over the weekend, over their Super Weekend. So I'm really happy to see him here again in the top players. And then something I want to go ahead and mention in Ayala from Team Queso, guess what? We're not really seeing that much Axel anymore. Now we're starting to see some of the other players also starting to shine from Team Queso. So I think this is huge for them, and this is why they're having just such a better performance, because everybody's finally just stepping it up in their own gameplay.
Well, speaking of players, you guys out there still have a chance to vote for your favorite ones in the World League. It's the PUBG Mobile Esports Awards 2020, and you guys have until tomorrow, I believe it is. I think today's the 21st. I don't know. All the days are blending together for me. And 64 lucky players will have a chance to be randomly selected to play with the most popular players of PUBG Mobile World League Season 0. So make sure you guys get your votes in within the game, and maybe you could be on the battlefield joining in with your favorites. And hopefully, for your sake, not getting destroyed by them, which I know if I would probably be out just like Team Umbra with a whopping goose egg in terms of damage. But something I think we also, hey, you know, at least I know my own kind of skill. That's kind of what I respect out of it. But I think it's time to move into something that's going to be a little disappointing for some other people out there. And Virum said maybe the analysts will talk about it, and I think we definitely are. We're going to take a look at our prediction scores. And, well, you know, you got to predict a team that's actually playing Cameron to get any points. But hey, he stuck to his guns. I didn't want to say anything during the segment because I'm going to let him live with his choices. And it's very cutthroat here when it comes to the town prediction game.
Damn, why you have to do him dirty like that? And the other thing is that Inverum was giggling over there. So I think you both knew. I think you both did, Cameron Davis. But hey, to Cameron's credit here, he wasn't the only one that picked Cloud9 in that last match. You guys are not able to see this, but shout out to my boy Hot Jukes that's going to be coming up here pretty shortly. He also picked Cloud9. So we had 2 goose eggs.
If I remember correctly, Hot Jukes not only gets a big fat 0 here, but also has put out a big fat 0 in house tour videos that he's supposed to have already been able to put up. I don't know what's going on with that, Hot Jukes. He said he'd be doing it, and you haven't released it just yet. Let's take a look now at our overall standings. I'm going to skip past that because Hot Jukes will be coming on next to commentate. I don't need him yelling at me off the bat. And you can see Team Queso, 51 points total. I'm going to bring this up another time and probably throughout the next today and tomorrow. 53 points was the bubble, and Team Queso's already about to pass it. So they should be almost guaranteed through now into the Super Weekend, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think one thing that is important to point out too is SWAT 69. We talked about earlier how it really was only kind of taking one really solid game, and potentially last place only needed to leapfrog about 24 points in order to kind of break that bubble, that top 16 bubble. And you see SWAT 69 coming in with that 20-point game. If some of those teams that were in that bottom 4 position can continue to do what the likes of SWAT 69 has done, you see Frag Machines up there with the 17 points. You know, these are what those squads needed in order to propel themselves to that top 16 position.
Yeah, and I think one that we want to go ahead and mention here while we're still on the first page is Team Queso with the 51 points. Guess what? In week 1 of league play, Team Queso ended up getting 65 points total.
Jeez.
Out of 2 days. So the step up that we have seen from Team Queso has been insane, and I cannot wait to go ahead and look at the kills. I'll make sure I get that stat for you guys. As now we're going into the second page, we're seeing Dream Eaters here with 11 points, Wildcard with 9 points. I definitely want to go ahead and see more out of Wildcard. I don't want to see them in this second page. I feel like there can be one team that can be a little bit more consistent and be towards that that first page. And then you got Footballers with only 8 points, Nova Esports starting to fall down again. Temple Storm has only played 1 match, so I'm looking forward to see what they're going to do in this upcoming next Erangel.
But Team Unique have played 2 matches, and they're sitting on 8 points. I mean, obviously, I don't want to count them out. They did make it in the Super Weekend last time, but maybe we need to start looking towards who potentially would be sitting on the bottom 4 overall as you make your way through into our second Super Weekend of the whole event. And just reminding you guys at home, if you haven't checked out the game in recent times and you haven't seen the new Royale Pass that has come out, well, again, we're having a nice little trailer for you to show you what you're missing out on. So if you're not already, get in the game, go pick it up. You know, I just realized that trailer, the 3 driving in the US there, it's me driving, it's Glitter.
Role assignments as well.
Yeah? What do you mean? Because I'm the one getting shot right off the bat? Okay, you're not getting a second. But we'll see. We'll see as time does tell here. And I think it's time to go into our prediction game to move on to Erangel as our 3rd map. And I started off last time, 7 started the first time, so that means 7, you're going to start again.
What? No, hold up, Glitter. You go.
No. Remember, we can't do that anymore. We got to work with the graphics.
Hold on, let me verify. Hey, yeah, people in the back. Is Cloud9 playing this time around? I don't want to pull a Cameron Davis. Oh, they are. All right, I'm gonna go with Cloud9 this time around.
Why Cameron? Put some hate towards Hot Jukes. Come on. I mean, well, you almost did it yourself as well, and Glitter bailed you out. I'll go second. Though.
I know. I got lucky.
You did. I was really mad at Glitter for that. I'll go second here, and I'm not gonna lie. I went Cloud9 as well. I don't know. I should have picked someone else to try to catch up on you when it comes to predictions, but I'll play it safe because they've been looking good. Glitter.
Okay, this is getting rough, guys. We gotta stop picking the same picks here because I think this will now be the second time today where we've done the same team. But I'm also going with Cloud9. And to be fair, I haven't picked them in the past, so this is a first for me. You guys are just kind of riding that out.
Well, when we all pick loops together, that didn't work out well. So I'm a little.
Hopefully this works out.
I mean, hopefully better for us this time. Hopefully better for them as well, even though Cloud9 are currently sitting in second place. We're going to get you 2 out of here and bring in some more people, some new people this time. One of them, though, has to be wising up in his prediction game. Remember, you guys can tweet to us at Esports PUBGM and we'll use the hashtag PMWL, and maybe we can show you up on the show. We're going to be talking about our lucky draw now. I've been talking about this for the last week and a half, and I'm not going to stop talking about it anytime soon because you have a chance to win some limited time outfits as long as you're within the game and the Esports Center, you have your chance on one of those draws. And now we have to bring in our two lovely casters, though one of them a little bit smarter than the other, and probably one of them I can depend on to put out a house tour video when he says so. We got Mustache Dave and Hot Juice coming in. I'm going to ignore you right off the bat, Hot Juice, because you're a Cloud9 prediction in the last game. Mustache Dave, how are you doing today, man?
Hey, thank you. I'm clearly the smart one out of the group. I appreciate that, Jason.
What's up, Hot Juice? What's wrong?
Hurt. Oh, so first of all, okay, the reason why the house tour video didn't come up, right, is because the hot tub you just sent me for of course, you know, letting you catch up back to me on the leaderboard.
All right,
just came in. So I wanted to go ahead and postpone it just a little bit, so that way I got it in there and everything like that. I had to show it off.
Hot Juice, that's the only way I can get you clean, man. You won't take a shower. I got to send you a hot tub to get you to, you know, take care of yourself. So let's start to talk about our third game of
Erangel. You got the hot tub with the 32 jets too. I mean, there's 32 jets.
Went all out.
It hits you from all the angles.
Hey, and the LEDs. Got a lot of dirt to clean off, you know. So let's get into our next match here, Erangel. I want to hear your thoughts really quickly, Dave, going into this match. Not predictions, not talking about that just yet, but maybe talking about how teams have done overall, and now our second time seeing Erangel today.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a little surprised about Team Queso getting that chicken dinner just because of last week. They're kind of in that mid-pack. Not so surprised when it comes to Cloud9. But honestly, this game, personally, I'm looking for Dream Eaters.
Okay, all right. Well, you went with the prediction anyway. I wasn't even looking for predictions, but all right. We'll go
I wrapped it all into one package for you.
Okay,
it's all there. So
I do like everything in one nice and neat package. Hot Jukes, speaking of nice and neat packages, let's talk about your prediction here into match 3.
Look, I'm going Cloud9 every single game today, including the games that they are off. Now, I'm not going to go into the story why I play Cloud9, truly why, because I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, you know? But speaking of, you were talking about Dirty earlier. Got to talk about Loops, Dadden. You know, that 3v1 against Wildcard. That was disgusting, you know? So I'm looking to see Loops, all these squads, make it happen here in this next Erangel match.
His hot tub's already in the mail, actually, so he'll be getting that in the next couple of weeks. We're going to head into our third match of the day here. Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave, take us away. Yeehaw.
Let's go, baby. Here we go. Match number 3. Erangel, Mustache Dave. We have seen this map over and over again. We get to see it 3 times today. Some of the best possible PUBG Mobile is done here on this map. So, hey
facts.
I know I'm pumped up. What about you?
You're pumped up. You're on the back of that horse. You're ready to corral some cattle out here. It's looking like that. But let's get into the game, Hot Jukes. I'm sorry to break your dreams right now. We got to get into the game, son.
Hey, you know, I had to wear the cowboy hat. You know, it's high noon. It's high noon over here, guys. You know, it's basically time for all these guys, like the Wild West. They got these teams that didn't qualify on the last opening weekend. They have to get it done today. So, hey, if it's any time to get it done, it's right now.
So true. And, you know, that's one thing that has definitely been exciting today. I mean, I know Super Weekend, you know, super exciting when it comes to the top 16 squads, but now we're going back to it. We are reintroducing those squads that did not have the chance to play in the Super Weekend, so they're looking for that comeback here today and this week, actually. And that's what I'm looking forward to. I mean, SWAT 69 alone, I mean, they're putting up some numbers. They have 10 kills so far, but they're in 3rd place. So, I mean, they're trying to make the comeback here and stand their ground and show the lobby what they're made out of.
Well, that's the thing. That's the crazy thing about this whole entire format. They only have 2 days to really do that. So the fact that they're able to get such a good game right off the bat, it's crucial. It's crucial. They cannot afford to miss another Super Weekend. So for them to be able to get a really good placement, especially considering that they've been out for this long, just goes to show that they put in the work. They put in the work for sure. And it looks like they're going to have to put in some more work, according to this first circle, as it is a good, solid shift to the northwest here.
Yeah, all the teams are going to have to put in the work. I mean, we saw the plane, you know, starting down there in the south, going a little bit just north of Milta, a very southern plane. And of course, you know, our first game casting here today, of course, we're going to have a circle that will not be favoring anybody. And talk about being favored. Spring right now in a 1v3. And here comes Sam with the support in the US. And this is going to be chaotic right now. Ulysses, the D-Eagle.
Sam showed up with the US before the teammates from Uter even got there. That is insane. So you can see Spring, he's got the scar. Oh my goodness, the RNG.
Insta thirsted right there. And you have to assume, Udar Killers, they had to have known that Spring was here. I mean, they dropped right on top of them. And then, of course, here in the U.S. from Sam in the tail end of this one, yeah, Ulysses is going to start to toss out some grenades right there and at least try to put a halt to the push. But Wildcard, they are looking mighty thirsty right now.
Something had to happen for Udar to be able to fly this late into this kind of fight right here. Spring beat them, Sam beat them in the UAS before all their teammates were even making it right here. And you can just see, I love the fact that Wildcard, they showed up quick to support just one teammate. They didn't want anybody going out early. Oh, look at that double barrel on top from Poku.
Yep, we hear the double barrel. We see Acer with the bunny ears. We see Slicky with the M16, all holding their angles. Nano in the bottom right-hand corner is going to be taking some shots onto Spring, but Spring able to get behind some cover right now. And just a reminder, this is a 4v3. And, you know, a lot of these teams don't have much to go towards their name when it comes to loot or meds. And the Killers trying to make the pull-off right now, trying to retreat on this one, and they're going to leave one to just be sacrificed to the lands out here. Ulysses is going to be popping out with that scar, chunked down pretty low, about 1% HP, and here comes the push from Acer.
Here comes Wildcard coming in hungry right now, especially after that. Those comms are so strong. This squad is just holding all kinds of angles for each other. Slicky doing the hard 360 right there, just showing off some style, making sure that there ain't nobody behind him.
Ooh, Nano catching another one off guard from Wildcard. And that's going to make this a 2v2. I mean, once again, both squads getting the return knocks. When it comes to Udar Killers, though, they have one bleeding on out. So they weren't thirsted, but still, you know, only 2 members up right now.
Yeah, that's going to turn the fight right around for Udar. And you can just tell as they're trying to rotate back to their teammate, Wildcard, you know, Acer, of course, being able to get that spot, giving that information to his team, splitting some loot right now. But they're going to have to push this quick if they want to finish this fight.
Yeah, Wildcard looking to, you know, win this engagement. Already a 2v3, and looks like the revive was successful. Poke use with the pump action, going to be reloading that one. Everybody holding their corners, holding their angles, and Wildcard, they're on that second story. Acer jumping down, still looking to make some moves happen.
This is so difficult right now for Wildcard, considering that, you know, they're down a member right now. So it's a 3v2, and it's so hard to push when you hear the reload of that shotgun. You know, you can't go up into a house with a double barrel in hand. If you go up against that, 1 bullet to the chest, and it's a GG. You are on your knees and back to the lobby. And I think now Wildcard, with all this time, they know that they have fully reset. They're fully healed. They're at a disadvantage. I wonder if they're just going to opt to try and disengage completely and get out of here, take their losses. Crazy how this fight turned around.
Yeah, not only that, as time progresses, I know this fight is within the circle number 1, but both these teams, they have in the back of their mind, okay, well, everybody else, they're not in their own engagement, so they're going to be getting looted up and probably rotating on past this eventually. So this fight needs to hurry up. They need to hurry up and, you know, make up some decisions right now on what they want to do.
Yeah, you can definitely see Ulysses. He's on the roof right now, just trying to get any information. I'm surprised that both these teams are playing so passive, but at the same time, I'm not. When you look at Udar Killers with the amount of loot they have, you know, a lot of them don't even have vests or helmets. Spring is in the same boat right now, so they're just stuck right now in this fight, and it's so crazy how Wildcard was so aggressive. They tried to go ahead and get the flush, but there had to be some kind of miscommunication there for them to lose 2 members like that so easily.
Well, remember, Sam had that US earlier on, so I wouldn't be surprised if Wildcard, they're trying to formulate some type of plan. Yeah, we already see Acer trying to make the pullback. I wouldn't be surprised if they just call it what it is, get in this US and go to where they're used to going, and that's Severny, and get some loot. I mean, this fight, we're already 6 minutes, almost 7 minutes into this game. Both of these squads, they have near to nothing when it comes to loot.
Yeah, you're right. It's a lose-lose scenario, no matter what. You know, Udar's losing 1 player. Of course, they're going to be coming up kind of on top. Of course, getting 2 points rather than just 1. At the same time, though, like you mentioned, they're completely out of loot. And yeah, they're at the edge of zone. The only difficult part is there's not a lot of places to loot surrounding there. At least places that are going to be open. Everybody else is going to be completely looted right now. And as you can see, Acer just getting in the US, and he's just taking off. He's just leaving his teammate. See ya.
Yeah, exactly. Acer saying, see ya. I would assume Spring recognized that there's a Dacia in this garage right here, right in front of him. So I wouldn't be surprised if Spring tries to kind of sneak their way on into there and get that vehicle. But I don't know. That's going to be a tall task.
Oh, goodness.
A tall order. And Spring's going to be seeing Pokas move on, transition right past them, will be taking some shots, giving away their position. And now, yep, heading into this garage.
Yeah, and I think he had to have heard something from across the way, because I was thinking that maybe he perhaps thought that at least 2 members took off, but of course it was a buggy, so he only saw 1 in there. So he knows the other 2 are going to be somewhere right now. He cannot get in his vehicle. He's completely stuck right now.
Stuck like Chuck. And we got squads on the east side. We got Unique. We got KHK. We got Footballists. Konina Powers, all those teams starting to make their move now and get on into circle number 1. And I wouldn't be surprised if some of these teams on their rotates, if they hear the gunshots, I wouldn't be surprised if they possibly attempt to third party this.
Yeah, it's totally possible right now, considering that this is going to be some good points on the board. And now they will get points, but they won't get a lot of loot as they are completely stuck out. But, you know, we're trying to stick to the rotations here. We're still in circle number 1. They have a little bit more time left, but regardless, they're going to be at a big disadvantage for the rest of the game.
Konina Powers all going to be popping on out of their vehicles and just unleashing a reign of terror when it comes to bullets on top of KHK. But can they connect? Can they get
That's the question.
Connections with these bullets? Well, seems like it was just some target practice. Oh, the kill feed. Ulysses connected on the Spring.
With the pistol.
With the pistol.
Right there. Oh, I can't wait to hopefully they were able to catch that and we can get that back. I wonder how exactly that fight ended up turning out. But yeah, you know, as we saw right there, Konina Power, they had a pretty good shot availability onto KHK, but not able to connect at all. Kind of definitely gives me a question mark in my head about how that's going to affect their performance going forward.
Yeah, you know, they went up to him and just pistol whipped him. Bam! Right in the face.
Oh my goodness.
You know, that one hurt.
Disrespect.
It's going to leave a mark. It's going to leave a mark. But Acer still alive. One thing to know, Acer still alive from the squad of Wildcard. Will be up there in Severny and currently looting on up. So now when you are looking at Wildcard, it's all about trying to get as far as possible when it comes to placement points and just going underneath the radar.
You know what? I actually am getting something in my ear right now. It looks like they did see my cowboy hat, and they challenged Spring to a duel. Ooh. They challenged him to a duel right there, and Spring, you know, of course, not being able to make it out of there in the tail end. I mean, hey, this is what I'm talking about right here. This is the weekday play. You know, this is how you're able to get to Super Weekend.
Well, hopefully next time when we come to the duel, you know, things won't turn out so bad for Spring. Looking around here. Tempo Storm.
Acer won the duel, though. Acer won that duel. He said, you know what, I'm out. You know?
I don't know.
Hey, I'm alive. You know? So, hey, that's all that matters right there.
In a duel, you have to stand your ground and only one person walks away. You know, like, you can't run away. I think you lose if you run away still.
But the difference is he drove away.
Not on a horse, though. So
that's true.
You know, doesn't go with your whole cowboy thing. So at the end of the day, disappointment all the way around. So looking at Cloud9. They got a dub. They got a dub here. They already got 1 kill. I didn't catch how that happened on the kill feed, but Adar with this M16 trying to pop some tires out there.
And that's such a good strategy. You know, it totally reduces other teams from being able to rotate. And now we didn't really get to see any markers from that distance right there. But regardless, I mean, anything you can do to kind of make it harder on other teams to be able to rotate in, it's huge.
E4 looking for a huge come up as well. And you know, they heard those shots from Adar. They're not going to be very far from Cloud9. And Cloud9 actually with a 2-2 split right now, just trying to cover their ground and, you know, continue checking off that shopping list. We got SWAT 69 coming into the west side of Georgia Pool, trying to spice some things up. So we might have some urban combat happening very shortly.
Here in South George, totally could happen right now. I kind of doubt it, though, considering the look at the zone right now. I really love Cloud9's position, kind of holding it right there by that bridge. That's going to be really huge because right now we can't tell if the zone is going to hard shift north, is it going to go south or center out. So Cloud9, and this is a squad that we've seen just dominate in Erangel. You know, just constantly. I think they're by far the best team that we have seen so far competing here. And I love this strategy because whether or not the circle goes north or south, it's going to be an easy rotation for them. So you could definitely see that high IQ play coming out of Beowulf and his squad.
Who are you kidding? There's going to be a hard shift. Hot Jukes, it's you and me, baby. It's you and me.
That's right. That's right. There's always action here. You know, the zones are always so troll. We've seen some of the most disgusting zones every single match so far. Where will it go?
Hey!
It goes north!
Hey!
Are
what did we say? What did we say? Scripted. Scripted.
Scripted. Are you kidding me right now? Cloud9, and look how fast Cloud9 is on the rotation. Instantly, they're already in their vehicles, ready to go the second that circle pops. And as you can tell right now, they're going to be able to be first here, set up really pretty. I wonder if they're going to go up to Snake Hill. That's a little bit north. It looks like we have a couple squads kind of heading towards that direction right there. It looks like they have the same idea.
Yeah, and this is a very good circle for Acer, the solo member from Wildcard. As long as they can just remain undetected, they could possibly out-survive some other squads who are currently going to be wrapping around Severny, such as Footballists. We got the bridge in Georgia Pool being used right now. Yep, that was B4 making the push on over there. And yeah, this is what we were talking about. Footballists, they've been taking shots at KHK. They've been thirsty to connect these shots on the KHK. Finally able to connect and knock out 2 of them.
Man, football is showing Konita Power how it's done right there. KHK got away with it the first time, but they didn't here the second time as Footballist is going to get the 2-piece right there. Oh, and they blew up the shark car as well. Oh, what a beautiful skin. Just see blowing up. It hurts me inside.
Yeah, I think it hurts all of us. I mean, the paint job alone, at least $3,000 right there. So it's going to be Footballist getting some additional loot right there. Konita Powers going to be transitioning on over the Georgia Pool Bridge as well. It's all run over in the kill feed. That's to be expected. I mean, so many squads are currently in vehicles just straight up sending it to the north.
Yeah, you could definitely see it right here. Really, like this is a tough circle. This is a tough circle shift for all these southern squads, especially, of course, Tempo coming all the way from Pachinki right here. They can see that they're kind of on the tail end of this rotation in. But this is the hard part. There's only so many places you could rotate in from, only so many bridges. As you can see, Tempo passing up PK and just kind of driving around right now. It's like the OK Corral over here.
Dude, this circle breaking so many teeth right now. We got so many squads down there in the south. They're going to be just right on top of one another. I mean, we are in circle number 3, almost 15 minutes into the game with the whole lobby. 16 teams still alive, all in this small area.
And I love to see kind of like they had a little bit of an agreement there. They're like, hey guys, we're all trying to get in this circle. Why don't we just get in? We'll fight each other later on, as they all have seemed to rotate down these 2 particular bridges. And that's pretty much the only options they had besides going into the blue zone right here. But man, we're going to see a war coming up here really soon.
Yeah, it's going to be a bloodbath. It is going to be a bloodbath. So it looks like Team Umbra are going to be as center as you can get within this circle. Tempo not too far off behind that, and then Alpha Legends kind of scouting right behind them as well. So it does look like Tempo are able to pick up some nice cover. This plane crash right here, I mean, talk about it, Jukes, this cover.
Yeah, Airplane's really good. I actually like Team Umbra squad. It's a little dip that's a little bit north of Airplane, and you can see how they got that coverage right there. The vehicle parking's a little bit off, as they are able to still see it. Regardless, though, I think that Umbra's going to have the advantage position-wise.
All right, so we'll see. We'll see. And we did see that next circle shift once again, so Umbra still in it. Yep. Tempo still in it. Alpha Legends right on the edge of it.
Yeah, that Airplane, it's decent. The only issue is that there's so many different spots where teams can kind of surround it and kind of crash onto you right here. As you can already see, Alpha Legends, they've got a big spot onto this Tempo squad. So you got Tensa and Rain right near the Airplane. They can still get inside of it. So they're going to be relatively safe. Of course, that's if the Tensa gets caught on top right here. It's got to be really careful because, man, all these squads are trying to get into this circle right now.
Oh, that Alpha Legends, they have a pretty assertive position on top of that little hill. That's going to be overlooking the plane crash and the edge that does not favor the next circle. So they might be able to gatekeep the Knights who are trying to make their way on in. SWAT 69, though, down to just 2. Down to just 2, and they just can't catch a break. They have nowhere to really go safely. And checking on in with a footballist grenade battle right now happening on the edge just south of shooting range.
Nano, oh man, just barely surviving from that tree. Trying to get this return nade. Will it be good? So close.
Up. Ooh, right behind him as well. I mean, we see them. They are just battered. They are battered. At least when it comes to Nano, they have a couple first aids to work with and a couple bandages, but it's only a matter of time before footballists. Yeah, we already see one of them trying to reposition. They do have this rock to work with. Solke prepping this grenade.
Shots.
To go for the revive.
Yeah, Nano with some great return fire right there. Soulcase throwing that nade out. Oh, gets the bounce, doesn't connect though, and he's gonna try to use that nade to kind of relieve some pressure, hopefully pick up his squad mate. Love is in. He is the big off angle guy right here, but he's got no cover.
Was the big off angle, was able to at least grab the attention of Udar Killers for a moment to allow that revive to occur behind that rock, but now they were so out of position. Oh, huge grenade right there. Huge grenade.
My goodness.
That could turn it around. That's it. That actually did turn it around, so they should be able to pick up Lobison now after that one.
Oh man, what a nade right there to be able to just kind of finish that out. That's huge, especially considering that the zone is almost about to close and pop. So they need to get healed up, get rezzed, and get ready to head to this next circle. Wow, Acer with the turn.
Great awareness from Acer.
He's got the angle. He's got all the cover though right now. Oh, and Tixie's retreating.
Bailing. Yep, Tixie's bailing. Not going to be taking this fight by themselves. I mean, who could blame them? They have a full team up and at them right behind them, so they're going to regroup up just a little bit. Remember, Acer alone, solo dolo right now on the squad of Wildcard.
Yeah, and he's stuck out in the blue right now. I do like the fact that Konina Power opt to disengage, especially considering that the zone's about to close. We just saw SWAT 69, had a good solid game number 1, getting taken out early right here in game number 3. So hopefully we can see them with a comeback onto the next Sanhok match coming up.
Footballist. Oh, surprise. Hello? Octavian just pulling up, just surprising one of the members, Ram, from Footballist. And here comes the push from Solke. Yep, the retaliation almost as quickly as Ram was thirsted in the process. And Footballist, they are going to be able to secure this shack for themselves. But Octavian, I mean, talk about a jump scare. And just like that, we're on to the next shack. Konina Powers able to secure this one for themselves.
It's the battle of the shacks right now. They're trying to get any little piece of cover that they can. Shooting range is always such a difficult zone to deal with. Just a lot of hills right here, a lot of grass. Got to hit some big shots if you want to survive through it. And you can see Alpha Legends just throwing some smoke downs right now, trying to be able to get their teammate up.
HH looking to get a nice grenade, and yep, will be inflicting some damage on Akedo. Will be getting 1 point on the side. That is one member down from Alpha Legends who was previously attempting to get their revive.
Yeah, you can see right now this zone has shifted to the northeast. Cloud9, B4, all these squads are out of it right now, and it looks like they're going to try to send it in late. I wonder how that is going to pay off for them. Tempo, they're holding plane. Got to start going north. Oh, look at these nades coming out for Konina Power and Team Unique, though.
Yeah, this is on the tail end of that previous shift that we just saw with the circle, so they're going to be right there on the edge. Memphis going to be in the heat of it right now. Gonzo tossing about 2 grenades on top of Memphis's face. Lightning will be connected from the spray down from Gonzo's scar, and we might see the push. Yep, Rob going to be pushing up just a little bit. Memphis is going to be within the smoke. Suppressed AKM, going to be pre-fire right there. And the support, Konina Power, 6 kills. This could be the game. This could be the comeback from the squad.
Could be, but they have to deal with Cloud9 first as Cloud9 comes in for the third party on the side. But looking back, HH24 with the 6x DP right now, popping some shots. It's starting to get hectic right now.
That 6x DP, the laser. Miku from Dream Eaters out here trying to take some shots with the M16. First set was previously knocked. Hopefully they can get that revived. Cloud9 on the high ground right now, tossing out some grenades on top of B4.
They're both out of circle right now, so Cloud9's really trying to get this done out quick. Look at those nades. Oh, will they be able to get the right bounce, though? Over the third party, though, from Dream Eaters. Devastating for B4.
Yep, we got 9 teams remaining right now. Pyro gonna be cresting right on over the hill, attempting to get the thirst onto B4, but
Bale
needs to pull off that one. Yeah, Bale's like, get in the car, man. We need to get to the next circle, and we see the play zone will be getting some thirst. Umbra, though, they have been in the center for some time now, and now they are forced to defend it.
Look at the shots from first set right here. Using the M16 single and just all red dots and hollow. Still able to hit some big shots from this far out. 40 seconds left on the clock. They need to go ahead and get this push done quickly as this zone's starting to close.
And I love it. I love it. It looks like Dream Eater's trying to be the aggressor. They're trying to work their way on up that southern end of the blue zone and maybe backstab Cloud9. Cloud9 right now, though, trying to clear a pathway in front of them. Konita Powers are going to be in their sightlines. Gonzo making the pull up. The jump down spray. Gonzo.
Getting it done. Getting it done right there. Had to get it done. Yeah, that's just straight clutch right there. Oh, look at this dossier. It is smoking right now. Oh, he's using it to defend his teammate.
Uneven.
And it looks like it works. Look at that. Look at that coverage. And now the tree. Wow. What a little tiny plays like that make all the difference when it comes to these kind of late game fights.
The communication from Konita Powers right now is beautiful. You can tell. And Dream Eaters making the pull up. Tempo trying to stand their ground in this little dip. Gonna be popping up Spec, trying to take some shots on the Toffees. Toffees right behind that tree, counting their blessings as they just want to survive. But 3 members of Tempo gonna be looking right onto this tree, looking to get the thirst. I mean, Toffees, nowhere to go, man. Nowhere to go.
Nothing. He is completely stuck out in Tempo. It's kind of switched spots. They now have this dip that was north of playing the spot that I was saying that was probably the strongest one in this zone. Still in play and getting put to good use here as Cloud9. Oh, look at those return shots right there.
Tixie right there. Nice shots. Uneven, I do believe, will be behind some type of cover. But now I see on the minimap, Tempo Storm pulling up right behind Cloud9. Cloud9, they're going to be spreading pretty thin right now. They're taking shots on everybody, so they were able to take out Konita Powers. But now Adar, first to defend the push from Tempo. Bale right behind the shack. Tempo, look how many smokes. There's about 20 smokes right now. They're playing ring around the rosy. Bale trying to stand their ground, taking shots on HH. HH needs to heal on up there inside the shack. 1 grenade, 1 molly. Could spell disaster for Tempo, and it looks like both teams going for that reset. As I say, that rain gonna be peeking on out the shack. Bale going for the wraparound themselves, connecting on to Spec. Now it's just up to Tempo. Rain right behind the UAS. Bale coming into the shack, trying to get the confirm, trying to get the thirst. The 1v1 right now. Rain versus Bale. Bale has the HP advantage. Spec trying to heal on up. Bale with the DP saying, see you later, Tempo. See you later.
Are you kidding me right there? Cloud9 holding it down, showing that why we're one of the best teams in this lobby, why we are the most consistent, as it's just up to Bayo and Uneven to now hold off Footballers to try to get the chicken dinner.
Who picked Cloud9? Who picked Cloud9?
Oh, I did. All day. Okay. Every game, including the game that they didn't play. That's what I'm talking about. That's how we do it.
You knew they were going to win today so many times that you're like, listen, I can see the game, and I'll still be in first place at the end of the day. Jukes, you're killing me, man. So now we got 2 teams remaining. We got Footballers and Cloud9.
Who's it going to be? Cloud9, 2 members up, but they do have the height advantage. And a little bit of cover right now as Footballers are looking to press the action. Oh, but they don't have the zone. They don't have the zone, Dave. That is why Footballers has pressed up right here. A ton of pressure on Cloud9 right now.
Soulk getting so aggressive, though. If Cloud9 could manage to take out Soulk, maybe get the thirst, that will even it out to a 2v2. But now here comes the push from Lutz. Lutz is going to be tagged in the process by the aimless spray from Uneven into the smokes right now.
And this is going to be so huge right now. Uneven has got to hit some big shots. And you can see as they're just trying to smoke out, do anything they can to get into this circle. But Football is doing exactly what they should and just kind of put that pressure on them as the zone is about to close right now. Oh, and look at that. Love is in with the off angle.
Love's in also with the crate, so you have to assume they have that level 3 gear. Bale in the grass, trying to mow it down. And they will be going out in second place that game. Wow. I mean, Bale 5 kills, Pyro 2 kills, Adar 6 kills, but the winner chicken dinner goes on over to the side of Footballist.
Man, you got to give it to them getting 10 kills right there. So huge for Footballist. And we have seen them be able to get quite a few chicken dinners over the past few days, including the Super Weekend right here. So I know that was a much needed, I know they're really, really excited win for Footballist.
Still, I mean, anybody who is trying to back Cloud9 today, Second place, okay, but they had a bunch of kills and they have that momentum at this point. I know we have, 2 more games to go. I have to assume Cloud9 are going to continue on steamrolling the lobby.
And I think Cloud9, what separates them from a lot of the other teams is their ability to play passive when needed, very passive, and also play insanely aggressive at the same time. They turn that switch on and off whenever it is needed. The amount of coordination, synergy, and teamwork it takes to be able to accomplish that is at another level right there. But I can't wait to get into the rest of the matches today. We'll see what the desk has to say about this one right after this short break.
Well, we got a new team taking home a chicken dinner here in our third match of the day and our first day of the second week of league play. And we see the footballs have done it yet again over the course of these weeks, able to pick themselves up the nice and tasty chicken dinner. Of course, some kills to go on top of that 7. I think they have to be proud about that result.
Oh, they're definitely going to be happy about that result. One team that we've been mentioning over and over again how consistent they can be, being able to go ahead and get those 10 kills in the chicken dinner after not having the best match that we kind of expected out of them in Sanhok. This is huge for Footballers.
Yeah, let's take a look at the rankings from that last map so you guys get an idea of who scored what points across the board here in Glitter. We can see Cloud9 got themselves up to 27 points from that game, but we're seeing some consistency out of some teams that were lacking it when it came to the Super Weekend.
Yes, we definitely are. It's nice to see Tempo Storm back up in that third place position. They had a very, very strong game. And as well, finally, more Konina power popping up on these leaderboards here with 8 kills, 7 placement points. Another good game for them to kind of continue with that momentum. But also seeing Alpha Legends up here, Frag Machines again in that top 8 position. You know, we keep talking about those squads that were at the very bottom of the overall leaderboard last week, and we're seeing a lot of them really starting to ramp up that gameplay now, Seven.
Yeah, and something you mentioned, B4 Esports, I'm hoping they go ahead and can take advantage here of what's going to be coming in the next couple matches with Sanhok and hopefully tomorrow as well. That's one team that I know we mentioned over and over again. They love Sanhok, so hopefully they can go ahead and get a couple chicken dinners going to the next ones. And then as we're going to the second page, one team that's actually surprising me here in 9th is Umbra. Umbra has been able to get some higher places here. Remember the first match, they got 5th place. They weren't able to get any kills, and in the last one, I don't think they were able to get any kills either. But here being at least able to get 1 kill, that is huge. Hopefully they can go ahead and start picking that up in the kills department. And in Wildcard, I feel like they got just so unlucky at the start of the game. losing a couple players and then only being able to collect 1 kill after they had a lot of players down at the beginning. I feel like that was in a way a choke there from Wildcard. Not sure exactly what happened, but hopefully in the future they'll be able to rearrange those mishaps.
Yeah, unfortunately, you saw KHK towards the bottom as well as Unique, actually, a team that we did see playing in the Super Weekend, definitely carrying their struggles over from last weekend till this week in the league play. Let's take a look, though, at our numbers, our stats coming in for Footballists as they took home the chicken dinner from that last game, took home that first place. And I'm hoping for some decent damage again. Not massive damage, I'll say here, Glitter, but they do, again, have more kills than knockouts, which is the important part for me.
Very, very important part. Still a decent amount of damage coming in. It could just lend itself to the fact that they waited until they had a lot of their engagements from front into the mid and the late game, but also seeing a relatively low amount of healing as well, which means, you know, they had good positioning. They were making smart decisions, and I think they kind of just needed to have these type of games to keep their mentality where it needs to be. We've seen them fluctuate a little bit, even though they are very, very aggressive and strong. So I think this was a solid win for them.
Yeah, I think getting a win under your belt too, like the points they accumulated from this, I think it was 30 if I'm not mistaken. That already gets them past the halfway point of where we did see the bubble be last time. I think Cloud9 with the 27 points they got, they are clear through the bubbles, so they can feel comfortable now getting through into the Super Weekend, though I imagine not going to be playing any more comfortable than they are. Not going to, take the foot off the gas in this one. Let's take a look now at our do moments from that last match and see some of the highlights from what all went down on our second playthrough of Erangel. And it looks like we're starting things off with the boys we all rooted for here with Cloud9. All for the second.
And honestly, not a bad pick. Not a bad pick. They were playing this match around, and then we see Wildcard spraying, being able to get some kills there too. I think Wildcard, with this engagement between Wildcard and UDR, not sure exactly what happened from Wildcard. They had the numbers at one point, and for some reason, that was just such a bad crash from Spring. I expect better out of him. I don't know what he was honestly thinking in regards to getting into that car and just crashing there. I wish they would have just done what Acer ended up doing, which was just getting a buggy and go back to where you're used to being in Severny, and that was a great kill right there. Konita Power, I know that's another team that we're talking about. They're performing really well here in comparison to what they did in the Super Weekend, and they've been getting a lot more kills lately, which is huge for them. One engagement that I'm not sure if they're gonna go ahead and show it here that we did see was Acer versus Konita Power Tixi. He didn't take the fight, even though I know it was probably because of zone, but he had Acer running. So I'm wondering if it's maybe like a confidence thing, something I'll definitely keep an eye out on here. And then B4 Mixera just being able to go ahead and blow up that card, get those extra points, and Tixi right here at least being able to get some knocks, getting some kills. This is huge for him. This is huge for a player of that caliber, being able to get some kills, hopefully build up his confidence again and let him know, hey, don't worry, those bad days had already happened. This is a new week, this is a new start, go for it, right, Glitter?
Oh, absolutely. And you were touching on Tixi. He actually ended up having 4 of the 8 kills that came in for Konita Power in this game. So we're definitely starting to see him pick up his individual game as well, which we were looking for because he had shown up so big last week during league play. Now we're actually jumping on board here with this very tense tempo versus Cloud9 fight that all of us were kind of like hyped up while we were watching, because Bayo was put in this situation where I believe he had to 1v2 at least with very low health. He was able to get off a heal before he ended up pushing back in for that fight and was able to kind of come out on top, potentially off of a slight misplay from Rain, but that was very strong showing from Bayo, and then Football is taking down the win there at the end.
I like how when we were watching that clip, we were actually saying to ourselves, oh, Tempo, they've got this. And then I remember saying, but Bayo, we still got Bayo alive, and he proved exactly why we had our faith in him. Let's take a look now at our overall damage from that last match played, our third one of the day, and see who was leading the charts. Remember, we had Footballists at 1,500 damage, and we'll see how he ranks up against the rest of the team in just a second here. And I still kind of wonder, though, are there any teams that are able to surpass them? It wasn't necessarily this clean cut for them, and we could already see Cloud9 definitely did so, not to mention even in the kill department here, 7.
Yeah, at least being able to get, what is that, 2,100 damage, 13 kills. That is huge, though. And then another one for me, Off Legends. Even though they weren't able to get kills, they're at least trying to secure some placement. Hopefully, this is kind of one that we've been seeing. We've seen now a couple times top 5 teams not really getting any kills and not really getting as much damage as we're used to, but at least getting those placement points. Hopefully, they're able to readjust that to maybe get some kills there. And another team, Unique. I know we've been talking about Unique. They just haven't been performing performing to what we expect them to. And then Pittsburgh Knights, something that we've also been mentioning is when Pittsburgh Knights gets kills, they usually end up having a really, really great match. Well, guess what? Here, Pittsburgh Knights was not able to get any kills, and they ended with only 2 points for that match.
And then we see Konita Power as well. Again, this is a team we've been talking about ever since we saw them in the opening weekend when they came into the second day, and they really showed everyone what they're about. Some good damage, some good kills. We're seeing some consistency come out of them. But I will say this though, Glitter, we're not seeing the domination that we did see from the second day of the very first week out of them.
That is definitely true. And I think part of that at least has to be to lend itself to because of their performance during the super weekend that we just saw. It's possible that, like Seven had pointed out, we saw the engagement where I think all of us thought Tixie would push Acer and then he didn't. Is that because they're trying to kind of ramp back up to those dominating performances? Have they second guessed themselves after struggling a little bit during super weekend? Are there things we've gone that we don't know about? Have they tried to change things up and maybe it's just not working out for them? These games that they're having right now, while they're not as explosive as they were on day 2 of the first week of league play, I think that they're setting themselves up to be confident enough to then have those performances potentially tomorrow.
Well, speaking about confidence, you mentioned there's one player we were just talking about from Cloud9, Beowulf, having definite confidence in his play up against Tempo Storm here. Seven, I believe you wanted to start to break this one down because this was one hell of a fight that really surprised a lot of us.
I did, and I think I just wanted to go ahead and highlight just great plays that these individual players are able to do from time to time. So hopefully we'll be able to kind of pull it up here because it was just so amazing to see, being able to see Beowulf there just kind of waiting for it, trying to figure everything out. And we're just going to go ahead and start playing this, and as we go, I'm going to go ahead and show you now. Keep in mind here, just something to point out in case you're not able to see it, Tempo Storm does have 2 players that are currently up. And then you got my boy Beowulf just by himself with not 100% health, but still being aggressive because he knew that they were coming. And as we go by, Beowulf being able to hit some shots, being able to go back into cover, and then hitting his shots as well. And right here, something I really enjoy, instead of trying to go for it, instead of throwing any grenades. And at this moment, I was saying, Beowulf, if you got any grenades, throw it. But he decided to go ahead and heal up, and I think this was huge for him because it gave him that extra that he needed. And keep in mind, meanwhile, Tempo is going to be picking up people. They're going to be trying to just do what they do here. They do have 2 players up. Spec is going to go ahead and in a way kind of choke that. He's not going to be able to hit those shots. And then Beowulf now realizes, hey, there's 3 people up. There was a 3v1 there at one point. He knows that somebody's going to be in the shack. He's going to go in, knock that person down. And I love that. To be fair here, Rain, I feel like Rain should have just finished off whatever he was doing there, because as we were seeing the first person view, Bell was able to notice exactly where Rain was, so that put him at a disadvantage. Bell realizes that he has enough health, he's gonna go for it, and guess what? He does just that right there, being able to go ahead and knock off that player, being able to go back and revive his players, getting some extra stuff. So for my boy Beowulf, the IGL that can also back it up with kills, congratulations on such a highlight play, man. I love seeing stuff like this also from veterans like Beowulf that's been playing the game for such a long time.
I mean, Beowulf, you should start calling him the lone wolf there in that 1v3, able to come back so well. And you said, like, we talk about Adder a lot for the team, right? We talk about how impactful he is as a fragger on the team, but you can't ever sleep on Beowulf, as we just saw in that lovely little clip. Great job, Seven. And now we have an interview, actually, and it's someone we've been meaning to talk to for quite a long time. Seven, you've been talking him up so much as well, and I've heard again, if we all clap. No, I guess we're not going to clap together this time. We're just going to bring him straight into this one. We got Sixless coming in from Pittsburgh Knights. Sixless, first of all, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
That is always a start to a great interview. So first of all, congratulations on doing so well in recent times, obviously getting through into the Super Weekend last weekend. I do want to ask you, though, going into league play here after the Super Weekend, having one day off, what's the real focus of you and your team at the moment?
Well, I would say our real focus is fixing the errors we made during Super Weekend and the regular weekend, and just working on improving as a team overall through synergy, team fights, rotation, stuff like that, just to help us get through the games.
Okay, and I know, Seven, you have a lot you want to ask him, so I'm going to send this over to Glitter first so we can get her questions in before we take over the rest of the interview here. Glitter, go ahead.
Well, hi, Sixless. So just a quick question about, so you came into World League West, and this is a new roster for you, and you don't have a whole lot of time to kind of work with that new roster. So what did you do to kind of make sure that you fit in and then be so successful as a squad?
I matched really well with other teams. Like, I know how to play multiple roles: IGL, scout, fragger, flanking. Like, I know how to play anything. So like, whatever they need me to do, I can do it. And I might not be able to do it as good as my past roles, but I'll work my best to be able to improve myself on that role, so I'm a better fit for the team and to help the team improve.
Okay, well, 7. It's all on you now.
And I think I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna do 2 here for you, Sixless. What up, baby? The first one I got is kind of going off something with Glitter just said that you were in a new squad. But what I'm wondering here is you have teamed up with Carnage before. Has that helped in any way, shape, or form having that old teammate in this new team?
Yeah, because when we were teammates before, we knew how each other played, and me and him still play mostly the same as we do now from like when we're in SSG together. So I already have good synergy with him. I just need to build synergy with J7, Raven, and Jagger now. And once we get that synergy down, we'll be doing extremely better than we are now.
Awesome. I love to hear that. And then the next one here, I've seen you play for a very long time. We even got a chance to spend a week together and just kind of see what was your life like as a gamer, as a PUBG Mobile pro player here. You haven't been performing as I would like you to perform recently. You were kind of botting. You were kind of throwing there for a second.
I was like a bot
weekend. Hold up. Let me give you some credit. I gotta give you some credit because this super weekend you ended up with 21 kills. That was an amazing performance from some of the other stuff that we've been able to see out of you. What were you able to change there? What has changed for you to go ahead and step it up to the level that you have now?
Honestly, week 1 we got like our highest placement. Week 1 was like 11th place or something like that. We only got 18 points week 1 of Super Weekend, or day 1 I mean. So we didn't make it to any late games. We only got 8 kills that day. I only had 1 kill that day actually, so I got my 20 other kills the other 2 days. We just made it more late games like the last day or 2. So the farther you make into the game, the more likely you are to be able to get kills. And once I make it late game, I'm really good at farming kills and fragging people and just getting thirst on other players, flanking, you know, all kinds of stuff like that. I'm just really good at that late game. So if I can make it a late game, I'll rack up a few kills.
You know what, Sixless? I'm not going to let him be mean to you anymore, because I'll tell you something. Whenever we're not on air, he talks about you all the time. So don't let him be mean. Don't let him call you a boss.
It's true.
He knows. He knows.
All right, well, thank you very much for joining us, Sixless, and obviously good luck in the rest of your matches today.
Thank you.
Man, I can't believe you did him dirty like that, 7. Talking trash about him.
Listen, I know
he's so nice, 7.
I have known Sixless for so long that he knew I was going to go ahead and call him a bot, all right? So it's okay. It's all right.
All right, let's take a look at our talent prediction and what points we accumulated through that last match. And obviously, so many of us choosing Cloud9 because they're actually playing in this match, unlike some of the previous ones. And we got 27 points each. Not bad, guys. Not bad. Ask for high fives, but someone denies me every time. And then we saw Dave going Dream Eaters with 11. And, you know, Dream Eaters wasn't really a bad pick, I'd say, considering what we have seen them do in the past. But it's time to check in now how all the teams are doing after our 3 matches have been played and who's currently safe and who currently will be watching the Super Weekend from home in those bottom 4 places. We can see here Cloud9, they passed the bubble, 57 points, 23 kills. This team is looking unstoppable this week, Glitter.
Yeah, and I don't think we're really all that surprised. We saw Cloud9 at the top of the leaderboard after Super Weekend, and they're just continuing that consistency and that momentum, putting themselves in another great position to get into our second Super Weekend. But big surprise is Konina Power currently in 4th, moving themselves up the ranking. That's great for them. Frag Machines in 6th, SWAT 69 in 8th. These are all teams that we were looking out for to see if they could improve their performances here on day 1 of this second week of league play, and they are definitely doing that.
Yeah, and I think for mine, Pittsburgh Knights, we just talked to them. They have been able to get some points there and some kill points as well, with being able to get at least 9 kills so far. So that's good for them. Then you see UDR Killers here in 10th place. That's another team that's kind of surprising after what we saw in week 1. This is all good. And then B4, something that's actually surprising here with B4. They've only played 2 matches, so please keep that in mind. And then we also have Loops Esports here towards the second page. Teams that we're really not used to seeing here. Maybe some of the other teams can take advantage of this, and that's just something we kind of mentioned in Super Weekend when we were seeing some of the top teams not perform so well. Some of the other teams that we didn't expect, we're kind of stepping it up in a way. And then KHK currently 10 points, and then I know Team Unique. Team Unique is definitely a big surprise there with only 6 points. I'm looking forward to seeing them just kind of do a lot better. That's not the team that I know in Team Unique.
I mean, I'm getting a little bit worried though. KHK and Headquarters, they were 2 out of the 4 teams who didn't make it into the very first Super Weekend. And right now, if we were to stop at this exact same moment, they wouldn't be making it to the second Super Weekend, which means they have one last chance to break through the top 16, not only once, but twice. And they would be doing it at a 6-day deficit. That's gonna be 30 matches behind that to somehow catch up on. And they desperately need to qualify here. They desperately need to step up, and we'll see the schedule and see what map they have a chance to do so here as we move into match 4. And you can see it's going to be Sanhok, and we're going to have Group B being taken out of the mix here. And Glitter, I want to chime in, ask you who's going to be coming out, because I don't want to see Hot Jukes do it again.
So the Group B will be sitting out Konina Power, Headquarters, Team Unique, and UDR Killers.
Okay, so Headquarters not going to have a chance to bump up their points here in this match, but as we go into our 4th match of the day, we have to start talking about predictions. I think I had 7 go first twice now, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah.
Is that correct? Okay. Yep. So then, Glitter, we're going to bypass you and go to 7 for a 3rd time of picking first. Who do you got, 7?
I knew that was going to happen. It's all right. I'll give it to you. All right. You know what? I'm actually going to go with the person that we didn't interview. No, just kidding. It's going to go with B4. B4, remember. Yes. B4 said that Sanhok is their favorite map. B4 has also performed really well in Sanhok, and I think it's time for them to go ahead and get that win. So B4 is definitely my pick.
Okay, Glitter, who do you got? I mean, you're smiling. I think you're going to go B4 as well at this rate.
Yes, well, I wanted to go before, but we had to give them a little bit of time to warm up. They didn't play the first game. They came in cold, and this is a map that they always do well on. We know that they like it, and I'm a big B4 fangirl, so I'm going with B4.
Oh, football is this summer? Wow.
Okay. I think she's chosen which team she wants to support now. I think who's over on the Footballs account on Twitch is going to be a little upset. And, you know, we'll get her banned from the channel for at least 7 seconds. I think I know someone that can handle that. My prediction going into this one, actually, I'm going to change things up massively. And I'm going with the Argentinians. I'm going with Team Queso.
Okay, I like that.
They've been consistent. Right. They're playing much better today than they have in the past. And plus, this is my chance to just shoot past 7 in the rankings. So I'm going to take it.
They did get a chance to sit out in that last one, though.
Yeah.
So that'll be interesting to see how they perform after being able to sit out. That's a solid pick. Solid pick, Jason.
Okay. Well, we'll see how solid it will be after this match, because I might be regretting this one very deeply. We're going to catch up with you guys after our match is finished before we get into our final match of the day. And, of course, you guys at home still have chances to get points, to earn your chance to get into the top 100 viewers who will get exclusive rewards. If you're watching within the game, within the Esports Center, and you could potentially be one of those top 100 to get exactly what you want. And what I want right now is to bring in our commentators with Hot Jukes. Hopefully this time he remembers who's not playing in this group. And of course, Mustache Dave as well. Please don't hate me, Hot Jukes. I do love how honestly, it's the PUBG Mobile World League Wild West Season 0.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about. That's how we do it, right?
Does your headphones even fit over the hat?
Here, like, what was that? I'm sorry?
Is your hat over the headphones, or is the headphones over the hat?
Look, I am an ex-gamer, okay? I'm an ex-pro player here. My ears are finely tuned. I don't need the headphones to be touching my ears to hear your voice, okay? That is exactly how we do it.
Is that how piercing and terrible my voice is? I can't tell if it's an insult or a compliment. I'm not sure.
Well, I didn't want to say it myself, just had to get it away just a little bit,
Well, speaking of compliments, I have to give you a big shout out on the shirt, Dave, because it's complimenting you fantastically. But as we move into Sanhok now as our 4th map, how do you feel like... Well, actually, let's just talk about the other teams at the moment. SWAT 69, a team who didn't qualify last time, looking pretty decent. Team Queso has shot up the rankings as well. Cloud9 looking pretty sure they're going to make it into Super Weekend yet again. How do you feel about these teams who had that time off and who didn't qualify, and how they're performing today?
Yeah. I mean, you could tell that at least some of them did some homework, over those 3 days that they had off, and they're looking to make the comeback here and really stomp on the competition. And I'm not gonna lie, Jason, I had loops coming.
Oh no, we're not doing predictions yet. We're not doing predictions yet. No, not yet. You keep rushing into it.
I understand. I'm not telling you my prediction. Okay, I'm just saying I had loops. Okay. But I mean, they've been letting me down here today so far. So I'm not gonna tell you yet, but I'm gonna tell you that I took them off my list. They're not going to be my squad anymore today.
I'm not going to lie, that is actually really impressive. For you guys at home who don't realize why that's such a big thing for Dave, is he puts his predictions in for, I think, the entire 3 weeks already, and he's not got back and changed a single time. So for him to do it now, I think that means you're getting serious, Dave. I think you're coming for that number 1 spot.
No, I've been serious. You know, I'm in it for the long game. You know, I'm in it for a long game. I did my homework before coming into the league. I knew who was going to be the top 5 at the end of the day. But you got to go with teams who have that momentum. You know, that momentum. You can't shoot down the momentum. And Hot Jukes knows all about that.
Oh, yeah.
Shooting down teams' momentum. All right, let's get into our predictions now. I'm going to be starting with you first, Hot Jukes. Who's the team you think is going to take match number 4?
I said it earlier, and I'll say it again. I'm picking Cloud9 all day.
You know they're not playing in this group, right?
Playing or not. That's exactly how we do it. And it's crazy because just a couple days ago, I said that I was going to actually start trying in the talent prediction. I even gave you a 0. You were in first place. Now we're tied. I'm just relaxed. I know that this isn't going to be an issue going forward. So, yeah, I'm just excited to, take my first place trophy.
Okay, Dave, it's your chance now. Who's the team you got to take match 4 if it's not Loops?
I mean, I said it. You got to go with the team with the momentum. Last game, Cloud9 definitely showing that they got it. They got that fire burning in their stomach. So me and Jukes, we're in that. We're on the bandwagon. I'm not gonna lie, we're on the bandwagon.
Cloud9 together. That's gonna be an interesting bandwagon with someone wearing a cowboy hat onto it. But you know what? You're gonna take us into our match now as we get underway with our 4th match, or penultimate match of the day. Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave, show us what you got.
Hey. Let's get into it right now. Like my grandpappy used to say, if you ain't got the drip, don't hate on the drip, to Jason. But yeah, as we get into this Sanhok match, I'm pumped up for it. It's one of those maps we've said over and over again that I think for sure anybody can win. Now, Cloud9, they've been really consistent on Erangel. I wonder if they're able to replicate that same consistency on an insane, deadly map like Sanhok.
Yeah, and like my grandpappy used to say, if it's a buy one, get one free, usually that second one isn't really free. You pay for it in the initial price of that one. So, yeah, I mean, grandpappies unite with the knowledge. Knowledge is power. And you know what? I don't care how many Ferraris you got, Jukes. I don't care how many Lambos you got. I got books, man. I got books. And you know what book I got? I got the Book of Sanhok.
Oh, man, the Book of Sanhok, dude, a legendary book written by O.P. Blue Zone. We've seen it. It was a New York Times bestseller here. Now, I wonder, right, at what chapter, because I'm still kind of getting through it, Dave. I know that you have read that book from front to back multiple times. Is there any part of the book that talks about using a boat in Sanhok?
Yeah. The thing is, it's like a work in progress, the book. Everybody can contribute to the book. Currently, we're like on chapter 4. Yeah, it's like, but Sanhok, style. So, yeah, we're on that 4th chapter, and one squad that is writing that 4th chapter, Umbra, they love using boats on Sanhok, and who can blame them? Because you can avoid all the chaotic mess when it comes to rotating on right through the middle. And talk about rotations, talk about the mess. Circle number 1. It shows us what it's all about.
Oh, man, I think that in chapter 1 of that book, rotations are inevitable. I think that's the first sentence when it comes into Sanhok. When you got to get moving, you got to get moving quick. These are some of the most deadly rotations that you could possibly get on any map, I could think, and especially considering that we got this first zone on that west side. This is always one of the toughest, I think, zones when it comes to Sanhok, because you don't really know. Is it going to go to that north island? Is it going to go to that south island? Any of the teams that landed in the mainland, they have to either cross a bridge or go swimming if they want to get into that circle. And with all these kind of teams, that is not fun by any means.
Yeah, and we'll keep you updated when it comes to that book. Currently, Hot Jukes and myself are working on getting John Allen to narrate it. So we're just sorting out the details. John Allen, he wants a lot of money. I'm not gonna lie. So
that's what I'm saying. Like, we're trying to get
a
Kickstarter if we want to do something like that. But hey, it's the plan. It's the plan.
That's the plan. And talk about the plan. Cloud9, Paradise. Talk about a plan. I mean, they're just chilling almost every single time we get on over to Sanhok. They claimed it. They claimed it for themselves. And hey, that's why I got them for my squad here this game to get the dub.
Likewise. I know the Cloud9 being able to get Paradise all to the lonesome, they're going to be looted out the teeth. Now, the only issue is that majority of the time, we usually see first circle land on the mainland. This is kind of the worst case scenario here for Cloud9. This is the worst possible first circle that they could get. And considering that, it's never an easy... rotating in Sanhok, no matter what stage of the game, isn't easy. You're not sure where any team is, whether you always got to just predict that they're right over a hill or behind a rock. And when you have so little time to start rotating in, it's just so difficult.
And that's why we see Umbra. We've seen them multiple times use boats. They're like, okay, we're just going to avoid all that craziness. We don't care who's hiding behind the rocks. We're in the boat. We're on the 7 seas. You know, we're charting the land, the terrain. We're marking it down. And, you know, there's some water. There's some water in circle number 1. I want to say about 25%. So it will be interesting to see if we have any squads, you know, maybe utilize that. I know it's not something you see every time, but Umbra, they are in Camp Bravo, so it might be one of their, you know, options. It might be.
Possible, totally possible right now, and especially considering you got so much of this first circle in the water. Hey, you know, if they want to opt to go ahead and do that kind of strategy, I ain't gonna blame them. You know, especially considering like you don't want to get taken out early, so anything you could possibly do to kind of reduce that risk, because to get the Super Weekend, you only have 2 days. That's not a lot of games at all in order to make sure. You do not want to go out early in any match. So all you just want to make sure you're not bottom 4. That's the main thing right there. So, yeah, if you're in a boat and if you secure a top 6 from it, then, hey, that's a win in my opinion.
Yeah. And, you know, back to the whole point of what our grandpappy said, mine also said use it or lose it. So hopefully Umbra can use that boat. We saw in the kill feed, though. Hey. Yeah, why is Grandpappy? We saw in the kill feed just a moment ago, I believe one of the squad mates from Football List, yeah, I think it was Solke, they got a knock all the way down there onto SWAT 69, but SWAT 69, they have all these buildings to work with for cover. They should be able to get revived, and we've seen Football List utilize this position multiple times. They love setting up this trap because we see these zones kind of favor it and funnel in these squads to work their way on uphill, and then that leaves Football List just spraying down from above.
Big advantage for Football List, considering that where their drop location is. Whenever they get this kind of zone, this is their forte, right? This is the kind of zone that they hope for in Sanhok. And Sanhok I've always considered just to be one of those maps that's just, no pun intended, but it's one of those wild card maps. You know, you just don't know who is going to win it. And if you're able to get a good position and good circle, any of these teams, I think, can easily get a solid chicken dinner with up to like 20 kills. I mean, we've definitely seen it happen in the past right here. So this is a big kind of make it or break it kind of map for, I think, a lot of these squads.
Anyone?
Anyone. I think that if you get the right circle, and for example, let's say you got a team on the hill and they got the cover, and all of a sudden zone hard shifts to them, and you got 9 teams all at the bottom trying to run into that blue zone, it's just open fire. So I think that any one of these teams with the right circle, right position, they can get it done really, really quick. Because at the end of the day, this is the World League West. All these teams are some of the best in the world. They can all hit shots. Now, as far as being able to hit good, solid rotations, things like that, I think that is we've definitely seen some teams separate themselves. But being able to hit shots, that's not hard. So if you get the right position and right circle, it's just easy pickings.
Yeah, everybody here, 100%, it's not deniable. Like, they can hit their shots.
They can hit those.
Yeah, and looking at Spec right now, Spec lining up a shot onto AZ, but AZ needs to be really careful not to peek their head behind that rock because Spec is locked in. And, hey, we called it on earlier. Who's going to be using the water? I'm just going to know. Umbra's in a boat. Umbra's in a boat.
Are you kidding me?
They're in a boat, and Wildcard are currently swimming out there right now, being shot at from Team Queso.
I know that you can't see the map right now, but Umbra is doing one of the widest rotations I think I've ever seen in a Sanhok. There it is. There it is. But look at the way they're going. They're going these. Oh, Slicky gets caught up by Ayala right there. The poor little Slicky, the fish himself, unable to get it done right there. And Spring, he's still alive in the corner. And, this wild card team is just in a world of hurt right now. But guess what? Umbra's fine. They're in a boat. Oh, wait. They did the turnaround. They did the turnaround, Dave.
Still in the boat,
they realized, you know what? This zone hurts a little too much. I don't think this wide rotate's going to work. Let's just go ahead and put it in reverse, Terry, and head on back to the zone.
They're committed, man. They are committed. Hopefully Wildcard can make it on out of that predicament that they find themselves. Team Queso were previously going to be attempting to gatekeep them, but with this next zone, it is going to shift a little further south. And you know, we like to say it, it is in the book, chapter 1. You don't want to get stuck in the blue zone. That is like the main goal here. Don't get stuck in the blue zone because we've seen so many players just get taken out from it.
And I think the big difference, and for those of you guys that are possibly just tuning in to competitive PUBG Mobile, Sanhok, the zone timing, you can see right there on the top right of the map, you see the clock, and you can see how much time is left for these teams to be able to rotate into this circle. So if you always look at Sanhok, that time is so little compared to every other map. Sometimes only 30 seconds to run in as B4 catching Alpha Legends on the rotate.
Yeah, I believe it was Glitter, you know, shooting for a B4 win here on Sanhok. And hey, already with 4 kills, taken down, wiping the floor clean of Alpha Legends. Well, they're setting up pretty good.
Oh yeah, you can just definitely see right there a big play for B4. Now we did see an interview from one of their captains, and it was really awesome to see B4. They were all together in the same house playing, even talking how like they even had psychologists on deck for their squad. Really awesome to see. And one thing they did mention was that Sanhok is their favorite map. So seeing them being able to get 4 kills off the bat, it just kind of adds more proof to the pudding.
And they got a personal chef as well, you know, cooking up them grilled cheeses. And I just got to know, Umbra, they're in a boat. They somehow managed to pass wildcard and both Team Queso. So this boat strategy, I love that they're using it because we called it like 2 minutes into the game. It makes us look like super smart. I love it. Hopefully they can make their way on into the zone. Now they will be crashing into Yala. So talk about this water play. Footballists, we heard on the interview during the break, Sixless breaking it down. You know, the squad's trying to work on some team synergy, trying to work on some new plays, and Sixless feeling confident that they can do that here today.
Yeah, you know, Sixless and Carnage, them two themselves actually played on another team prior to this Space Station Gaming. They lived in a team house together for quite a while, so they're going to have a lot of synergy kind of going into this. But at the same time, though, this was a substitution that started just at the start of this tournament. So they're one of the few teams that kind of played with a relatively new squad going in here to the World League, as opposed to everybody else who had quite a long time to be able to get their synergy and plays together.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, J7 and Raven, they've been playing since like day one as well. So a lot of synergy for the duos. Now they're just trying to wrap it together to make it a whole squad, a quadruple, right?
And it's not easy. And it's not easy. Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, considering you look at, I think the two teams I think that really stand out as far as synergy-wise for me are going to be, of course, Cloud9 and I think Loops as well. Because even though Loops plays so highly aggressive, to play at that level, you see how tight they work together as a unit. I think that they really show off their synergy like that. I think Cloud9, as far as points-wise, play it off a little bit better since they play a little bit more conservatively at the start. Loops are just all aggression from start to finish. But hey, it works. You can't blame that. That's for sure.
Plus you got Bale just fragging out today. And
talk
about fragging out, Yala from Team Queso with that M4. Gonna be opening up some shots on the SWAT 69 who were on that bike just moments ago. Next circle does going up. Looks like both of these teams will be right there on the edge. Looks like SWAT 69 might be in a better position when it comes to being favored with the zone, but can they defend it? Can they stop Team Queso from making the push?
Yeah, you know, SWAT 69 are on the edge right now. There's a minute on the clock right now for these teams to start moving in, as Cloud9 is another team that actually has to move in right now, and they have to get past, it looks like, Frag Machines and Tempo Storm, and they're trying to get this push really quick so they can get into this circle. Because like you mentioned earlier, Dave, you do not want to be in this blue zone. Do not want to be in this blue zone.
Oh, this is the rematch. This is the rematch from last game.
Right.
9, they were able to outlive and outfrag Tempo Storm. Tempo, they are a little bit further out there in the distance, but HH is going to be bleeding on out. Does have some cover to work with, so hopefully we can see the pickup come out from Tempo. And talking about making the breaches, looks like Footballists, looks like Lud's going to be cooking a grenade, getting that one prep. Sheep and Man on Fire is able to get behind some type of cover, and in the bottom right-hand corner, we see Footballists. They are splitting apart right now. They are taking multiple engagements.
Yeah, this is starting to get intense right here. Football is trying to help out the rest of his squad as Nova is completely flustered right now, all together, holding it down. Oh, this nade, it looks like it's going to be a good throw. Oh, it bounces off. No seal. Not able to get the thirst. And, oh, it looks like some smokes, nades trying to come out from Footballists. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to get this pickup, though. It's not going to be easy.
Okay, has this boulder to work with, and if I'm not mistaken, they were successful in the wipe of Yala, who were right behind them on the docks. And here comes the smokes right now from the side of Footballists. Their main mission right now, get the revive, get the reset. But AZ gonna be tossing out some grenades, and getting the thirst on Deluxe, and Solke now pinned down in the smokes. Molly's all around him. Starlight just going for some sprays on into the smoke. Solke forced to defend right now, going for that drop shot, able to get it. Swapping on over to the Uzi, and the reload. It is up to Shifan right now. Oh my goodness, Nova Esports forced to go back into the building and try to heal on up.
Not like this, Nova. Not like this. Getting third-partied as well. Tough break for Shifan right now. Football is looking to get this finished out right now.
Shifan holding the door. Yep. Wiped.
Wow.
Wiped. It's okay. 4 kills. 4 kills right there. I mean, Nova got clapped.
I mean, man, Solke, just such insane shots right there. I mean, that was probably one of the riskiest revives I have seen. I did not think it was going to work out for them by any means. You saw that nade come out, get the thirst, and I thought it was all over, but Solke held it down in the smokes right there. Some hardcore pre-fire coming out and just taking out Nova Esports.
Hardcore, parkour. We talk about it a lot of times, like that clutch factor. And I got to say, Solke, I give him that clutch factor ribbon. You know, they 100% in my books.
He's got the merit badge.
Got 100%. The merit badge, yep. So now you're working on the other badges, of course, in order to upgrade and move on to the next level. Umbra, though, out here, the boat play is seemed to have paid off as they have 12 teams remaining, 11 other squads, and they are currently in the salt fields just trying to make their way on up. They definitely hear B4 in those vehicles. Let's see what Umbra can do with this position.
Man, you look right now, as soon as this zone popped, 50 seconds left on the clock, it's just Acer. We saw Wildcard get caught out earlier in the water, and Acer stuck outside right now, trying to be able to get into this circle. But look, Team Queso, I don't even think they don't have time to be gatekeeping this. They need to get into the circle right now.
No time. They have a buggy, so at least 2 members could, get on into the zone as quickly as possible. Yala will be receiving some shots of their own, but let's send it to the quick replay from Solke, the clutch factor god.
Look at that, just getting it done right there and taking out Nova Esports. This was such a clutch and huge play for Footballists. This is pretty much plays like this, and getting it done is going to ensure yourself to be able to make it to Super Weekend again.
And that replay goes to show you how important it is to pre-fire. Just pre-fire the corners. I mean, that right there is the GG. And Spring in the kill feed will be connecting onto one of the members from SWAT 69. And Acer are going to be using these hills for cover, trying to reposition right now. But like we mentioned, the zone going to start pushing on top of all these teams out here, trying to get some additional points in the blue. Will any of them actually survive? I don't know.
I don't think so. I mean, I was really shocked to see Team Queso opt to try and get this gatekeep gun. I must have really been concerned with being able to get into circle, just trying to get any points they can. You see Acer, he's got 4 first aids, but this is circle 5 coming up, and this one hurts. But moving on, Frag Machines versus Tempo. Tempo stuck in the closet.
Stuck in the closet, 2 in the closet to be exact. 1 grenade right there, able to possibly open this one up. Tempo currently waiting for the Molly, the grenade to take them down and out that closet, not able to protect them well enough.
Man, HH24 threw a nade out and was able to get the knock, but they came back and said, here's a taste of your own medicine. Threw a big grenade back and got the flush right there. Tempo, man, they had nowhere to run.
Stuck. Seriously, stuck. I mean, the Molly. Ooh, Sixless M249, a piece of candy out here in the ghillie. We got Dream Eaters currently making their way on up the beach, but Sixless trying to reclaim that title as the snake god in the lobby could possibly wipe them down.
Well, that's the gun to do it right there, and this is the map, that's for sure. This is Snake City, aka Sanhok. He's got the ghillie, the M249. That is the silent but deadly combination if I've ever seen it.
Going for the spray.
Oh, there it is.
Automatic. Trying to connect some more. Getting Verset. Now we need the support from the squad mates onto the side of the Knights, and looks like they're going to be able to pre-fire over there and at least put a halt to the push from Dream Eaters. But Dream Eaters, second wind coming on right now. They had the rock to work with. They might get this revive on the Matic. Sixless calling for help, calling for support. Miku tossing a nice grenade into that shack right on top of Raven. Raven going for the trade. Carnage is going to be spotted and thirsted by Miku.
Yeah, you can see right there, Sixless was able to catch 1. Raven was able to catch the other, but right now it is all just Raven versus 3 members of Dream Eaters and the blue zone, and he knows that's coming right there. So he opts to say, you know what, I am scared of this blue zone. I'm gonna try to get into it. The next circle as he's running for his life and gets caught. Oh, no, he's live. Down.
Healing.
Frag Machines right here, though.
Oh!
Frag Machines from the edge.
Yeah, okay. And Frag Machines, you know, they're also going to be setting up for a good spot, a good potential to rack up some additional points because they're right there on the edge. They have the opportunity to not only gatekeep Dream Eaters, but also SWAT 69.
Oh yeah, this could be a really big gatekeep opportunity. I think that they definitely need to get into the circle first, considering that they don't have a lot of time on the clock, secure your position, and then start trying to frag out from there.
B4 Pedro healing up, able to get that heal. SWAT 69, we see one of them getting taken out in the kill feed. And Levi connecting a nice grenade right onto the foot of Beowulf will be knocking them down.
Beowulf, and Cloud9 not having a lot of cover right now, and they are stuck on the edge of the circle. This is going to be a really difficult rotation right here, but that third party onto Frag Machine opens the door for them to be able to move in.
Yeah, it looks like they're focusing on getting into the actual zone before taking any engagement. And uneven, going to be spotting out a couple of the members from Frag Machines trying to do the same thing, peeking on top of that rock to get some better angles out here. B4, they have the high ground. They're trying to toss out some smokes right now. A bunch of squads are just peppering the smoke.
Oh, goodness. And yeah, this is going to be the most devastating circle rotation for Cloud9 right here. I wonder if they're going to pass off some heals and just go for the heal strap because this zone has switched off of both B4, Umbra. Wildcards, Springs in the blue zone healing up as well. But man, a huge break for Team Queso, Umbra, and Footballist.
Yeah, so it does seem as if Wildcard and both Team Queso were able to make it on into the docks out there, right there on the edge. I know we were questioning their decisions earlier on. Umbra, the boat play seems to have been paid off at this point, but Adder going for this spray. The blue zone going to start pushing on top of our Team B4 out there. Adder opening up those shots, but will be exposing their position, their moves right now, and thankfully still going to be alive.
Yeah, you know, I was also questioning those shots considering that they needed to get into the circle, but another member from Cloud9 just having his teammates back right there and able to get that return knock onto PRZ, that was huge. And it looks like Cloud9 are actually going to be able to rotate into the circle from the wide open. Yeah. What an insane rotation from Cloud9.
A systematic push right there from Cloud9. Cloud9, the only team with 4 up. B4, they have 1. Footballists have 2. Team Queso have 1. Umbra have 2 up. Prez is going to be bleeding on out. And then, of course, Acer from Wildcard. So Cloud9, they have the advantage when it comes to the numbers. How will they use it here to get the dub?
Let's see where this zone goes right now. I think that's going to be a huge deciding factor as it looks like it opts to go pretty close by to them right now. But, oh my, it's literally wide in the open. It's a wide open zone right here. I doubt anybody's going to actually be able to make it in this one. I think everybody is going to be knocked out before they're even able to get into this next circle.
Oh, you still got Levi in the blue trying to get some additional points before possibly getting taken down from the blue. Bayo doing some scouting. We'll be hearing some footsteps over there from Footballists. We'll be trying to toss out some grenades, taking a little bit of damage, trying to get these grenades off.
Close.
But it's going to be connecting really close.
Really close one right there from Bayo as he's just trying to open up this fight and create a little bit of extra breathing room for his squad. But there's only 5 seconds left on the clock here. You can see Levi from B4 in the back. He was just healing up all he can, but it looks like that is going to be all the heals he had as B4 goes out in 6th.
Not mistaken, Footballist, this little wall is in that next zone, and I believe Cloud9, they recognize the real estate that Footballists are currently holding, and they want to take it. They want to take that from them. Vindex popping up like a merman. Going to be getting 1 kill up there on the board and 2 up from Umbra. Going to be trying to take out those swimmers out there. Yep, Acer going to be making landfall. Solke in the grass going for that spray down. Fire up the jump shot over the wall, connecting on to Solke. Now there's only 1 up from Footballists, and they are just healing on up right now, trying to out-survive Cloud9. 9 kills so far. Oh, Lavison popping up from behind with the backstab, but uneven. Unable to save, or able to save the day, that is. And look at the split right now. Cloud9, they got a split.
Are you kidding me right now? What a clutch play right there from Cloud9. Pyra getting that jump shot was so huge, and they spot out Acer. That's it. It is just Proland healing up right now, doing all he can, but he's already secured second place, and you can just see right now the pre-fire right there. Just saying, you know what? We know we can see everything. We can't see that one spot. Might as well put some shots down range. Little do they know, they got nothing to worry about.
I gotta say, Umbra, the boat plays. The boat plays.
The boat plays.
It worked, man. You know, we were questioning, do boats work on Sanhok? Well, Umbra getting second place here at least. It's hard. It's hard to think it doesn't. So, yep, that's a GG in my books.
I said it earlier. I was like, if they were able to get top 6, it's a win. But getting second place right there, and just like that, man, all done it out. But man, Team Umbra with the big boat plays, able to secure second place, huge. But man, you got to give it to Cloud9 there. Another chicken dinner on Sanhok, and they had to work from that one start to finish.
You and me, we picked them. We picked them. We believe in the momentum. They were able to get that dub, get all those kills. And really, that one play we talked about, they had to push across the open field. Adar took some shots on the B4 to allow 3 of their squad mates to get into the safety of the actual compound. That was a huge play from the squad there at the end.
Man, insane. It just goes to show you the power of Cloud9. So much power, as a matter of fact, that with this win right here, that allows me to pass up Jason in the leaderboard so far. And I was way far behind right there. And I even let Cloud9, I picked them when I didn't play.
You threw a game too.
Cloud9, so strong. Thank you, Beowulf and squad, for just putting on such an insane performance today. Man, what a game. But man, I can't wait to see the look on Jason's face and the rest of the desk right here after this short break.
And this is the face I'm going to make. A big smile for you, Hot Jukes. Getting a prediction right and getting yourself higher up on the leaderboard. It's a great job for you. I'm proud of you, man. Also proud of a couple of other peoples we had with choosing Cloud9 in that last match as well. But some people we didn't have choosing Cloud9 are all 3 of us here on the desk. It didn't work out too well for us, so you can see the points we did accumulate or really didn't accumulate. I guess you can say for me. But to be fair, to give myself some context, this Queso played well in every single match today. It just was that one that was a little bit rough. So, can't really knock them too hard.
They were playing, Jason. They were actually playing this game, so you didn't end up getting a 0. Congratulations.
It's true. That's true. I like to, be prepared whenever it comes into talking about teams that I'm going to predict. Glitter, B4 had a little bit of a rough time. I think we were talking a lot about the delayed rotation when Cloud9 was able to get ahead of them and they didn't catch them off guard there. Some rough times for that team.
Yeah, and they were having a really strong game up until that point as well. It was just that one engagement they were in with Cloud9. They were able actually to get out of it when they did get a knock on Bayo. Cloud9 backed off a little bit, decided to kind of go a little bit wider. That was when B4 were able to heal up and kind of push up. They ended up, I think it was Umbra on the other side that ended up being able to give some additional damage onto B4, putting them in a really bad position right there in those final zones, and it was just super unlucky at the end for them.
Yeah, let's take a look at our rankings now from that last match. And obviously Cloud9 taking home the chicken dinner. That would be number 2 for them on the day. We've only had one team get 3, and that was over in East with Yudu Gang, if I'm not mistaken, but they got 3 in a row. So I'm not sure Cloud9 can beat that anymore. Well, I know they definitely can't because there's only one game left to play today, but hey, they get themselves 29 more points here. But we also seen Team Umbra 7 put up some decent results here as well.
Yeah, I think with Umbra, this is the second. We've seen them a couple times here, finishing like top 5 or top 6. But the only thing with this team is, I feel like they're currently just worrying about placement. And it's good, especially if you want to just kind of secure yourself going into the Super Weekend. But I want to see more out of them in regards to kills. They usually end up getting just 3 kills. They don't really get past any of that. I think so far, today, this is actually one of their highest kill games. Before this, they ended up with 1 kill. But overall, I want to see more out of Umbra. I'm glad they're finally starting to get the placement, but I want to see more in regards to kills. And then B4 Esports just got super unlucky there with the rotation. As Glitter was saying, they did end up getting caught off guard from Umbra, which I think it was actually huge from Umbra, being willing to kind of shoot at them. I think it was really good. And then Cloud9 being able to go ahead and make that rotation when they had nothing on cover, I think it played out so well for them. And then Pittsburgh Knights, we talked about them getting kills. Well, guess what? They were at least able to get 5 kills there. I know we saw 6 of this at one point with the M249 laying down, trying to be the snake god that he is, as my boy Mustache Dave was saying. And then some of the other teams that we're seeing there towards the bottom, Glitter.
Yeah, it's super unfortunate to see Tempo there at the bottom. They had a little bit of a rough start in this game. KHK still kind of hanging in down there, unable to repeat their better performances from earlier in the day. And big surprise from Alpha Legends, considering how much aggression we had seen coming out of them during the Super Weekend and even leading into the last Super Weekend.
We got to give a credit to Frag Machines. Again, another team that was bottom 4 last week at the end of the league play. They were able to make it into the top 8, maybe get themselves one step closer to making it through into the Super Weekend for a first time for them. Let's take a look, though, a little bit deeper into Cloud9 and their stats from that last match. 1,700 damage done. Healing was relatively, I'd say, like medium, average. And then, of course, the kills and the knockouts. I think it's really important for me, at least in particular, Seven, to see Cloud9 getting kills, because in my head, that was always one of their biggest struggles when it came to them playing last season, or last year, I should say, in the global finals.
Oh, you're absolutely right. And something that I know you've been wanting to talk about and you've been kind of talking about it, Jason, is also the addition to Adder. Adder ended up with 4 kills out of all their kills right there. So that has been such a great adjustment for him. And hopefully in the future we'll be able to interview him, because from PMPL Americas that we did, he wasn't really performing that well. And then coming into PMWL West, it's a completely different player, and it's something I love to see, especially from a team that used to play in Europe, coming into North America and kind of taking over the West in a way. I think it's great for him to go ahead and step it up and get those skills that they need.
And also, well, as we take a look at the do moments, credit to him, because I believe he's playing from Russia at the moment, not even in the US with his team. Yes. So the hours he has to be putting in to be able to play with them, going on that true gamer sleep schedule, I'd say, Glitter.
I mean, hey, if it works, right? And we're going to be instantly jumping on board here with B4, seeing some of their early game engagements that did actually work out incredibly well for them. They were able to wipe Alpha Legends as the first team and get all of those 4 kills very early on in the game. And then we're going to be jumping on board with C9, and this is what we're actually talking about. They had or Tempo had an unfortunate run-in with Cloud9, and that is one of the reasons that they were so low on that overall leaderboard. But I have high hopes for them moving on into Erangel here on our next map. And Umbra actually, starting to get themselves engaged in these fights. Definitely hoping that they can continue with that aggression, Seven, like you've been talking about, because while they've done well with the placement points, I just don't think it's been enough on the kill side of things.
Yeah, and it's something that we talked about often. We said you need to have a good marriage between the both. You need to be able to get those placement points, and then you need to be able to get those kill points. You can't go too heavy on either or here. And with them, I feel like they've just been so heavy in regards to placement points that hopefully, at least they're starting to be more aggressive. So props to that. I love when teams starts to be more aggressive and they can kind of secure some high placement. Love seeing that. Honestly, love seeing that. And then from Wildcard just keeps doing interesting choices here. Wildcard, the whole map, they were kind of just outside of the zone. I know at one point, I think I saw Sam, if I'm not mistaken, in the water. Not sure exactly what he was doing when he was really like far out of the zone. So hopefully they're able to go ahead and work on their rotations here for Sanhok, because I believe tomorrow we are going to be playing it 3 times. And then Dream Eaters. I know that Dream Eaters was one team that we kind of saw over the Super Weekend have really good performances here in Sanhok. Well, guess what? Being able to at least get 4 kills there, 9 placement points, not to the what we were able to see, Jason, from them during Super Weekend, but at least they were able to step it up. And then here towards the end, Ace are being able to at least get those extra points. Remember, for anybody that's new to PUBG Mobile Esports, 1 kill equals 1 point. So that extra kill right there from Acer was huge, as we see the finish here, Glitter, towards the end with Cloud9.
Yeah, and this is where, Footboss was able to pick up a few more kills for themselves towards the end. Unfortunately for them, Cloud9 was just kind of unstoppable. The final 1v2 with Cloud9 pulling down the win. Honestly, I wasn't 100% certain that Cloud9 was going to be this consistent, even on Sanhok. Like, I know that they're very, very strong in Erangel, but coming into Sanhok, I don't think this has been their strongest match or map. But they're just across the board now. They're kind of just fully snowballing.
I think we're seeing why Hotchukes hasn't picked every single time, even when they're not playing here throughout our first day of league play. Let's take a look now at our total damage, though. And you guys mentioned Team Umbra quite a bit. And then as we heard Hotchukes and Mustache Dave talking about, they spent a lot of their time, or at least not a lot of time, but a lot of their efforts into rotating around the map with the boat. We've only ever seen one team do that as well. That was on Vikendi out of Unique, and that netted them a decent placing in the end of things. But as you can see here, 7, Cloud9 just barely squeaking by with the most damage in that match.
Yeah, and as not just that, being able to get 1,700 damage, that is huge for Cloud9. And then going back to Team Umbra, I think that is some of the lowest damage that we've seen from a top 3 team. Now, we're just not knocking on them. We just want to see more of them because, hey, if you can't start getting the placement down, once you end up getting the kills down, oh, baby, you got to be a scary team. And then we see Footballers with 9 kills. We end up seeing B4 here at least being able to get 7 kills, even though their rotation didn't end up working out for them. And one team, I know you mentioned this earlier, Jason, KHK, sorry. They're one of those teams that didn't get to qualify for that super weekend. What are they going to go ahead and change here? What are they going to go ahead and do differently if at the end of the day they're going to end up not qualifying as well, or they're going to be on that threshold not meeting it? What are they going to be able to do here? It's going to be interesting.
I mean, they've had 4 days during Super Weekend to analyze that and to figure it out, right? They did play better from day 1 to day 2 in the last Super Week, or in the last league play. I don't know what needs to change, but something clearly does, because if they miss it yet again into Super Weekend, I'd say it's almost impossible. It's obviously possible, but from the performance so far, it would be almost impossible to get through to the third Super Weekend and then clutch it out when they need to. Let's take a look, though, at our top 10 players from our first day of our second week of league play. And the man we've been talking about, Adder's going to be up there, but funny enough, I will give him this. Carrillo and Dadden, considering Loops is not doing too well in these games, they still have a ton of damage done here, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think that you know, we kind of expect this.
I guess this is overall, okay. Sorry.
From those Loops players, but still, it's very impressive to see Adder just kind of climbing those leaderboards, because we are constantly talking about Loops and their across the board, all the players' aggression and their successful aggression at that. So Adder kind of really putting them to shame, especially with their games that Cloud9 is having today, is super impressive. And then as we move down the list, it's nice to see a lot of footballists are actually up on this list as well. I mean, Soulcase specifically just had a fantastic game with 6 kills in the last match that we just watched. So the footballist players coming out big here, 7.
And something I would actually love to see here, as we see C9 starting to perform very consistent, as we see them starting to be winners, or like a top 3, top 2, depending on which map we see. I want to see more C9 players go into that top list. I think that will be even scarier if we're able to see Uneven picked it up even more, if they're able to get more kills in regards to those players that they need those kills from. Right now, we're seeing a lot of Adder. Right now, we're seeing a lot of Beowulf, the IGL. I want to see more out of the other players as well.
I would imagine, though, out of those top 10 players we just saw, we're going to see quite a few of them when it comes into the PUBG Mobile Esports Awards 2020, where you guys can go out there within the game and vote for your favorite stars. It does end tomorrow, so make sure you get your votes in as soon as possible. And 64 of you out there will be randomly selected to have a chance to play with all of these people as well. And I think it's now time to take a look at the most important part of league play, right? It's the standings, to see who's in the top 16, who's going to be moving through into the Super Week. And obviously, we're only 1 day in, and it's not even done completely with that. But you can see here, Cloud9 with 3 matches played. They have 2 chicken dinners, a 66.6666, and I'm going to stop there, % win rate when it comes to the matches they've played so far. There just seems to be no one able to stop them, Glitter.
Yeah, and you know what? I kind of hope that somebody can step up to the plate and kind of shut them down and show why all of these teams are here in the PMWL West. However, I am incredibly impressed right now by Frag Machines. They were a team that did not make it into that top 16 bubble. However, they did manage to squeak out a win at the end of a first week of league play. It just wasn't enough. So they're clearly taking that momentum into this first day here of our second week, and it's going incredibly well for them, 7.
Yeah, I think that's huge. as you mentioned, we wanted to go ahead and see what some of the teams that didn't make it to the first Super Weekend were going to be able to do. Well, guess what? Frag Machines is being able to perform here. They're showing us, hey, we want to be in the next Super Weekend. We want to be able to contest for that big prize pool as well, and hopefully make it to the grand finals. And now some of the other teams that we're seeing here that are honestly surprising. Nova Esports with just 9 points, and then you have Team Unique with just 6 points. That is, oh my gosh, that's what, like maybe 2 points a game if I'm doing quick math here. Interesting performances there out of them. And then we got to talk about Loops Esports. Loops Esports, I think this is the worst performance that I've seen from them in a day since going back to maybe PMPL America scrims. I'm not sure exactly what's going on there for Loops Esports. Nothing really to worry about because we know that they are that one team that they have shown us over and over again. Hey, our players are still doing good. Our top players are still getting those skills that they need. But I want to see more out of them. Come on now, get that chicken dinner at the end, maybe.
I know there's something you guys were pointing out quite a bit there is about Team Umbra. When we're looking at like damage, we're looking at the results, right? They're heavily weighted towards placements. We're talking about the sweet marriage between getting placements and getting kills. They have 4 kills total. I just want to bring that up because if you look at the people who are like in the bottom half of the overall standings, in the bottom, 11th through 20th, you got KHK in 17th place with 7. And you've got Nova in 19th place with 6. They have less kills than teams who are in 19th place and 17th place. That's not a good sign if Umbra wants to be a team that can take home the overall winnings, right? The $100,000 when it comes into time to play in the finals. And we need to definitely see them step up when it comes down to it. We also need to show you guys something at home. If you've been missing out on the Royale Pass Season 14, well, once again, we're going to show you it one more time. But if you guys haven't bought it, come on, do it already. Why aren't you? You know what I just realized, Glitter? You said earlier you were happy being the passenger in the car, right? My designated driver, not the designated driver, like the person that gave me directions. But I just realized after watching that another time, you did nothing that entire time while we were being shot at, and Seven had to sit there and turn around and help me out. I just got shot, and you're just sitting there like, yeah, it's cool. It's cool.
That seems about right.
Air conditioning on? Oh, man, I don't know what's going on with that one. Let's take a look at the schedule, though. What's up, Seven? Are you going to be carrying us?
Probably just jamming to some music.
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh, man. Let's take a look at the schedule, though, and see what the last match of the day will be. Of course, it's going to be on Erangel. It'll be for the 3rd time today, but then coming into tomorrow, we'll be swapping things around a little bit. We'll be seeing Sanhok 3 times and Erangel twice. And it's time to come back into the prediction game. And I'm not going to lie, Seven, I've been really rude to you so far today. I've made you do first pick 3 times. So know what I'm going to do? I'm going to give you a break by allowing myself to do the first prediction. I know you probably thought I was going to throw it back at you.
I thought you were. I was going to say, bring it, baby. I got my pick ready.
The thing is, I keep giving you first predictions, and you keep getting further and further ahead of me. So I need to, maybe it's just the first prediction power that comes through. So I'm going to give it to myself every time now, and I'm going to go Cloud9 because you know what? How can you vote against them? How could you not predict them to do well? Don't give me that look, you two.
You knew I was going to pick them, right?
Hot Juke's been picking Cloud9 the entire time, and you're going to roll your eyes when I pick them? That's not fair.
Listen, we had Cameron Davis and Hot Jukes pick them when they weren't playing, and then they ended up actually picking them when they were playing, and they got a win. So I got to go with Cloud9. The momentum they're currently carrying, and remember, they also won the first Erangel. Why not go ahead and finish it with a win as well? Cloud9, all the way. Glitter, what you got?
I'm just not going to say anything. Just let her think about it.
I mean, okay. I think everybody's on the Cloud9 train right now, except me. I'm actually not going to be going with Cloud9. I'm going to be going with Tempo Storm. Now, if you want Cloud9 to win, that means they're going to be the first. That'll be the first time we get the 3 wins. You've been talking about getting those 3 wins in a day. We haven't had it yet. If Cloud9 does it, they'll be the first team to do it. But I almost feel like they've been too good today. Like it can't happen a 3rd time. And Tempo does know how to play Erangel well, and they started off like every single game has been good up until a certain point. If they can get past that mid-game hump, I think that they'll be fine all the way through to the end game. So Tempo Storm all the way.
Honestly, Seven, I can see Tempo Storm in chat right now saying, "Oh, why did she have to pick us?" But anyway,
how am I the bad luck charm now?
Monica's typing it in, just like saying, "No, don't pick us."
How dare you, Glitter? I thought we were
Monica.
friends. Well, we'll see. Maybe you won't be the bad luck charm. Maybe it'll be the good luck charm for Tempo this time and see if they can pick themselves up a win. We'll check with you guys, obviously, after the match is done. So get out of here. Maybe go defend yourself in Twitch chat, something like that. And obviously, as Seven will always remind you, make sure you get your predictions in Twitch chat because he loves to give you confetti and shout your name out if you're right. And also, speaking of getting lucky and predicting the correct team, you can get some lucky drops within the game. Just be watching within the game, within the Esports Center, and you can get these limited time outfits if you are lucky enough. And I know a lot of you out there are definitely going to be, just like I'm lucky enough to be joined by two handsome gentlemen, Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. And I'm sure Jukes is going to have a massive smile on his face.
Choo-choo! Welcome to the Cloud9 train, baby. Population, all of us.
What are you doing, Dave? You have like loops all
on
the
train
time.
too.
How are you on the train all of a sudden?
I changed to Cloud9. I'm on the choo-choo Cloud9 train.
So you went from football loose to Cloud9. You know what? You're such a flip-flopper, Dave, but I respect it. Let's talk about this last match of the day, though. We're St. Luke's Esports. Let's just talk about it off the bat, guys. They are struggling today. I don't know what it is, but they are running out of momentum, Jukes.
Like, you know, it's funny because he even said it earlier in his interview, how Cloud9 just plays better in the late game. And I think that by this point, it's just looking like Cloud9 has just downloaded the tech, right? They got the technology downloaded. They've got these teams, I think, figured out by according to today's performance. They are just executing to perfection today. Out of all the games they've played, first place, second place, first place, one more to go. I mean, how could you not play Cloud9 going to this last game?
And to answer the question though, Loops, they only have 6 kills. I mean, Jason, sometimes teams just have bad days, and that's what I'm going to chalk it up to. Loops just having a bad day. Maybe they can make the comeback here in the final game and just, frag out of their minds. They might as well try.
All right, well, let's get your predictions really quickly here. I'm assuming, Hot Jukes, because of the choo-choo, you're all about that Cloud9 train?
Gotta be. I said it from the get-go. Cloud9 all day today. Every single game. Haven't failed me yet.
And Mustache Dave, at Mustache Dave _ on Instagram. Who are you going with?
Cloud9 and Mustache Dave, no underscore on Twitter.
There you go. I don't know what your Twitter is on your screen there, so I didn't need to shout that one out, but you got the Instagram at least. All right, gentlemen, take us into our final match here of our first day of our second week of League Play.
Thank you, Jason. Oh, man, just a whole bunch of fun over here as we go into the last game of the evening. Back to Erangel. Let's get it going right here. You know, like I said, this is just that map where I think it just definitely proves which team has got it figured out. And so far today, it's just been all Cloud9. We can't really say it enough. For them to have this kind of performance at this stage, it's just really insane to see. But really quick, Dave, I want to ask you this question.
Ask me.
What part of it do you think it has to do with the fact that we're doing the weekday games and it's not during the super weekend? Do you think that has any effect so far on today's team's performances?
For sure, because, coming into today, everything was 0. Once again, it was a clean start. And at least, going back to Cloud9, or any squad like Team Queso, Footballist, you have 1 or 2 amazing games, that's just gonna shoot you up that leaderboard and just keep you pumped up. I mean, keep you pumped up. Your adrenaline is just pumping through your veins right now. I mean, if you're Cloud9, you got 32 kills all together. I mean, they are feeling unstoppable right now.
Yeah, and they're looking like it. They're looking at it right now. I mean, it's really interesting to see right now because at the end of the day, the main thing, I think the main goal in all these teams' minds is just not ending in the bottom 4. You don't want to be anywhere near there, especially going into the next day of games that's coming up really soon. But hey, we see these teams, they're dropping out the plane, looking to all go to their usual spots so far. Now, we do have some teams sitting out of this one today. That's going to be Wildcard, Dream Eaters, Team Umbra, and KHK. They are done for the day. We saw, Team Umbra with the insane road strat getting second place on their final match of the day. So that's a good, solid finish for them.
Yeah, you love to see it. And we saw there just a moment ago something that we don't normally see. 2 squads in Zarky. Yeah, 2 squads in Zarky. I don't think we've ever seen a early game Zarky face-off here, at least so far in the West League.
That just goes to show you right now how bad these teams do not want to go out early. And it's really interesting to see SWAT 69, not wanting to end up in the bottom 4 again. I could definitely understand here. But B4, that's the team that has been playing pretty darn strong for the past, Super Weekend. We saw them during the Pro League as well, having some great performances. Kind of surprised to see them over here in Zarky.
Hey, you're not going to be surprised after they get 4 points on the board. And talking about being surprised, 2 members from the Knights going to be making the pull up onto headquarters, taking them down and out. And look at this, they're going to get some loot and a fancy US. Gold everywhere.
Brand new. Brand spanking new right there. Yep, 2 points on the board as well. That's a screaming deal. That's a screaming deal, Dave.
Carnage. It's okay.
Yeah, just hopping it there.
It's okay.
Poor
you take what you get. You take what you get. So SWAT 69, they have a buggy. So 2 of them are able to kind of pull on out of Zarky, and it looks like they are looking for a vehicle themselves, like an additional one, so that everybody can evacuate this area.
Yeah, it looks like that's exactly what they're trying to do. Is they have to get going here pretty quickly, considering where this next zone is. They're most likely going to go through the north side of it right now, but this zone, it could hard shift in any direction right here. So the fact that they're getting these vehicles early, I think is going to be a big advantage to them over B4.
Yeah, and we were talking about the circle earlier on. We were talking about what teams are sitting out. Wildcard sitting out, and I gotta give props to Frag Machines. They recognize Wildcard will not be in this game, so you know what they did? They took Saberni. They know that spot is gonna be free and clear. And, that just goes to show you teams are doing their research and they're coming into these games prepared.
Yeah, speaking of prepared right now, one thing that SWAT 69 I don't think was prepared for was to hear shots coming out of Zarky right now. I think the SWAT 69 is like, what? Another team came to Zarky? Not, that's got to be a surprise for them. But they are on this buggy, headed out, trying to get into this next circle. Oh, they found another one.
Looks like Pedro kind of on the hunt by themselves as well. This is real interesting. I mean, Pedro just kind of keeping tabs, I want to say, on to SWAT 69. Did spot out, okay, they stopped. They probably have another vehicle, so they'll be able to relay that back to the squad mates who are still looting Zarky.
Yeah, really interesting to see for sure, especially considering that there can't be that many vehicles available. So I definitely wouldn't want to risk that one UAS getting shot out, especially as you have quite a bit of a rotation coming up. But you see McZera, he found a buggy of his own.
On a buggy, seems to be pulling back to get the pickup going on, and SWAT 69 do the same thing. I mean, their squad mates just finishing up their looting and calling for that pickup. They will be doing so, and hey, we might see these 2 teams, just continue to collide here as they're so close to one another.
Yeah, it's really interesting so far to see this rotation. Loops, team we were talking about earlier, not having the best day as they're trying to make up for it right here against the last 2 members of Headquarters. Oh, Headquarters.
Oh!
Good knock, though.
Yep, Becker going to be getting traded on right there. And the bait. Yeah, Headquarters done for the day.
That's it. Just like that. You lose 2 members earlier to PK, and then you encounter one of the most aggressive squads in this entire tournament, a full squad of Loops. So yeah, tough break for Headquarters. Gotta have a good day. Make sure that they have a good, solid day coming up on Thursday.
99 Problems trying to find out which car they are assigned to. We got Pedro OG up here listening to his car stereo with that VSS, trying to set up these shots. SWAT 69 going to be spotting out one of the members, Levi from B4, who has that scar, will be trying to open up these sprays over here and trying to pop some tires, but SWAT 69 able to avoid those.
Man, a lot of bad blood right now between SWAT 69 and
They're following them.
Yeah, SWAT 69 is like, let us leave. I mean, we just wanted to get some loot at Zarky right here, and then you got B4 all over them right now. It's McZera. Oh.
Tuck and roll. Able to save it.
Tuck and roll on the buggy with the save. Huge plays from McZera right there.
Yeah, huge plays.
huge plays. So huge.
You know what would really be, I'm just going to say, what would suck if McZera gets turned on right here. I mean, they're by themselves.
I mean, would it suck or would it be deserved?
I think deserved. I didn't want to be toxic, but I think deserved. I mean, you're kind of poking the bear at this point.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, no. McZera. 99 Problems. There's 4 people from SWAT 69. McZera pretty much by themselves right there. Gonna connect and take out one of your squad mates.
Oh.
The disrespect!
The disrespect right there. Big Zero with the big plays with that 6x AK just on the hunt of SWAT 69. That is insane right there. They have been driving this entire time, and yet problems from SWAT 69 gets caught out right there. Just, man, what a tough break for this SWAT 69 team.
I think I saw problems with like a white flag there at the end, waving it back and forth like, hey, we're good, don't worry about us. But yeah, Big Zero not respecting that. Looks like PK, they're just taking these engagements all over the place over here. They did spot out one of the members from Cloud9, Adar, who is going to be bleeding out. Oh, make that 2, so Beowulf as well. So just now it's up to Uneven. Yeah, can Uneven get the revive on the Pyro? J7 and both Raven being really aggressive right now on the hunt. So many teams just hunting each other down. Oh, Raven trying to get the crash, trying to get the peel out on the Uneven. Uneven swapping to that back seat. Swapping, but not able to get the knocks. But, I mean, Jukes, the high-level plays.
Was that a pit maneuver from a buggy onto another buggy right there?
Yes.
Are you kidding me? Right there, saying, where are you going, Uneven? And Uneven almost pulled out a really cheeky play. He switched to his back seat of the buggy to get some big shots right there, but then got caught in the 2v1. That's Cloud9 done in 15th.
That's how you do it, though. I mean, for people who are trying to up their game, if you get the pit maneuver on you, swap to that back seat because at least you'll have the opportunity to fire back right there. And that just goes to show you the skill level in this lobby.
Absolutely. The most important thing above all, though, is you cannot have Glitter predict kind of things like that on your team,
Seriously, I think that's what happened.
That's the most important thing right there, because the Cloud9 train, we were all on it. The Glitter Explosion had to say that Cloud9 was not going to have a good performance right here. And what do you know? Cloud9 out in 15th right there. Man.
I don't know. I might have to open up an investigation because I don't know. It's not adding up. It's not adding up. Talk about teams trying to add up some points. Alpha Legends out here taking some pot shots onto Unique. Feels bad. I think we all picked Cloud9 this game, except for Glitter. So,
and you know what? Glitter's the reason why I actually picked Cloud9 the second game, the game they're sitting out. Because I was sitting here, really focused on the game. All of a sudden, I heard a baby crying outside. And me, the good Samaritan that I am, I'm like, I gotta go save this baby. I was like, wait, real quick, Glitter, tell me what teams are playing right now. Which teams are playing so I can just make this pick real quick. And she says, oh, this team. And she didn't say Cloud9. So I said, okay, you know what? Put Cloud9 in for me. I'll go save this baby real quick. Guess what? Come back, find out Cloud9 not playing. And I thought I heard an evil laugh. I thought I heard an evil laugh in my headphones as I was going to save that baby. But I couldn't really tell for sure. But guess what? I think that's what it was.
But Jason made the rule book. We all get one oopsie. Did you use your oopsie yet?
I used my oopsie.
Oh, I didn't use my oopsie. I think I might use it this round, honestly. I think I accidentally typed in Cloud9 when I meant to type in B4. I think, it could get confused. I mean, both have numbers.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
you got one. They do have numbers. That is a fact
oopsie.
right there. But
Jason, if you're listening, that was an oopsie. I used my one oopsie. Let's change it up. Take it up with the board of directors on that one.
That's right. Yeah. So, man, all I know is that when it comes to advice on which team to pick, don't ask Glitter. Don't ask. Oh, you know what? And turns out it wasn't a baby. It was my roommate Wi-Fi was watching The Notebook. But
Oh man, that movie. That's
unfortunate. Yeah. So, big bummer. But hey. You know what? Still in second place. Not bad so far.
Not bad. Saving babies, wearing cowboy hats. It's getting crazy out there. It's getting crazy out here.
Yep. Still early in the batch as we see some teams just kind of rotating right now, trying to find a spot. Not a lot of stuff going on. You can see right now Nova Esports. Now, Nova, this has been like the kind of team that we've been kind of harping on a little bit because we saw them perform so well in the scrims. We saw them perform really well in the Pro League. Yet here in the World League West, they've been kind of really struggling to get a good pace going right here. So hopefully this is a big match right here, I think, to kind of make a statement going forward.
Yeah, and you said it. It's all about just finding your groove and not letting the bad games decide that groove, right? Because it's so easy to have a bad game and just let it tilt you. I mean, I don't know what's going on with the team, right? But I mean, if they're arguing with each other, I don't know what's going on behind the scenes, but you just can't allow that. You got to be able to reset and come into every game with a fresh mindset and with the idea like, okay, we got this. We can get the dub. We deserve to be here because every squad definitely they earn their spot to be here. I mean, these are the best teams in the West, so they all got it. They all got what it takes. It's just it comes down to that mental aspect of being able to reset, in my opinion.
I think that mental game that you mentioned is such a huge factor when it comes to this level of play right here. That's why when it comes to the little prediction game that we play, the first game of the day, I can never say confidently. I mean, well, lately, you got to play Cloud9 and Erangel, that's for sure. You know, just due to their consistency. I know that they went out here early, but over their overall day performance in the past few days has been huge. Really quick, though, you see this circle. Hard shift over to the east right now. Team Queso, a team that's also been kind of shaky so far here in the World League West, are hitting dead center right now. So this could be a big game for them.
Yeah, shaky. You know, shredded cheese. You know, shredded cheese. They're trying to be that block of cheese, though. They're trying to be that block. And with this new circle, they could maybe do that. I mean, they're looking like they're working together right now. They're going to be in somewhat of a centralized position. Konina Power is going to be sending it right down there to the south. And, I mean, Team Queso's position to the north of them, open field. An open field.
Oh, yeah. Wide out in the open right now. And usually when you see these kind of hard shifts, you always assume that the hard shift side is going to have a high probability of being open. And right now it is. You look like football is just trying to make that really long rotation towards that direction. As you see Loops right now taking these two yellow houses right here on this hill. But right now it's still pretty scary. We still got quite a few teams left in the lobby. But right now, according to this next zone, wherever that goes, it's going to be a huge deciding factor, I think, who's going to win this game.
If you're Yala Esports, don't stop. Don't hit the brakes.
Oh, no.
Don't hit the brakes. That would be the worst case scenario. We see there in the kill feed, we were just talking about Nova Esports trying to catch a break. Looks like they are going to be in the sight lines of Tempo Storm. And back to Yala, trying to get this vehicle parked so it doesn't get popped.
Yeah, you know, that's you saw Nova, you know, just having a... Oh, wait. Gowski, the SLR.
Oh.
With the 8X, too.
Look at their positioning, though, on the vehicles. Very smart.
And, yeah, you got to protect those vehicles, especially considering that you're not sure exactly where this zone is going to go. You don't, and these teams are so quick. If they see a vehicle out, they're going to pop those tires. They're going to blow it up really, really fast. So, yeah, Yala holding down this little complex right here. It's a really solid one. But at the end of the day, this zone can still hard shift away from them.
This complex, too, it's kind of hard to push, right, Hot Jukes? Because of the broken walls, there's only so many openings that if a team was to straight up send it, you know, YOLO crash it, there's only so many openings. So, I mean, what do you think about Yala's current position?
I think it's a decent spot right now. I still think it's a little too early to say it's like one of the top spots considering where this next zone could go. It can go in any direction. And you can see Gowski had the patience off the start, you know, didn't want to give away their spot. But the second they were able to get that knock, are they hopping into a vehicle? Are they looking to get a push on this?
It looks like they're trying to.
They can't get the right get in button?
Traffic jam. I think it's a traffic jam. I think they might have lost the timing right there in that mosh pit of vehicles. They had some boots on their tires. But yeah, I mean, Kowalski, DSLR suppressed. I mean, whew.
Slurpee. So strong. So strong right here. Oh, like BBK and Nova getting into it.
The pull-up. HZL is on the outskirts of this one, looking to possibly backstab. Oh, position was compromised by Spec from Tempo, so the third part. Oh no, Starlight throwing the grenade. It's going to be bouncing off the wall. Starlight forced to reposition. Tempo trying to third-party both of the Knights and Nova right here.
Man, what a PK. Look to have that one in really well done. But Nova, yeah, just shutting it down at sheep end.
The pull-up!
Tempo's coming in, are you kidding me?
Tempo straight up sending it. We were talking about the YOLO pushes. HH is going to be immediately, and both Rain immediately spotted. Spec made it on into that first floor, about 5% HP. We hear Uzis just getting pre-fired everywhere. Now it's Nova AZ on the outskirts, behind the buggy, behind the tree, behind the wall. Might opt to get the revive onto Starlight. Starlight out here looking for some information, and Spec up there. Yep, the resets.
Yeah, it's a full reset right here, but AZ's not opting to it. He wants to take it out right now. Get it done as he's pressing in and he gets caught out.
Oh! No!
Nova Esports saying we're not going to play it safe. We're going to go and full send it in here right here and just loses in the 1v2 right there. What a risky play for
I feel like they could have got the reset. I mean, Tempo were clearly going for it. You know, they were going for it. AZ, I like the confidence. But yeah, 2 squad mates behind that broken wall that were just yelling to get revived, I have to assume.
You know, it's always interesting to see right off the bat. You always want to see a teammate whenever there's a situation where you have one low and one knock. You always want to heal yourself up first before you go and pick up that player. So that's exactly what he did. But after that heal, you're right, you saw that hesitation right there. He didn't tell if he was going to really want to push it or if you wanted to go ahead and get that revive. And I think that tiny little hesitation was enough for that second Tempo player to get back up. And that just goes to show you just a 1/10 of a second makes all the difference in the world.
Yeah, and that's going to open it up for Tempo down there to the south. They got those revives, they got the vehicles, they got the loot. So we'll have to pay attention to see how they fare here in the rest of the game. Tensa, a lot of damage.
Ton of damage right now. That was a huge push right there for Tempo. Honestly, it was pretty risky. Being able to just full send it like that onto Nova, but Nova was just caught off guard. They did not see that coming. And just like that, Tempo was able to get that finish. But, you know, look at Unique right now with that 8X Mini just beaming right now.
Yo, I'm really feeling Lightning's outfit as well. I mean, it meshes well. It meshes well with what they got going on. The backpack, the pan up there on the roof. Going to be just firing that Mini on into those smokes. And Football is just trying to, you know, shimmy their way and avoid being shot at.
Yeah, Footballists, they had a really good, solid game. They've already got 1 win so far, I believe. So they are just trying to hold it down right now, add some more points to their total score. And this edge of this circle, it's tough, especially against...
A grenade pulling the pin. 2 members from Loops are going to be knocked down, and here comes more grenades ringing out on top of the Loops squad. And to make matters worse, burning it down, burning Loops down to the floor. Only 1 member up from Loops on full-on retreat mode.
It goes to show you, 1 play can just change around the entire fight in favor of your squad, even if it's against one of the best teams so far here in the World League West. Alpha Legends with a clutch nade.
Yeah, clutch nades. Only 2 kills, but they will be able to collect some of these vehicles and collect, yep, that loot, baby. That loot. Tempo. Oh, I see him on the move over there. Looks like they're going to be pushing into the yellows where the solo member from Loops currently residing. Connecting onto 1, getting the flick, connecting onto 2. Can they get the 3rd? Oh, regardless, taking down 2 members right there. That's crazy.
Man, this Loops team, I kid you not, this is why we've been talking about him so much right here. So exciting to watch. The confidence, the gun skill right there. Carrillo just almost getting it done against that Tempo squad. That was too close for comfort. And it looks like he had a little assist from that 2x4 in that window right there. What a turn of events.
So Alpha Legends, interesting. You know, they heard those gunshots ringing out. They saw the kill feed. They actually stalled just a little bit. I believe they, you know, boosted on up. They had a prime opportunity to maybe third party this one. And now, yep, we're going to see them making the push over here. Faker. Oh, I mean, they're all over the place, though, Hot Jukes. They're all over the place.
Yep, and they are getting caught by members from B4 Esports as well. This is just all in the wide open field right here south of Yasnaya. Really tough position to kind of hold down. You see Team Unique going out in 10th place, but big nades on the Alpha Legends.
Yeah, they kind of got separated right there. I mean, some of them were taking shots onto Tempo, others were trying to reposition and maybe get on into the circle. Unlucky for Alpha Legends that 2 other members ran right on top of Konina Powers, as Rob is going to be thirsted by Mystic from Team Queso. We got Team Queso currently in the grass right now. The lone snake, Mystic, trying to get some points, and Gonzo going to be tossing a nice little grenade right on top of him, but it will be missing.
Well, he has been getting some points, that is for sure. Oh, now Konina Power is getting gate-kept as well. Mystic, he has nowhere to run. He's just right now snaking all he can, but he's going to eat a lot of blue.
Eating a lot of blue. Hopefully they're hungry. We'll be tossing out some grenades on top of Konina Powers. Trying to get some knocks before getting taken out. Gonna be popping on up. Gonna be taking some more shots. Tixie very low. Tixie forced to hit the dirt once again. Mystic just going to look to go out with the bang. Yep, denying that one to the blue.
Hey, doing everything he possibly can, and he may be hungry, but I'll tell you what, nobody craves the blue zone. That's for sure. That's a meal that nobody wants to eat. And you can definitely see right now, Konina Power on the edge, the zone. It's hard shifted onto B4 and Footballers in the wide open right here. This could be a huge game for Footballers to get a bunch of kills in the dub.
Too much, man. It's just too much. Yeah, Footballers, they have the zone. They have the zone, but when it comes to cover, a couple hay bales, you know, they're currently using their smokes right now to avoid being shot at. It looks like B4 are going to be pushing into a more centralized position within this circle. Mix Zero was recently taken down and out. Tempo, though, a nice little dip they have right now to work with.
HH24, you can see him kind of single tapping that DP to get all the accuracy. Yeah, Tixi with some great return fire right there, just trying to put the pressure on. And but the pressure is really on with this blue zone. Bye-bye, H24. We got to get into this circle.
No pressure, no diamonds. That's what's happening right now for a lot of these squads. Rain gonna be pre-smoking that one. Here comes the pull-up. Tempo are able to find themselves a position. B4 out here trying to defend their position. Levi up. Alone, scared right now, able to get the wipe down. Should be able to get a revive, hopefully.
Oh, he does it!
Oh,
it's gone out.
Spotted by, who was that, Konina Powers? Yeah.
I believe so. I mean, it's from all the squads right now. They're the center, and they're completely surrounded as all these teams are just scrambling to try to be able to get into this circle. Footballers, they have full control of the zone. And look, where are the houses? Where are the houses? Where are the trees? They don't exist. They're not here, Dave. They're not here.
Nothing but wheat. So hopefully you like your cereal this game. Konina Powers going to be spotted out there in the distance, taken down out. In the south, we still got 1 up from Alpha Legends. We got 3 up from Yala. And then, of course, 4 remaining for Footballers. Solke trying to stake their claim, trying to show the lobby their dominance right now. Going to be spraying out there onto Yala. Only 1 more member up from Yala.
And you can see Rom just getting the spots. Yeah, Rom from the back. You can see him having full vision of exactly where all the members are, giving that intel to Solke, and Solke getting it done. Look at that, 15 kills.
15 kills.
This is what I was talking about in that last Sanhok match. All it takes is a good solid zone, good position, and these are the games that every team hopes for, right? This is that one that you hope to get, and then when you get those hard zones, all you're trying to do is get into the top 4, but man, Football is taking full advantage of this position in this game.
Yeah, and it's lawless out here. I mean, Footballers, they are just riding all around everywhere. It looks like Solke trying to bait out the final shots over here from this solo member from Alpha Legends, and yeah, they're gonna be remaining calm, you know, cool as a cucumber right now. I guess they're trying to find out and figure out exactly where everybody is before taking those shots.
Well, they can see the kill feed. They know there's only 1 member left alive, you know, and they're in a 4v1, especially considering that they got 15 kills and the full circle. They have to have a lot of confidence. So I think right now they're looking at their watches. They're starting to count that money down as it's all over right now. The clock has run to 0.
Yeah, counting that money, that's what they're doing. Counting all that UC, that's what they're doing. I mean, coming into this game, they were in 3rd place. You know, Cloud9 getting taken out first. That's going to open it up big time for Footballers, especially with all those kills that they were able to acquire.
Man, that was such a good game to see from start to finish right there. One of the toughest circles you can possibly deal with, especially considering south of Yaz, there was just no cover anywhere. With Footballers getting that solid zone, that solid position, just able to just execute it overall and get a huge chicken dinner.
Yeah, you know, maybe now we get some Footballers jerseys to Saul John Allen earlier on. But regardless, fantastic day. Fantastic day.
Just an insane day of matches. Weekday, super week. This is some of the best PUBG Mobile we can possibly see. It's been a pleasure so far to cast for it. That's going to be it for myself, Dave, for today. Can't wait to see what today's entire matches, the whole day worth of events, and we'll see what they have to say right after message from our sponsors.
And what a way to end off the first day of our second week of league play. Football is taking home a chicken dinner and a ton of kills on top of that as well, Seven. They have to be so proud of that, because not only does that get them up in the rankings, but I think that gets them one step closer, if they weren't already safe enough, into now our super weekend coming up later on in the week. We're going to take a look at the map stands actually from that one as well while we talk over this here, Seven. But 36 points, I mean, that alone was almost enough.
Yeah, I think that was such a great game by them, and I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they try to go for that push on first place. We'll see, because that was performance in another team. One we mentioned a lot in weeks. Guess what? They're starting to show up again. For Legends being able to go ahead and collect themselves 17 points. And you know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and let Glitter glow about this here, with Tempo Storm being in third place. Glitter.
Honestly, I had high hopes for them, and they ended up showing up. Granted, Football has had an incredibly good game, but Tempo got themselves put into quite a few sticky situations in that entire game, and they were able to come out on top almost every single time. But it's also important to note that we do see Yala Esports up here, not with a lot of kills, and same thing with Alpha Legends, not getting too many kills, but they are able to secure themselves some nice placement points, as well as Konina Power consistently showing up on this first page, which is at least going to set them up for a strong day tomorrow. Moving on to the second page here, we also see Frag Machines getting some more points, but Seven.
I don't want to talk about it. We don't want to talk about it.
What happened at what happened last place?
Oh yeah, Team Castle. Team Castle being able to stand them know, but Esports collecting 4 UDR killers. One of those teams we were talking about getting those nice 3 points, and then yeah, we can see the rest. Hopefully we'll be able to move on away as soon as possible.
So weird, Seven, that only 15 teams are actually playing in that match. We didn't have a 16 team in there. I don't know what's going on with that. But yeah, obviously football. Again, I mean, we're going to talk about the positives, not the negatives. I'm going to try to keep Glitter away from talking about us. Let's look at their stats, and that's probably some of the highest damage numbers we've seen all day out of a team that's taken on the chicken dinner. 2,600, and for some reason, football has just seemed to be so good at winning matches without having to heal as much.
That, and just look how many they steal. They ended up with 16 kills, 9 knocks. That is huge for them. And as you were mentioning, yeah, only having to heal 729, considering they were into fights a lot. I mean, they were able to go ahead and put out 2,600 damage. I think that is huge for this team, Glitter.
Yeah. And, you know, having to point out yet again, Soul-K with 6 of those 16 kills, showing up for his team time and time again. He's definitely a player that we need to be paying attention to.
We're also going to be paying attention to our do moments from our last match of the day. Let's see some of the highlights, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to start to cry here. So, you know, Seven, Glitter, why don't you guys take this away? Well, maybe Glitter should take it away.
I don't know
what we're both going to be crying, Seven.
Just watching some great gameplay here from Pittsburgh Knights. I think they played that so well. We're probably going to go ahead and see a play here that a lot of us are not going to like. And then Loops, let's talk about Loops, man. They had one of the worst days so far in this tournament. And even going back to PMPL Americas, I think this is one of the worst games, honestly, days that they have had in a long time, Glitter.
Yeah, and you know, I think like Dave said, sometimes it's just an off day, right? Everybody's allowed to not be perfect at all times, and Loops has literally pretty much been unstoppable. Even, like we've said so many times, not even really needing those chicken dinners in order to be as successful as the rest of the top teams that have been playing against them. So, you know, we can forgive them for that. I think that was actually the tempo clip that we might be breaking down a little bit later. So there's that as well. Or do we not have that one? I think we have the other one.
There's only one we're going to be breaking down. The one that you're looking for. That one, though, with Tempo. Tempo played that. They got super lucky because the Nova player decided to just go ahead and heal, not even pick up one of his other teammates, kind of, in a way, reset. And he was still seeing red. He was still wanting some blood because he pushed in there, and Tempo already, by that time, they had 2 players up, and it was just bad overall. And then Loops Carrillo right there, being able to go ahead and knock 2 players from Tempo. This, honestly, I thought he was going to go ahead and clutch it. I thought we were going to go ahead and see the first 1v4 here in the PMWL West, which would have been quite something to see. And then some of the other players that we've been mentioning over and over again, Konina Power, Tixie, and we see some of the other players, Gonzo, being able to at least get some kills, being able to get a little bit more hype. Remember, last week 1 league play, they didn't do so well in the first day, and then in the second day, they came back and absolutely destroyed. So I can't wait to see what they do. But overall, Soul-K Footballers was just way too much, and I believe this is their second chicken dinner for the day as well. So Football is putting some great performances today.
Yeah, I mean, Solke in particular, we saw him within the top 10 players overall with kills earlier on today, and he's really keeping consistent as well. And speaking about consistent, let's take a look at the damage and how consistent it was for the other teams besides Footballers, who finished off with over 2,500 damage being done. And we can see here, not many teams coming close, but Tempo Storm was definitely going to be one of them here, Glitter.
Yeah, Tempo Storm coming in at almost that 2K damage mark. And that's definitely a result of a lot of those engagements we watched them get in. Seven talked about it a little bit earlier with that Nova push onto Tempo that definitely almost did not go in their favor, but they were able to pull it out in the end and then continue taking similarly dangerous engagements and then just kind of like winning every single time. But surprising that we're seeing almost a trend where those top 5 teams are not playing scared, but really kind of leaning into the placement point portion of the point system and missing out. Yeah, they're playing very safe, missing out on a lot of those kill points.
Yeah, one thing to actually go ahead and mention is that Alpha Legends going into this match, they were in 16th place, as we're not going to go ahead and see that 144 damage there from Cloud9. But yeah, Alpha Legends getting 17 points. That is huge for them because going into this match, they only have 14 points. So being able to more than double their points, that's going to be huge for them. Hopefully not being in 16th place going into day 2 of week 2 of league play.
Sorry, I'm... Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm getting word that
he's going to try to put this off for as long as possible.
It's not going to be able to be played. There's something went wrong within the Matrix, and they don't have the clip.
I'll act it out.
Okay, well, Glitter, act it out for us. I would like to see this. I think everyone out there would like to see you act out what happened.
Listen.
Oh, there it is. There it is. There's the go I was waiting for. This is the moment I was dreading. This was all of us that picked Cloud9, man. What happened there, Glitter? You know what?
Listen,
just take it over.
I said in the beginning that this would be a lot of pressure to be putting on Cloud9 to have them try to go for the 3 wins in a day, the back-to-back wins. And here we actually see them getting in a very early engagement with PK. Now, PK does a really, really good job of making sure that they're putting out a lot of damage onto these Cloud9 players. And you can see at this point that the only person who is up from Cloud9 is Uneven. Uneven does actually try to get away from this, see if he can save his team and probably secure them some more placement points. Does not actually work out in his favor, as you see Raven and J7 chase him down in the buggies and spin him out. Dave and Jukes were calling it the pit maneuver, and in that instance there was just no saving Uneven. PK take Cloud9 out decidedly.
Took an L.
You took a big L.
No confetti for anybody, all right? One point, nobody gets confetti, man. You just get a bunch of face bombs and a bunch of L's. Do us a favor in the chat right now, whether you're watching on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, doesn't matter. Go ahead and spam some L's for us that picked Cloud9 in that last match.
Yeah,
Sorry.
PK hunted them down.
I blacked out there. I didn't see what happened. I'm just assuming Cloud9 won the whole match. So congratulations on their chicken dinner, taking home their 3rd one of the day. No, I think we're going to take a look at overall settings now and see how things have wrapped up throughout the day. Remember, top 16 teams will move into our 2nd Super Weekend, but we still have 1 more day of league play to come before then. And we're going to be seeing, actually, no, sorry, we're seeing the rankings of us.
Oh, let's see.
Okay, you know?
Oh,
it's a little rough day for me.
Baby. Hey, let's go. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, we got 7 in first place.
In the chat, though.
We got Jukes in 2nd. We got me in 3rd. We got Mustache Dave in 4th. We got Glitter in 5th. Cameron in 6th. And then Viram, he's just having rough times here. He's in last place. But at least he didn't pick a team that didn't play.
That last Erangel, all ones except for that 115. Congratulations, Glitter. I think we got to go ahead and give you credit, all right? You were the one that said, you even said it yourself. Jukes was mentioning, you said, hey, I don't think Cloud9 is going to be able to go ahead and pull this off in this last match. And guess what? I think you jinxed him, honestly. I don't think you called that. I think you just jinxed him. She jinxed him.
I mean, but she might have jinxed him, but she didn't jinx Tempo Storm. We got to give her that one, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Gotta give her credit where it's due. Now let's take a look at our overall settings to see how the teams have shaped up from our first day of play. Remember, it's just 4 matches for each team at the moment. They'll move into tomorrow where each of them will play 4 more until we have our top 16. Football is being taken the lead at 91 points and Cloud9 sitting at 87. Now, again, to reiterate for you guys at home, our bubble point was 53 points last week, which is the marker you had to kind of surpass to stay within the top 16. And at the moment, we already have 3 teams already doing that 7.
Yeah, and I think that's good. That's teams that are not gonna have to worry about too much stuff. That's teams that might be able to maybe try out new stuff, because hey, you're already gonna be making it into Super Weekend. So if you ever wanted to go ahead and try out different things with some of the other teams from different regions, this is the time. Maybe go for it. Maybe go for some hot drops. Maybe go for some weird landing spots. I would love to see some variation from those teams that are currently at the top, or unless they just want to go ahead and maintain that first place, which I know Egos can't go into play here. They could try to just maintain that first place.
Think about this though, right? If you want to play a strategic game, what are the chances that you have Football's Cloud9 hot drop Loops, who aren't even in to the front page, and try to keep their score down? Because Loops is 3rd place overall within the Super Weekend. If you can take them out of that Super Weekend, then you put yourself in such a better position overall.
Loops is 15?
Yeah.
Bro,
Yeah.
Glitter, take it away.
Honestly, I love that strategy, Jason. I wish a team would kind of like be prepared to take that sort of a risk, because not only does it literally benefit everybody, but specifically it would benefit those teams that are struggling towards the lower half of the leaderboard to take out such a powerhouse like Loops. Granted, we all know they didn't have the strongest showing today, and they do technically have tomorrow to continue to accrue those points, but are we going to see a big shakeup in that 16th to 12th place position? You know, where those bubble teams that we saw, because towards the end of day 2 last week, a lot of teams are going back and forth jockeying for 16th and 15th, and the points were very, very close. And we've said a few times how 1 point can make the difference. You know, what's going to happen with that area?
I'll tell you what though, if I am one of those top teams with 50K on the line for first place from the Super Weekend, I'll hot drop Loops all day, even if I keep losing. Yeah, exactly, 7. Exactly, though. We're going to be looking at the head-to-head between our top 2 performers overall within our first day of play. We're going to see Footballists and Cloud9 here with their overall stats of 35 matches under their belts. But Footballists is putting out the pain where it matters, especially if you look at the damage and the kill, 7.
Yeah, in regards to kills, that's something we always talk about, how football is, it's always getting kills. Even if they end up getting knocked out first, which I don't think it has happened so far yet, definitely not this day. But being able to go ahead and get 204 kills out of 202 knockouts, something I want to go ahead and see more out of Footballers is them getting a lot more kills than knockouts. That's something that we've seen out of other teams whenever they are on top. Teams like one that comes to mind is going to be Loops Esports, and then another one that you kind of saw right there from Cloud9 is Cloud9 actually had less kills than they had knockouts. So I'm pretty sure they're going to be hoping to go ahead and finish up those knocks in the future to get those extra points.
Well, that's what we've been saying about Cloud9, right? They kind of lack a little bit of fragging power, but have gotten it with Adder. I also want to make sure to give a shout out for you guys at home. You can tweet to us at Esports PUBGM and have your chance to be on the show. We'll be featuring some tweets throughout the next weeks. Just use the hashtag PMWL, and also make sure you're following at Jay Kaplan, because then you're guaranteed to be talked about on the show. Anyways, yeah, also that. You could do also at Glitter Explosion, and obviously all of our fantastic casters we've had over this last week and a half. But let's kind of wrap things up here. Glitter, overall impressions with today?
Definitely a lot of teams showing up that I did not expect to show up, and I hope that can continue into tomorrow to shake up the Super Weekend.
What about you, 7?
Wildcard being 13th place, Loops Esports being 15th place, bruh. Tomorrow's gonna be crazy.
Isn't Team Unique like last place and they were in the Super Weekend last week? I don't know what's going on with all of these teams.
And then you got Nova too. Nova being 17th place. Oh my god.
Well, who knows what's going to happen tomorrow. That's going to wrap it up here for our show here. Thank you guys for joining me. I'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll try to all get matching. I don't know if that's possible. 7, he's just going back. He's getting off his step stool, so he's going back to his normal height. But that's going to do it for our show here. It is just the first day of League Play wrapped up. We still have League Play again to come tomorrow. And then at the end of tomorrow, we'll be having our top 16 teams to make it through into our second Super Week. 11 a.m. PDT. Make sure you're there. Make sure you're not late. And we'll see you more tomorrow for some PUBG Mobile action.